No spin, no bias, no censorship. I'm Dan Wootton. This is the first ever election night broadcast of Outspoken as we bring together the best of the British independent media to bring you coverage of this consequential, historic by-election in Makerfield that over the next few hours is not only going to determine who will be British Prime Minister, but also the future of the right in British politics. With me all night, Connor Tomlinson, the Outspoken election analyst, who is going to be geeking out with the numbers. And in the studio, Mike Graham, host of The Mike Graham Show, independent media superstar, and Restore Britain's Orla Minihane. Plus, we have representatives across the night from Reform UK, the Green Party, and Labour as well. Lauren, the insider, is standing by in Makerfield. She has just spoken to Rupert Lowe on the campaign trail. Lauren, what's the feeling on the ground? Who's going to win this?
Dan, so I'm outside the Edge Centre and the feeling is very, very strange. I have never, ever felt an atmosphere like this. There is such a heavy police presence. I managed to sneak into the venue earlier because they have banned all independent media.
Disgusting.
I know you'll show that clip. It is disgusting and everyone is very much on edge here. It's absolutely crazy. We're seeing such a heavy police presence when there is no trouble. There's literally no one here. We're almost in the middle of a retail estate. Now, when we've been out throughout the day, there is a lot of support for Andy Burnham. But what is interesting is these supporters are totally and utterly being given propaganda. I challenged many of them on camera about Rupert Lowe's independent inquiry. They will not hear a bad word said about Keir Starmer or Andy Burnham. There are some brilliant Restore people on the ground here, and the difference is everyone that is here with Restore is positive, is hopeful for the future. We've seen the Labour supporters constantly living in the past. They are really clutching at straws because Andy Burnham has showed us exactly who he is. Now, when it comes to reform, when I was interviewing reform supporters, I would say by and large, the majority said they welcomed Restore and they heavily indicated that further down the line, they would be voting for Restore.
Wow. Many
Many of the Reform voters said that at the moment, they feel it's very early for Restore, but they love Rupert Lowe and they ultimately, there is nothing more important, as I say time and time again, than safeguarding a child. And let's be honest, Rupert Lowe is the only one that has put himself forwards to do that. We have seen mass failures from all of the other parties. But here, there is a very, very weird atmosphere. It's like you can hear a pin drop. Behind me, you can see the police presence, and people have been very unfriendly, unwelcoming. When I snuck in earlier, I pretended to be Emily Mateless, and then I pretended I was from the Independent. I mean, if you're going to pretend you're from a media organisation and someone who are totally irrelevant, I thought I'd really pick two of the very, very worst. But it's a huge night here, and it is a defining night for the right. Obviously, the establishment and the legacy media want everyone to think the right is divided. But I found the Reform supporters hugely welcoming, actually, and they were very honest. You know, they want change, and change is something that we're all desperate for. So they were very welcoming. I found that the Labour people outside the HQ were incredibly rude, and I can't wait for Outspoken viewers to see the footage later because it is explosive. Dan.
Amazing. We have so much to come. We're going to get Lauren's exclusive interview with Rupert Lowe, plus, of course, find out what was going on outside Labour HQ. But, of course, what you're going to get here in the independent media space is analysis that you won't in the MSM because, Mike Graham, you have to admit, the mainstream media, which thank God you're no longer a part of, just wants to pretend that Rupert Lowe and Restore Britain is not a force in this election, or that they're a bunch of white supremacist neo-Nazis. It's one or the other, either irrelevant or Nazis. And that is not the reality, is it?
It's really not the reality. But I guess the problem is the proof will be in the pudding tonight. You know, we will find out tonight. And I think Connor and I agreed on this the other What the numbers will prove is whether you Restore are in fact a bump in the road, whether they are actually going to be able to get more than 10%. I think Connor said he thinks they will. I was talking to Richard Tice the other day, my good friend, as you have described him in the past. He was on the show saying he thinks everyone's going to lose their deposit apart from Reform and Labour. So we'll see about that. I think if Restore get less than 10%, it's a bad night for them. I think everybody kind of agrees that Reform are probably not going to win this. Talking to Kate Hoey the other day, she said they made a mistake. They made a bit of a sort of a transitional sort of schoolboy error by making out that this was the biggest by-election in the history of by-elections. And now that they're not going to win it, they're kind of going, it's not that important, after all, because we'd rather be Manchester mayor, that kind of thing. So
Reform have effed this up. You concede that.
I think they have, no question. I think they haven't played it right, and I think in a funny sort of way, because they produced Rob Kenyon as the kind of the working man's hero type candidate, and then suddenly Rebecca Shepherd appeared to be the same kind of individual. That kind of screwed them up as well, because it meant that there wasn't any longer Andy Burnham, the kind of the Labour Party insider, the guy who's worked with Gordon Brown and Tony Blair and everybody else in the Labour government. Suddenly, it wasn't just David versus Goliath. There was two Davids, and one of them was called Rebecca. You know what I mean? So it was they kind of didn't get it right, and then I think they sort of, as you saw over the course of the last, say, 2 or 3 weeks, they kind of abandoned Rob Kenyon and sort of left him hanging, swinging in the wind and going, well, you do what you can, mate. We'll see you later.
Well, I watched your interview with Richard Tice. It was fascinating. It was basically a total acknowledgement. Oh, we're not even thinking about this now. We're on to being mayor of Manchester and on to the next. Orla, do you agree with Mike, though, that under 10% for Restore Britain is a bad night?
No, not at all. Look, we're 4.5 months old. You've got to remember that the very same people that are being negative are the same people that said we wouldn't get more than 1% in Great Yarmouth. That didn't work out. However, 10%, I truly believe we are going to do much, much better than that. How well we're going to do, have no idea. As I've always said, and I said to Mike this morning on his show, I cannot call it. I don't think anyone can call it. And actually, I think Reform are very naive to say we're going to go for the Manchester mayoral election. Nobody knows that first of all, Labour are going to win. Secondly, he's still got to challenge Starmer. It's not a done deal, right? And that's not down to us. That's down to Labour. So no, there are so many unknowns. And I think that the problem that we see all the time is people make assumptions. The assumptions, we're in a very different world now. It's a very different world. I mean, and can I just bring to everyone's attention, we're a Conservative. No one's even mentioned. I mean, this is the first by-election in my lifetime. They haven't. Nobody could even tell you.
Well,
who's
I read Unheard today saying the Conservative Party are dying, but no one cares. There's an irrelevance. But we should note, and Mike, I know obviously you know a lot about Scottish politics. There are these 2 by-elections in Scotland tonight. We will be tracking the vote. It does look like the Conservatives do have a decent chance in Aberdeen.
In Aberdeen South, and funnily enough, Reform, I think, are being offered the chance to vote Conservative in order to beat the SNP. So we'll see about that.
But there is no Restore candidate.
Restore haven't put a candidate up there, which has also led people to say, well, is Rupert Lowe just about screwing Reform?
They didn't
because that's the way it looks.
If they're going to make the commitment to pick local candidates, you need a branch structure, and they just didn't have one there yet.
So, Connor Tomlinson, do come in. What does Restore Britain need out of tonight for it not to be a disaster? What does Reform UK need out of tonight for it not to be a disaster? And for Andy Burnham, actually, is a win even enough?
So I think Restore need to outperform the low Survation polling projections of about 7 to 8%. The most interesting poll I found was the one that was leaked from the Labour Party, the internal poll that was leaked to the eye, that was poo-pooed by Reform in the Daily Mail until the Daily Mail actually published. It was actually double the sample of the previous polls that you were putting on your leaflets. It was representative of about 1,000 Makerfield residents that said Restore is at 13%, Labour's at 35% at least, and then Reform are at 24%. So if Restore get between the 24% on the door canvassing returns that Rupert was reporting and the 13% that they reported in here, that's a win. If they get a close third place, then that shows that they can mobilise left behind voters, and it shows as well there's a significant lack of a vote of confidence in Reform's leadership, regardless of making comments on jokes that Rob Kenyon made ages ago that unfortunately the party failed to stand by, because he seems like a really nice bloke. What Reform need to do to salvage themselves is win, and they won't. And the problem Reform now have is underperforming in by-elections. So Sarah Pochen won by 6 votes. And that's because, and you had her on your show announcing she was going to run, Dan, Catherine Blakelock ran as basically a spoiler candidate against Nigel Farage, stole 99 votes, and it came down to that thin a margin. If Farage hadn't kicked out Rupert Lowe, he wouldn't have almost lost that by-election. Then you go to Matt Goodwin, complete disaster of a campaign, hugs a Sikh, decides to say that Keir Starmer's going to send your kids to boarding school or something from the top of a bus like a robot, runs like Alan Partridge, alienates the white working class vote, and loses by over 5,000 and then cries about it and goes and writes an AI book. Complete liability. If they lose this one as well, the feeling that Reform is an inevitable victory in 2029 starts to fade away. And their arguments about splitting the vote or being entitled to the right-wing vote, sort of Hillary Clinton-esque, it's my turn aura that they've now got, that starts to dissipate too. It starts looking authentic. What does Burnham need? He's probably just going to win by default. But even if he does win, even if he becomes Prime Minister, he's not going to reverse Labour's fortunes because he's hardly a generational political talent. He's going to keep in place all of Rachel Reeves' fiscal rules, all of Shabana Mahmood's pretend immigration restrictions. The Labour Party is a toxic brand. And as you've seen, I think it was 2 days ago, YouGov did some polling on Andy Burnham's favourability. He started the by-election being the only net favourable prominent Labour politician in the country, and now he's underwater by about 22 points.
Because as soon as they met him, they didn't like him.
Yeah,
you know, it was like,
okay.
what's your shortcomings? The fact that you're not really a human being. And basically, you're like the rest of the idiots in Labour. But I think the other thing that perhaps we're missing here, and I take your point about Reform, you know, perhaps not quite making the ground that they would like to make. They have broken the two-party system, and they have managed to sort of prove that you can come through the middle. It might not be working as well for them now as it was originally, but that could be a factor of the system in the sense that, you know, they're now part of what was the two-party system because the Tories...
And the two-party system is dead.
Has disappeared.
Look, I want to talk about a couple of the controversies today. And given that you've raised Matt Goodwin, Connor, let's start with this. And Orla, I want to put this specifically to you because I know you've been spending time in Makerfield and there's been a lot of criticism of the Restore Britain campaigning in Makerfield. Matt Goodwin posted today on X, having been in Makerfield all day and seen the Restore operation up close, I can confidently say these are the last people Britain needs. Do you know who they remind me of? The pro-Gaza independents, thugs and bullies. It doesn't matter what the result is. Their activists are a disgrace. Britain deserves better. Orla, you've been up there.
Yep.
He's calling you a thug. He's calling you a bully. He's calling your compatriots that. Has there been bad behaviour, Orla?
Look, I didn't see any bad behaviour. On Saturday morning, we got to Makerfield to the racecourse where everybody met. There were over 1,000 people. There were men, women, old, young, children, every possible demographic you could think of. And they were all there, you know, with the best will in the world to come and say, we want our country back. We want Restore. We want change. We've had enough of the two-party system. We've had enough of failed Tories. We want change. And they went out. They knocked on doors. I didn't see any bad behaviour. In fact, it was jovial. People were all taking photos. They were hugging each other. You know, they were chatting to people on the street. They were going into pub. It was absolutely joyous to be a part of. I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, Mike, you earlier in the week, you did see some videos that you thought showed the Restore Britain supporters, at least in a bad light. What was it that you saw?
Well, I saw there was a couple of guys who may or may not be associated. They've got a car which is painted up as a Restore Britain car.
Yeah, I know who you mean.
They parked it in front of a Reform bus, and they were sort of harassing the bus driver. And the bus driver was kind of going, you know, what do you want from me, guys? You know, and they were they weren't, you know, it wasn't violent, but it wasn't pleasant in my view. And those same guys then turned up, I think, at the Reform Party headquarters. Where
they were chanting.
Well, there was a couple of, you know, what looked like very ordinary, nice-looking kind of security guys who were just going, come on, guys, you know, and they were sort of taunting them and going and shouting, looking for Richard Tice, and it just looked a bit sort of yobbish and thuggish, football hooligan.
Yeah, it does. You know? But again, you know, you're not you per se, but, you know, we're talking about 2 or 3 people in amongst thousands who've been up there, and they pick on them, or they're, you know, they look like...
Yeah, but they shouldn't be doing it.
They should be doing it. They should be doing it.
Rupert Lowe should be castigating it and saying, don't do that.
But Mike, with all due respect, I've had online all day, they need to do this, Rupert needs to do that. Rupert's not a headmaster. What's he going to do? Put him in detention? You know, ultimately, these people, you can't control who joins your party and pays their £20. No, you can't,
No, I think
Mike.
you can. I think at the end of the day, if he wants to be taken seriously as a proper leader of a proper party, even if he doesn't have any effect on them, he should be saying, guys, please don't do that.
He probably didn't see it, in fairness, right?
Well, I did.
Well, you did. Yeah, but
on Twitter.
Well,
I did, but I don't think he's been on it all
he
day.
has done that today, and then we come to the second scandal of the day, which I want to discuss. And let me show you this. This is a picture posted by Young Bob, the Restore activist. GB Politics summed it up this way: a van displaying Muslims for Reform, a stunt carried out by Restore Britain supporters, is following the Reform UK bus around Makerfield. Now, what happened over the course of the day is that initially Rupert Lowe had posted that, I think, in fairness to him, believing that it was real, that actually there was a Reform for Muslims bus. Then it looks like actually this was a stunt. And so, Mike, Rupert has done exactly what you asked. He posted, to be clear, this had absolutely nothing to do with Restore Britain. I have removed the post. Foolish behaviour if someone has set this up, which we obviously condemn. I've also seen Connor, the likes of Harrison Pitt, condemn that type of behaviour. Do you think that was the right way for Restore to handle this?
Yeah, because it's nothing to do with them. They had no knowledge of it. And if it was genuine, as Rupert's original post, or Alistair posting under Rupert, whatever, said, it was just that, we don't want to play this ridiculous pandering minoritarian identity politics. And the fact that people did believe it does speak to a bit of a problem in Reform, which is they do have a track record of doing said pandering, of Nigel saying we can't alienate the whole of Islam, of elevating prominent Muslims to the top of their party, even if they aren't qualified for the role, just to use them as diversity body armour, so that's sort of self-inflicted wound. Nevertheless, the fact that the text wasn't quite lined up on the side, the fact that there wasn't any Reform branding should have probably tip people off to the fact that it was a piss take. Like, I knew it was a piss take. That's why I made a joke about it. If you are going to do that and try and present yourself as an actual Reform representative, I would be very cautious trying to play that prank when the Electoral Commission come down on that sort of stuff like a ton of bricks. So it's very ill-advised behaviour. And even if you did it with the best of intentions, or just trying to have a laugh, make sure your behaviour doesn't reflect poorly on the party by proxy, especially if you're trying to be a good brand ambassador for the kind of politics that you would like to see, especially if it's an insurgent politics and you have the entire system against you.
Yes,
but it does tell you, doesn't it, that when Rupert can do that. So he saw it, he realised that he shouldn't have endorsed it, and he made a mistake, and he called it out, and he said,
but what he will
why doesn't
not
he do that more?
Is police the membership in terms of you are not allowed in the party. But I do want to come to that. But before that, actually, the thing that I think has horrified me most today is Reform UK creeping towards this authoritarian lawfare. So I've got two examples of it. First, Reform and Nigel Farage reported Andy Burnham to the police, but this was because he had apparently breached lockdown regulations in 2021. So I have a real issue with that. I spoke about it on the main show today. But in the past few hours, young Bob has pointed out that Chris Rose, who's someone who I like a lot, the Reform UK activist, he's a regular on your show, Mike, sometimes appears on Outspoken too, after that Muslims for Reform stunt, posted evidence has been collected, this was directly to young Bob, and will be forwarded to the appropriate authorities. You've messed up really badly here. Stick to getting beaten up, since that's the only thing you're good at doing. Young Bob replied, this fella from Reform has, in response from me taking a picture of a van I don't own, decided to encourage me to beat up even more. If ever, God forbid, I'm ever attacked by a gang of foreign thugs or left-wing agitators, I'm assuming we'll blame you for it, considering you're justifying the violence. Evil people. Now, Mike, I do think Reform at the moment are showing this real authoritarian edge to them. When are they going to learn? Like, reporting Rupert Lowe to the police was an effing disaster.
Yeah.
It was an effing disaster that has caused this split.
I think they would I think they'd probably admit that now. Because, I mean, I don't know if anybody's asked them, but yeah. And my attitude was exactly like yours when I saw that they'd reported Andy Burnham for doing something during lockdown. I was like, what are you thinking? You know, it's like years ago, one, and also two, they're supposed to be the party that's not buying into all of that nonsense. Yeah. And, you know, what are they going to do next? Say, put a mask on? You know, I mean, it's not very smart. And I think it tells you a bit about the way that Reform is run at the moment. And, as I say, you painted me as this kind of, cheerleader for reform. And I just want to, set the record straight on that one for the moment, because you might have noticed that Nigel Farage has basically been giving interviews to everybody, right, left and centre. Nick Ferrari's had him on, Jeremy Kyle's had him on. He's been on, I think, who was he? Was it BBC somewhere? He was doing various. Anyway, it hasn't been on my show at all since January. Him? Right? Oh yeah, all the time.
How rude,
right?
Nigel. Why haven't you been on Mike's show?
See, Yusuf hasn't been on my show. We get Sarah Poachin on quite a lot. You said that one of my family members works for them. No longer. There was a period when one of my kids was working as an intern.
Okay, good. Fact check me. I like that. No, that's good.
Just so that we're clear. I have been to the odd rugby match with Richard Tice, but I quite like Richard Tice. Quite a good guy. But I am not a member of Reform. I don't vote for Reform. And I think if they wanted me to give them some proper media advice, I would give them some proper media advice. And I would say to them, get your shit together.
Yeah.
Because what you're doing right now is appearing to be all over the place and appearing to not have a cogent kind of strategy to fight off, one, Rupert Lowe and Restore, and two, Labour government. Because let's face it, they should be winning this by-election. I don't care if Andy Burnham thinks he's king of the North. Reform should be stomping through it and literally saying to Burnham, you're part of a failed machine which is useless, ghastly, and you're not going to make it any better. And they should be winning it by 10,000 votes.
Like they did in Wigan at the locals.
Yeah.
They should be.
But they haven't done that, because I think the problem is they're not focused. And they're quite, I would say, to describe them as sort of all over the place is kind of what I would suggest that is what they are. And yeah, I think the way that they've handled the whole Rupert Lowe situation has backfired on them totally.
And to be fair, can I just pick on Nigel did an interview recently where he literally threw Zia under the bus.
It was with James Hill from The Spectator.
And said it was Zia who did it. And I'm like, what?
Another interview that I didn't get. Seriously.
But ultimately, there has to be loyalty within a party. There has to be a united front, or people will pick holes in it. Now, you can say a lot of things about Restore, but nobody within that party will say a bad word about Rupert. Whether the outside think it or they don't, that's by the by. Internally, Rupert leads the party. Everyone's behind him. No one badmouths him. No one backstabs him.
But he doesn't have anybody of a similar kind of size to himself.
Or age, only me.
No, but I mean, well, come on. Seriously. I think you're doing yourself down. No, the point is that, Rupert Lowe is Restore, and in the same way that Nigel Farage was Reform. But once you start bringing other people in,
100%.
It's a different ballgame.
100%.
I mean, there is no Zia Yusuf figure in Restore. If there was, maybe it would be a different
thank God,
ballgame.
I'd say. But anyway, that's another story.
Yeah, and there isn't likely to be. What I mean is, in terms of the sort of the intellect of somebody, or the person with influence, or the person with money, if that was the case, it might be a different ballgame.
Yeah, and I think that will come. I do think that will come. It will have to come. And at the end of the day, I know for a fact that there are many, many people that are very, very willing to step forward. Business people, influencers, very wealthy people that want to donate. And, Rupert has said, let me see if I can mobilise this from a grassroots standpoint where I can get the people behind me and I can really prove that we can do this without the funding, without the razzmatazz, without the fireworks. And then when we get that, then we'll move to the next stage. And I think that's admirable. And I think that's what's winning.
I do want to show you the only interview that Nigel Farage has actually done today. And it's with the Daily Telegraph, the Daily Tea podcast. And he is spitting venom about Rupert Lowe. And for me, I, again, think this is a big problem, because I believe Nigel Farage needs to put a positive case about why Restore supporters should be supporting Reform UK. Whereas every time he's asked about Rupert, he is just so angry.
You spoke before about Rupert Lowe, and you told Tim and I it's a protest vote. They'll never get above 1%. One poll has put them on 7% in that constituency.
Yeah.
Is Rupert Lowe going to cost you this seat?
Well, I'd be a seller at 7, I have to tell you. I really would be a seller at 7. We will see. I mean, let us just say, in a hypothetical scenario, that the difference between us and Burnham was less than the vote that Restore get, I don't think he'd be forgiven for doing it. But he doesn't care. It's all about vengeance. He just doesn't care. He's not interested. It's a nihilist campaign. But I understand why voters, because of what's happening with Elon, people on their social media feeds are seeing this Restore stuff the whole time, and they're attracted to it. And I understand why they are. But I very much say with what I had to say to you previously, that this will not last.
But if Reform loses a 65% Leave seat with a 97% white majority, then the country might turn around and say, well, if you can't beat Burnham here, where can you?
I think you find that we're going to get our highest percentage we've ever had in a by-election as Reform. Whether it's enough, we'll have to wait and see. And Burnham enjoys one advantage, and I hadn't thought about this before. When Boris Johnson was mayor of London, everyone loved him. And then he, storms to victory and suddenly people don't love him. Andy Burnham is popular. Why? Because mayors of big cities are predominantly civic, not political roles. They get to do the good stuff. They get to cut the ribbons. They get to open new buildings funded by taxpayer money. They look like local champions and heroes. So it's very, very interesting that former mayors can be popular. I honestly would say to you, if the Labour Party had put up anybody else, we'd have won it comfortably. This is going to be close.
Nigel Farage is saying two things there. First of all, he's saying if it was anyone but our Andy...
There you go. We see Nigel Farage there being utterly vengeful about Rupert Lowe, Mike, and saying, well, it's not going to last. And to me, this is like a bloke who's having a little tantrum. And he had that little tantrum before the locals and he said, I would be surprised if Restore Britain got more than 1%. Come on, this is not a good strategy. Nigel has to work out how to deal with the fact that he is now being challenged to the right.
Yes, and I think that's why this evening's by-election is so important, because how that plays out from this point on will be determined by exactly how well Restore do. As I said, if they do less than 10%, he will probably say that he's right to continue with that line of attack, and that they should be considered to be minnows and they should be considered to be just a protest party. But if they do, as Connor thinks, better than that, then he's got a problem. And he'll have to find a new way of dealing with it.
He's especially got a problem because he's just made the prediction that they're going to get the highest share in a by-election ever. The threshold that they now have to cross is above 38.7%, because that's what Sarah Pochen won on. So if they get anything less than 38%, Reform are consistently dropping their vote share. And it's of their own accord, because remember, Restore Britain didn't exist for Gorton and Denton. So that Reform lost that on their own accord. And so if this becomes a pattern, this is a Reform problem, not a Restore being a problem for Reform problem.
Do you know what, as well? And just to Nigel, and do you know what? I'm really disappointed in Nigel. I've always had the utmost respect for him, but he is beginning to sound like a girl. That's what he's beginning to say. It's like handbags at dawn. No, Rupert's this, Rupert's that. Do you know what? Does everybody really believe that Rupert Lowe is doing this out of vengeance? How pathetic. Of course he's not. He's doing what he set out to do. And we are doing what we set out to do. The fact that it didn't work in Reform because they brought in all the failed Tories and they changed the party from what they promised they would be. We have now moved to Restore, and we are creating what we all set out to do in the first place. And now we're the ones that are all about vengeance, all about beating Reform. It's not about beating Reform. It is about giving the British people a valid right-wing alternative to get this country back to where it needs to be.
I think the
Simple.
danger as well, though, is this kind of deification of politicians, which I've always been against, whether it's, Tony Blair or David Cameron or Boris Johnson or Nigel Farage or Rupert Lowe. Don't put all of your eggs into the one basket. At the end of the day, politicians will let you down.
Indeed.
They all will.
Lauren the Insider is with us at the Count in Makerfield. Lauren, what's the latest from there?
Dan, I'll be honest, there's an area here which is for protesters. It is only stand up to racism. Now, when I came in here, and I'm really shaky.
To hear you a little bit, Lauren. Just while we sort your audio out, I'm going to show you what happened when you tried to get into the vote earlier today.
Can you hear us now? I can't hear anything.
Yeah, they're playing a video, that's why.
So this is inside where everything will be happening. Very interesting that legacy media are absolutely holding the fort here. We have seen a huge block of... That's the room. Don't push me, thank you. Don't push me. We're seeing a huge block against independent media like Dan Wootton Outspoken and various other... Oh, free fingers. We probably paid for these. We'll be taking a few of these. But I am inside Visit Wigan. This is the council. We're not allowed in here. So, obviously, Dan, I don't like being given rules. So I decided to walk in. Thank you. Have a good day. So not only did I go in where we're not allowed because we refuse to push out propaganda, but I also took some nibbly little chocolate fingers, which, let's be honest, we've probably all paid for as well. So what you will see here in the area where we're not allowed to be, I might have said I worked for The Independent, is legacy media. I mean, this is it, isn't it? Is that... Oh, no impact, but this is exactly what is happening here. Heavy, heavy police presence. You are not allowed here if you are not going to parrot the official line. I can't hear anything now. I can hear something. Dan, can you hear me? Dan, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and
outside.
clear,
Right.
Lauren. Go on.
Okay, fine. So I am in an area. I want to tell you what happened. This is an area for protesters. It is full of stand up to racism, and I'm not going to lie, it's really smelly in here. They are very rude and they're being very weird, and they all absolutely descended on me, and they were so rude. I came in and they all wanted to know immediately where I was from. I said, right, okay, I'm independent. And they then started branding me far right. And when I felt quite threatened, having them all come onto me because it wasn't very nice, I said to the police, I'm a Christian mother and I feel very threatened by these people. And I then said to the lot of them, well, I hope the refugees aren't hoping for a warm welcome from you lot, because quite frankly, you're horrible. So this is where I am, okay? And what is astounding is we keep hearing these people, they want to tell you far right. They don't know what far right is, but they're all very busy, aren't they, reading The Guardian and all of these crazy media outlets. I can guarantee you, I bet none of these have read Rupert Lowe's independent inquiry into the mass failure of children. I bet they haven't. And you know why? Because it doesn't fit the narrative. And that is why what is happening in Makerfield is so important. We are at a crossroads, Dan, where it's right and wrong. We have these people here who want to brand me far right. I have done nothing but advocate for safeguarding of children. These people are truly, truly vile. I want to say as well, I've never felt as shaky as I do now after they all descended on me. I've never felt like that at Unite the Kingdom. I've never felt like that anywhere. Let me go and ask if any of them want to talk.
Yeah, give them the opportunity.
Would anyone like to talk about Rupert Lowe's independent inquiry into the mass rape of a minimum of 250,000 British children? Anyone? Anyone? Right, no. Are you bothered? Are you bothered about the mass rape of children? No, they don't care, and this is the problem.
None of them are prepared to speak to you.
Have you all been given your official lines, or you don't know what you're meant to say? No? Right. Well, that's it then. They don't know what they're meant to say, because obviously what we are doing is actually asking a logical question. And it would be lovely to actually be able to converse and have a conversation with them, because they seem to think we're all crazy, far-right, hate refugees. None of us have ever said that, have we? We are very, very clear on what our standpoint is. Patriots are fair, reasonable people. There is a very, very big difference between a genuine refugee and an economic migrant, particularly unvetted male migrants that are, in many parts of this country, destroying communities. Women and children no longer feel safe. But I can't get any of these people. Anyone want to talk about what's going on in the UK? Anyone?
Hold on, we've just had a super chat in from Al, Rob or Ross, who says, ask Stand Up to Racism about their man getting nicked for attacking young Bob.
Should we talk about young Bob getting attacked by your lot? Oh, it's so silent. It's like, oh, they'll advocate for a field mouse, but British children, forget it. So ultimately, I would argue, Dan, I am surrounded by some of the very, very worst of society. Not only are they rude, they're ignorant. And quite frankly, they don't seem to have a moral compass. So not only can they not converse, but it's like, oh, they weren't given a script, were they? And they can't brand me far right, because I'm not far right. Everything that stand up to racism, push out and parrot out is absolute tosh. They turn up with these pre-printed signs. Isn't it funny when you see the pink ladies, it's all homemade signs, because that is a group of people that have integrity, and that is women that are uniting peacefully because they are scared, and they are all united in their commitment to keeping women and children safe. But this lot, forget it.
Earlier in the day, I'll watch the interview in just one moment, but what was his vibe off camera? Do you think he genuinely believes this is a game-changing by-election for Restore Britain?
Yeah, it was the first time I'd met Rupert Lowe. Dan, I'll just say it a bit louder. Rupert Lowe! Oh, they're all scurrying. And I actually got really overwhelmed when I met him, and quite teary, because this man he's truly an incredible man. You know, Outspoken viewers know how dangerous the mainstream media is. And what Rupert is doing is incredible. He was feeling really excited. And Restore have come such a long way in such a short amount of time. It's funny, we were joking about the fact that, you know, he's so insignificant, but now the mainstream media are spending a huge amount of time trying to smear him. And ultimately, we also spoke about the fact that there are so many lies being printed about him, but also it fundamentally at this point comes down to common sense and a moral compass. There are so many far-right tags being thrown around. But people want to feel safe. People want our children to be safe. What we are asking for is not a lot. And also, when you think of what Restore are doing, it's not an outrageous request for unvetted male migrants to go. Why, when we are failing our veterans, our elderly, our children in care, why would we, if we can't look after our own home, why would we invite more people in to then fail as well? So I had an amazing conversation with him. I found him so personable, so down to earth, and so friendly. And we spoke about the support he's been getting from Elon Musk and the fact that the mainstream legacy media have been radio silent on his inquiry. And we also spoke about the fact that it's really, really building momentum in America. There is so much support. It is getting huge traction. And so Rupert Lowe continues to be a real problem for the establishment, because much like Trump, he is not going to jump when the mainstream media say jump. He is not going to play these games. And it is these games that we have seen all the other parties play that have failed each and every single taxpayer in some way. So Rupert Lowe wants to really scale things back. He wants to go back to common sense. But the problem is with this DEI rubbish and this lot, it's gone so far the other way that now a lot of people think common sense is far right. And that just shows you, sadly, you can't put in what God left out. Indeed. For a lot of people.
Indeed. Lauren the Insider is on fire in Makerfield. Who needs her inside the count? We can cross to the mainstream media later in the count. We're going to watch this interview with Rupert Lowe in just one moment. But let me also tell you, do keep the super chats coming in all night. I'm loving them already. Zionist Scott 85 says reform of government controlled. Stand up for rapists. Ooh, should be jailed. Restore Britain, only option to fix the UK. Jesus Christ is the Lord. Dan, read the message. Well, I have done. I'm reading all of your messages. Thank you so much. Mr. Lard YT says Farage and the establishment are shit scared of Restore Britain. The traitors can't grasp why people hate them. They are all crapping their panties. Vote Restore. And Dayu6JX says, American watching. I never thought a UK by-election would be more interesting than American politics, but here we are. God bless the UK. Go Restore. So thank you so much. For 14 Barber 2, who says, if we come third, we're a 4-month-old party. And Basil Wazzle says they know, they orchestrated it, they enjoy that reaction, they hate you. Riggs Finn says, watching closely from Australia over the last 4 months, while Restore may not win today, I can clearly see they will win the next general election. It is in the bag. So amazing feedback. Do keep it coming in. Remember, we are here for the first Outspoken election night party. We're on air until the result comes in, whenever that is. Connor Tomlinson with me for election analysis all night. Mike Graham with me in the studio. And we are going to be joined, this could get feisty, in a little moment by Fahima Mohamed. She of the Green Party. Because, you know, Mike, every now and then, come on, we've got to hear outside our
I've never been this
place.
close to a member of the Green Party. I'm not sure what to do. I don't know what to say, really.
Well, this is going to be feisty. So do stand by. Don't go anywhere. But before we get back to all of that and the result later, here is Lauren the Insider's exclusive interview in Makerfield with Rupert Lowe.
I am Lauren the Insider, and I am with man of the moment, Rupert Lowe, the only man brave enough to take on the deeply rotting establishment. Rupert Lowe, I am a bit starstruck.
Well, I don't know why. I mean, I'm nothing special. All I do is stand up in Parliament and tell the truth, and that seems to shock everybody, which shows you how badly it's gone wrong. But today I'm in Makerfield with Rebecca Shepherd, who's our candidate for Restore Britain, incredibly brave lady. She's part of the local community. She ran into trouble with the local council with her riding school, where she was doing a lot of work with people who were disabled and people who had sort of disability. And the council then, as with all these ridiculous little rules and laws we've got, said her muck heap was too close to the stables and then wouldn't give her planning permission to move her muck heap. So that is the sort of jobs worth behaviour that you expect from these ridiculous people now who are enslaving Britain, much against the wishes of most of the population. They add nothing and they get in the way of everything. So she's stood up very bravely. She's fought an incredibly good campaign where she's been supported by my immensely able team. And I think we've made a big impact. And we don't listen to this reform recidivist argument that we're going to split the vote. The reason we're here is because Nigel Farage, the use of Lee Anderson, and the entire Reform Party decided to try and send me to prison, give 2 false witness statements, accuse me of having early onset dementia, and say there was evidence of bullying in my office. But then, subsequently, Nigel's come out with the truth, which he said at a press conference very recently, that the real reason they got rid of me because of my views on mass deportation. And he did try and edit some of my speeches, particularly in Northwest Essex when I spoke there. So I don't know. I was surprised they did what they did. I have nothing against all of the reform supporters. They want, I think, change like all of us. But in my view, Nigel and his team have no policies, they have no plan, and they are a hollow mountain. So I know we're not. We're producing policy. It's on our website. People can see it. There's more to come. We've got an incredibly able young team. There's delegation, which there doesn't appear to be to me in reform. And if we're to win our country back, it's not about one person or a small number of people. This is going to be about everybody. And everybody needs to say, we've had enough, and we're not going to put up with any more enslavement, like we saw with COVID, like we've seen with the post office, like we've seen with infected blood, like we've seen with the Windrush scandal. I mean, everything government touches is a disaster. And what we want to do is reduce the amount of government, increase the power of the individual, and return the country to being what it should be. And I think, hopefully, people will see that in Makerfield. I can't understand why everybody thinks Andy Burnham is the Ghostbuster. In my view, he's not. He is a failed politician in Parliament, and he's now claiming to be this wonderful mayor of Manchester. Well, I look at his achievements in Manchester and I don't think they stack up. So I think the Labour Party in 2 years has done terminal damage to the economy. They don't know what they're doing. None of them have got any real life experience. And if Andy Burnham gets anywhere near power, he will just accelerate the decline. And I think the good people of Makerfield have got an incredible opportunity to send a radical message to the people who are in charge of the country to say we've had enough. It's a by-election, and if they return Rebecca to Parliament, to the Green Benches, then we see, I think, the seismic change that is necessary, and we can start to see this mass movement of British people who decide they've had enough, they want their country back, and they're going to actually get involved. And to me, the most exciting thing here is we had 1,200 people turned up last Saturday. We've had a huge number of people today for this final push. And in Norfolk, where we won all the county council elections in Great Yarmouth and a borough council seat as well, we had vast numbers of people turning out as well. Now, that's the story which the media hasn't covered. Instead, they call us far-right lunatics. Well, it's rubbish.
I mean, we've had this, haven't we? You're far right, you're dangerous. Common sense, it threatens the establishment. Let's talk about something else that threatens the establishment. The rape gang inquiry. We have seen national newspapers silent, broadcasters silent. We saw ITV's Good Morning Britain tell Sammy Woodhouse that she could not reference the ethnicity of the person that raped her. This is what we're up against, Rupert. What do you say to the establishment who are throwing everything to try and smear you? I would argue it's actually just supporting your movement because it's showing exactly how rotten this establishment is.
Well, it's not just me. So there were 20,000 people who funded the rape gang inquiry, crowdfunded it. And they are concerned people, and some of them didn't have a lot of money, but they gave as much as they could afford because I think everybody could see there was something wrong. And Nigel Farage promised a rape gang inquiry with me sitting next to him in the chamber and then took all the plaudits for it and then singularly failed to deliver it. So we decided to do it. It's been a lot of hard work. But what we've uncovered and the bravery of the victims and the heinous crimes of the perpetrators of these rape gangs is so bad, and it's happening on such a wide-scale basis that, to your point, the establishment should take this very seriously. But there have been, I think, systemic failures going back 30, 40, 50 years, and it's grown and grown like an uncontrolled virus. And I think dealing with it now is incredibly difficult for people who've been sitting virtue signalling in Parliament, virtue signalling in local government, putting power ahead of right and wrong, the judiciary, which has made some extremely bad judgments, the legal profession, which has made a fortune out of this. As I've said in the past, to put it into perspective, we raised 600,000. We still have money left after the production of that report to pursue private prosecutions, which we intend to do because the state's not done enough about it. The J report alone cost the taxpayer 186 million. So I see money being wasted. I see no final outcome. We're seeing it with the COVID inquiry. I see it on the Public Accounts Committee where I sit. The waste is just off the scale. And the sooner people wake up to the fact that central planning doesn't work, never has, never will, and will lead us over the cliff, and the sooner people get behind what we're doing and actually say, I want my country back, the better. But the rape gang, to your point, is probably the worst scandal in British history, with the most vulnerable people in our society being systemically abused on a huge scale by largely Pakistani Muslims, and nobody's done anything about it for fear of being called racist. Well, it's just frankly not good enough.
I completely agree with you. As a mother, it's absolutely broken my heart to read this, but to know it's still going on. For anyone that isn't aware of Restore, how would you sum up Restore in one sentence? Because I believe you are our future, and I'm not racist, I'm not far right, I am a mother that is concerned and have common sense. But how would you sum up Restore?
Well, what I would say to people is, I think we are what we appear to be. So we are increasingly concerned citizens, not far-right bigots, not lunatics, not dangerous people as the mainstream media is now accusing us of, having ignored us for the thick end of a year. They're now all over us like a cheap suit, but in a very unpleasant way. So I think they're part of this organized criminal destruction of Britain. And I'm hoping that the British people will be able to see through that, and they will see that we are a genuine opportunity to vote for real change. But that threatens vested interests, that threatens power, that threatens a lot of people who've got vast sort of platforms, media platforms and everything else, and who are making vast amounts of money. In the end, it all goes to money. And when the British people voted to leave the European Union, they weren't interested in money. They were interested in their freedom and a sovereign parliament in Westminster and accountable government. So I think we've all got to coalesce around this view. We want our country back. We're not going to allow this malign leadership to continue. And if we show it in big enough numbers, we will get our country back. But we have to do it by 29. I have to tell you, it may be too late now. I'm hoping it won't be, but it certainly will be if the Labour government goes on the way they are, and we go on perpetrating the kind of evil that's flourished under this do-gooding, lightweight sort of establishment. It will be too late. So we've all got to stand up if we want the country back. And you're seeing our best people leave now. I mean, the young, the most able, the sort of rainmakers, people who are going to create wealth, people who are going to employ people, people who are going to lead us in this technological revolution in AI and various other cutting-edge technologies. And we've just seen Elon Musk, float his business for the most incredible amount of money because he's ahead of the curve. He's the world's most prominent entrepreneur. He's also somebody who spent 44 billion on X and has created a free speech platform. Without that, it would be very difficult to do what we're doing. So credit where it's due. He deserves huge credit. And it's up to people now. It can't happen if a few lone voices like mine speak. We need everybody to speak. And I think what's so exciting is that does appear to be happening.
Well, Rupert, you have got Outspoken viewers that are watching you. And just a reminder, Outspoken viewers, you would not see Rupert Lowe on GB News. You wouldn't see him on Talk. They pretend to be independent, but I would argue they are very much establishment. So keep watching for more developments. And Rupert, thank you so much for your time.
Pleasure. We should say it's a disgrace that the BBC, which is a national monopoly funded by a compulsory licence fee, has not mentioned our rape gang inquiry. I find that incredible.
But also, let's look at how many predators have they paid, enabled, amplified and protected. So outside viewers, take this as a reminder that if you are paying for a TV licence, may I please ask you to cancel it and back Rupert Lowe and Restore instead. Back to the studio.
Thank you so much to Lauren the Insider and Rupert Lowe, who was campaigning in Makerfield today. But this just in from Andy Burnham, the Labour candidate, who has posted a huge thanks to the people of Makerfield constituency for your patience and good humour over the last 5 weeks. My thanks to the many volunteers who came up to support my campaign. We ran a very positive one and can be proud of it. Because look, we've spoken a lot about the battle of the right so far, but we cannot forget that today will also reshape British politics and the entire left and likely lead to a new Prime Minister. So with me in the studio, alongside our outspoken election analyst, Connor Tomlinson, the brilliant independent broadcaster, the Mike Graham show host, Mike Graham, is Fahima Mohamed of the Green Party. And Fahima, what has been absolutely fascinating to me with this election is that the Greens seem to be quite happy to let Andy Burnham win. Is that because there is already a stitch-up going on, given you know that he is going to be moving this party to the left? You know he is going to bring in proportional representation. You know there have already been talks between Team Tit Whisperer and Team Burnham.
Oh, wow. That's so much to take in. Let's talk about the fight of the right, I think. That's more exciting. But when it comes to the left, I'm more centre-left, and I do feel that people do not want to see reform coming in, so they have stepped back a little bit from the Green Party in order to make sure that Andy Burnham does come in. But there has been quite a few Green candidates that are still standing, and they still feel that they are now part of the actual conversation, which was never before. It hasn't split anything. If anything, it's actually created sort of the, I would say, collaboration that we need.
Yeah, so there's a dirty deal.
It's not a dirty deal. You can call it whatever you want, but I would say it's still better than what Reform and Restore are getting up to, because I think, there should be more collaboration, and it should be where they have similar sort of like policies, similar ideas. So if anything, they should really collaborate. But, you know, we are a democracy. We can have as many parties as we want. We can have as many candidates as we want. I just think that there's a lot of scream for change and wanting your country back when everyone has what they have already. We have a predominantly white English country where everybody is there.
How terrible!
It's not terrible.
How terrible!
You're putting words in my mouth, and it is going to be for long because I feel that.
So for
it's
him,
just
you're
a
literally denying
scaremongering.
demographic change.
Sorry.
Connor, come in.
Do you know, I've got twins on the way, right? Due in October. Would you like to tell me when they're going to be a minority in their own generation? Do you know what year? No,
I don't
you
know.
No, you don't know. You don't know. So when you're going to deny it?
No,
when
because
deny it-
I've heard the actual sort of like presumptions and assumptions in 20 sort of like,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
not
know,
true.
30 or whatever.
It's 2031. The reason
There
is...
you go. So I have heard
The reason is the white British birth share was 66% in 2007. Last year it was 53%. When you map out that trajectory of change, they're going to be a minority in their own generation
whose fault
in
is
5
that?
years.
Whose fault
Politicians,
is that?
of course.
Politicians?
Yeah, because they brought all these people here. These people shouldn't be here.
That's got nothing to do with that. If people are reproducing, if they are getting together, getting married, follow the Christian faith properly, then maybe
No, I agree
this
with that.
country might actually, you know, live up to what it actually fights for.
Yes, but even
that's what I
if
feel.
if we had
always
a birth
blaming
rate-
the other.
No, if we had a birth rate problem, we could solve that within ourselves. Cultural problem left to our own devices. But we can't recover from a demographic revolution if other ethnic groups, other religions are having many more children and therefore are just replacing our population.
So you
We should
want
be
to
able
have a cut on that? You want to have some sort of like, you know, like in China, maybe
No, these people shouldn't be here.
people shouldn't be here. Well, you know what? At the end of the day, you can have that view, and that's absolutely fine. But again, that is not the reason why this is happening. I think it's a
This
very
is the
small
reason-
minority.
this is the
Well, if
This
they're
is
born-
just
if they're gonna
blame
be
the
born-
other.
If they're going to be born in London, they're already a minority because unfortunately London is now a minority white English city, right?
Yes.
But can I just also point out the reason you're not hearing much from the Greens up in Makerfield is that their original candidate, who was a guy called Chris Kennedy, had to withdraw from the race, citing family reasons. But it turned out that it wasn't actually family reasons that he withdrew from the race. It was because of a series of anti-Semitic posts that he made on
He called the
social
Golders
media.
Green
He
account
called-
false flags.
He
didn't
called it total bullshit to keep the false flag flying, amongst many other things that he said. So I'm afraid your party, likes to select people who seem to be a bit anti-Semitic.
Well, to be fair, if he's pulled out, that actually shows that something's been done. When we have other candidates in other parties, when there have been accusations, they've been pulled back in, or if they are claiming themselves that they're sexist and
Like
against
who?
women, then even the actual
Like who? Well, that's
the
not the same as
reform
being
the reform
anti-Semitic.
candidate,
No, but
the
what you
reform
said-
candidate.
well, that's-
So at the end of the day,
you're talking
no
about
one
anti-Semitism.
condones that. No one condones
So
that.
is he still a member of the Green Party, this guy?
But at the end of the day,
Is
I
he still
don't
a
know.
member?
I don't know.
You don't
I'm not
know.
the policy maker.
Well, you're
I'm not
coming
the
to talk
actual
about the
leader.
Makerfield by-election.
Yeah,
Shouldn't
but
you
I
have
don't
looked
know
that
if
up?
he's actually the
Why do
member.
you not know?
If he is a member, that's something that they
Well,
will
shouldn't
have
he
to
be
do.
kicked out of the
I am
party?
not in
Right,
charge.
but do you think he
Okay.
should, right, but do you think he should be kicked out of
If
the
there
party?
is
Do you want to be-
investigation,
do you want
if
to
there
be-
is relevant
Well,
investigation, why
you
don't you
don't
let me
even-
answer?
you don't
You just
need-
want to
well,
talk
because
over me.
I want you
Look,
to
at the
answer
end
the
of I
question.
am answering the question. I
Do
said
you
if
think he
there
should be
is
kicked out of the party? Yes or no?
I said you don't get to answer my question. I'm going to answer it the way I want. And what I'm trying to say is, if there is genuine investigation that he's anti-Semitic,
There's what
then
he
that's the
said.
difference.
Well, there's what he
okay?
said, all right? You wanna
okay?
read it?
Look, you can go
It's a
on
piece
and
of
on
The
as what you
Guardian.
want. Why don't we talk about the Reform Party
Because
and
I'm
how
asking you
he
about-
is?
I'm not in
I
the
am
Reform
just saying.
Party. You're in the Green Party,
I am
right?
just saying.
You're in the
If
Green
if he's
Party.
in the Green Party,
Right,
they have taken
he's
out
anti-Jewish.
other members who were anti-Semitic. If they were found that way.
Well,
So
he
if
said that the-
if he is, I don't listen to tabloids. If they're
It's
going
The
to have
Guardian. It's not a tabloid,
investigations,
it's The Guardian.
if they are going to listen to investigations, you can, we can make that decision, and you can laugh
So
all
you
you
think
want.
he should
At
still
the
be
end
in
of
the
the day.
party?
Well, you can put words in my mouth if you want.
Well,
I'm
I
not
asked
going
you
to
whether you
answer.
think he should be
I'm not
thrown
going to
out.
answer your question because I'm not
Okay,
investigating it.
okay.
If I was
Fine, don't answer
investigating
it.
it, it would be a
Right.
different story. Okay,
Okay.
I am
Connor,
not investigating
Why are you
it.
laughing?
Because it's the back and forth is just hilarious.
Of course it's hilarious because at the end of the day, you cannot blame yourselves and your own culture, but you want to blame others, okay? That's the only excuse that everyone has
That's
on the
not what I
right.
said, though.
That's exactly what you said.
No, it
People
doesn't.
shouldn't be here. Whether we're
What I
here or
said-
not, we're not telling you to stop making babies. We're not telling you to stop reproducing. We're not telling you anything. And this is the
Actually, quite a few
democracy.
people are, but,
This is a
what-
democracy.
What,
This
well,
is
it's
the
not.
West.
It's not democracy if we voted for the last 50 years, since 1974, for less migration have been punished with millions of third worlders instead. So no, it's not.
That is just nonsense, and that is just yes, it is.
6 million in the last 6 years.
Yes, it is.
6 million in the last.
That is
6
absolute
years.
nonsense.
It was not nonsense. That's just on the ONS.
No, I don't really believe all the statistics that you're actually stating right now.
Okay, well, you can just say that you disagree with facts, and then we can just not have a conversation, I suppose. But the point was, Brexit was voted for in order to have less immigration. Instead, we had record numbers of immigration with a completely different composition. Instead, I for one did not want to, trade the Polish plumbers for 250,000 Indians, 90,000 Pakistanis, about 100,000 Nigerians every single year. The same level of legal migration that America gets in a country the size of New York State. I didn't want that. The people that voted against it didn't want that. They've imposed upon them anyway. If you want to insist that's a democracy, well, then you will find yourself without a democracy if people keep voting for something and not getting it.
Well, I think that whenever anyone comes into government, even Restore or Reform, they will find that they have to be there for everyone, regardless of their ethnicity or background. So you can try as much as you want to change the law. It will be very difficult, especially in a country like this.
That's not
if
true.
you want to
Parliamentary
be,
majority, you
if
can change
you
the law as much as you like.
you want to be like Saudi Arabia, then yes, that's probably what you're asking for, is to be authoritarian
I want to be
and
like
to have
Britain
one
before
ethnicity. That's what
1997.
it is. That's how it is. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, we never go backwards. We only go forwards. And in a country like this, and as it is, it's not happening the way you want,
Quick
as much
question.
as you want that.
What happened in Pakistan in the 1940s?
I don't know. I wasn't born.
Okay. Did they keep all the British people in Pakistan?
Like I said, why are you
No,
comparing
hang on.
countries that is not the same as the West?
Hang on, because the principle
They have a different
is-
system.
Yeah, no, they had a different system when they were under colonial rule. They didn't like the people that were imposed upon them. The main population said, we do not feel represented by our political system, we would like independence, and we would like all of the people that have been imposed upon us to leave. That happened in the 40s. They didn't go only forwards, they went backwards to ruling the country themselves. That is what they consider.
But that is
forwards.
Pakistan.
Yeah.
This is the UK.
Yes, it is
and
the
I
UK.
don't see that ever happening.
And I would like to apply the same principle.
Well, if that's what you're voting for, that's what you're fighting for, good luck. I don't think that will ever happen.
Okay, there is another major political issue that we need to talk about when we've got you here, Fahima, and that is in regards to a civil war within the Green Party, which has been underreported because I guess we've been very focused on Andy Burnham versus Slippery Starmer and Restore Britain versus Reform UK. But indeed, this Islamist versus Zionist fight within the Green Party is seeing Zach Polanski, the tit whisperer, actual name Dave Paulden, isn't it, Mike?
Dave Paulden.
Dave Paulden.
Call me Dave.
Yeah, call me Dave. Well, I'm sorry, everyone said Tommy Robinson, real name Stephen Yaxon,
Yeah.
Lennon, so come on, let's do it. And Mothan Ali, your deputy leader. Now, actually, Noah Hoffman of The Spectator has gone into this today. I just want to show you her post, and then I'll let you respond, Fahima, because fascinated to know what's really going on. But she has reported in The Spectator today, as Keir Starmer struggles to keep his crown, another leadership battle is raging. Away from the media spotlight, there is a struggle for the future of the Green Party between its various official special interest groups and its leader, Zach Polanski. On one side, Polanski and his officials are at least trying to appear to be dealing with allegations of anti-Semitism and extremism within the party. On the other, a powerful affiliate group, the Global Majority Greens, is accusing its leader of creating a hierarchy of racism with allegations of anti-Semitism taken more seriously than other complaints. Polanski, it claims, has failed to be truly anti-racist because he has not backed the ethnic minority Greens who have been suspended over alleged anti-Jewish rhetoric. Most extraordinarily of all, it believes the Greens, yes, the Greens, are too pro-Zionist. Crucially, and this is where things get really bloody messy, the group is formally backed by Mothan Ali, who serves both as deputy leader of the party and GMG treasurer. Ali has endorsed official reports compiled by the GMG accusing Polanski of a litany of crimes against racial justice. In private WhatsApp groups, documents and Zoom calls leaked to The Spectator, Ali's disdain for his boss's conduct is plain. Included in the leaks is a scathing draft GMG report that will be presented at the Green Party AGM later this month. It accuses Polanski and his team of performing anti-racism without putting it into practice. The report, which covers the first year of Polanski's leadership, condemns a serious governance problem inseparable from institutional racism. Specifically, it criticises the party for suspending members accused of anti-Semitism, even though in most cases the evidence of anti-Semitism is clear-cut. This is a disaster. Your leader and deputy leader are at war. You have no desire to deal with the anti-Semites in your party. And Fahima, I put it to you, you're over because you're at 9% in the polls.
I don't think we're over. I think we're just getting started. And I do feel that there is going to be some, obviously, disruption within the party because at the end of the day, we're always going to see that with every party. We've seen it before where even Zia's Yusuf left and came back. We've seen it with many other sort of
so
like
is it
places.
safe to assume that you back Mothan Ali as a Muslim woman rather than Zach Polanski, the Jewish man?
I don't. But it's no such thing as backing anyone particular. And I don't back people because of faith. I don't back people because of any sort of culture. People see me in that way, but I certainly don't.
Okay, but these two are at war, so who do you back then?
I don't know the actual ins and outs. If I was to investigate,
I've just told you.
Even if you say that, I feel that whoever is there for everyone is what's important. I'm not here. I'm not here to say.
Waffle. What do you mean? Come on, Fahima, you're a straight
I
talker.
really do feel that when we talk about anti-Semitism, that has to be cleared firstly, because criticizing Israel's government, for example, is not anti-Semitic. So we need to be clear about what is really being said about anti-Semitism. I don't think that, majority of Muslims actually are against the Jewish people. And if they are, then I'm not with them as a Muslim. Okay? So that's how I feel. So even I stand on the edge knife of this. And I would like to know the full details when it comes to something like this. I do not just follow people because they're from my faith. There's a lot of people that I call out from my faith. And I'm quite okay with that.
Okay, but there's a civil war. Who do you back?
Polanski, for example,
Ali?
the
I will
Green
back
Party
the
is
majority,
too Zionist,
and at the
do you think it's too Zionist, the Green Party?
I don't think it's too Zionist or not Zionist. I think everyone has a specific view of anti-Semitism, which is not correct. And I do feel that we are allowed to criticize the government.
Yeah, but Mothin Ali.
That's what it is. If he wants to take over and he's got a thing, I do still stand with Zach Polanski. I do feel that he is a man who's fair and he's for everyone. I don't want to be in a party that's just for one particular group. I'm not there because it's only Muslims. I'm not there because it's from a particular background. I don't even have a background which majority of this country of Muslims belong to. I'm born and raised in South Africa. So at the end of the day, I do not follow that way. And I don't think anything should be sectarianism. I think the right thing to do is in this country, it should be for everyone, whether it's the right that just wants, their own ethno-nationalists. I think that's incorrect. Or where I think the left that wants a particular group either. I think that's incorrect.
But Zach Polanski said, didn't he, famously, that people from the right should not be part of society.
I don't believe that.
Well, he said it.
He'd said it on
did say
camera.
I don't. I like to know the actual context. I think if it's an extreme right Nazi or the far right,
That's how it is. Extreme right Nazi.
Right.
So that's
you
how
think
it is.
extreme right Nazis shouldn't be part of society then?
I don't think that anyone should be part. In that way. I cannot say no one should be part of society.
Okay. But Fahima, you're a straight talker.
I am a straight talker.
Who should be the leader of the Green Party, Zach Polanski or Mothin Ali?
I like Zach Polanski. I think he's really, showing up for everyone. And I think that he really does talk where I think where we can see, the future and the change. And I think he will represent
Do you have a problem
everyone.
that he's a champagne socialist who didn't pay his tax?
That was covered.
That was
covered.
He didn't pay the tax on his houseboat.
It was a houseboat. It was a houseboat that he hardly stayed in. It was an admin issue, and he did say that he corrected that.
Would he give the same grace to somebody else accused of the same thing? Because I would highly doubt that, actually.
I think anyone wouldn't. I mean, look at now. Everyone's at each other's throats, making accusations because of desperation.
Okay, look, I want to talk about the right. Let me just actually remind you where we're at, because, of course, we are waiting for this vote in a historic by-election that will determine the future of the British right and also the future of the country. Who will be the next Prime Minister? Counting is underway in Wigan for the Makerfield by-election, with Andy Burnham battling Rob Kenyon of Reform UK and Rebecca Shepherd of Restore Britain. Now, actually, when we're looking at our live poll today, it's pretty clear that at this point you're going for... Oh, gosh, I've just spilled my drink. You're going for Rebecca Shepherd with 66% of the vote compared to Robert Kenyon with 30% and Andy Burnham with 4%. But this is the message that Carl Benjamin of the Lotus Eaters has sent to Nigel Farage Reform and every Reform supporter before the result is announced. Watch this.
If Reform loses, it's your own fucking fault, Nigel. You did it. He was your MP. You just couldn't bear to be dragged to the right, to the position we actually need to be in to solve any of the problems. And you thought, I can politically assassinate him, and it didn't work. You stepped on this rake yourself. You made this rod for your own back. You made this wonderful little bed of lies, and now you can get fucked in it.
I mean, Mike Graham, he has a point, doesn't he?
Well, you know, it's
there would be no Restore Britain if Nigel had just allowed Rupert to have a big role within Reform UK.
But you know as well as I do that there's more to it than that. You know, the people who have a problem with Rupert Lowe say that he's a very difficult guy to work with. People have said that in the past. It's not just about whether he was in Reform being a problem. He was a problem in all the other places.
Good people can sometimes be difficult to work with.
But I think we have to make that point, though, you know. And the point is that, as you saw again, whenever Rupert Lowe's interviewed, you know, he's the one that drags it all up. He's the one that says, you know, they tried to put me in prison. They tried to get the police to arrest me. They came to my house. They took my guns. You know, move on, for heaven's sake. You know, if he...
I would be pretty pissed off about that.
Yeah, you could be pissed off. But, you know, it happened a long time ago now. You know, I mean, I got divorced years ago. I don't bang on about it every time anybody asks me about women. So I think the point is that, you know, Rupert Lowe needs to grow up a little bit as well. And I think the point is, as I said before, we've all got to be very careful. You know, I'm not sitting here as a cheerleader for Nigel Farage.
Yes.
Nigel Farage is an ordinary human being who, by his own admission, has made plenty of mistakes in his life. You know, he's gambled an awful lot of his money away. He's had plenty of women that he may or may not have consulted with.
He was also anti-Semitic and racist and
all
of that as well.
I'd like to see the context of that before you carry on with that.
Really?
But that's another story.
Yeah, exactly. See, same difference.
So you've said Rupert Lowe.
No, it's Nigel.
Nigel Farage was anti-Semitic. What, you're talking about
at school?
I thought you didn't like those tabloid allegations.
You were saying, I'm just trying to throw it back at you because it's the same thing.
Yeah, but I'm not defending him because I'm not a member. Unlike you.
I'm not defending anyone either. You were putting things in my mouth
not
because you
funny.
couldn't get a one answer that you preferred.
Well, you're a member of the Green Party, so it's your job to defend the Green Party.
It's not my job to do anything like that. I've actually been quite fair.
All right.
I've actually been really fair,
I'm not a member of any
political
party, so you can attack me as much as you want.
I'm not attacking you. I'm just giving it back as you are giving it to me.
Okay, look, I'm gonna listen to Pamela Marie 1974 on the super chat, who says, please let Connor talk. We're on Substack having a great chat going, but Connor can't contribute. So Connor, over to you.
I'm sure that's my mum's alternative account.
No, it's just everyone's fault according to Connor. Everyone else's fault. The migrants, everyone else.
You're going to annoy Pamela if you don't let Connor speak.
Wonderful, excellent yapping. Thank you.
Oh, please.
Correct.
Start laughing.
With Carl is correct there. Restore wouldn't exist if Z. Yusuf hadn't thought it was a great idea to call the police on Rupert Lowe and expel him from the party, coinciding with some conspicuous and largely inflated bullying allegations. If Farage was more politically savvy, he would have kept Rupert in and had him as the furthest right wing of Reform, because then that would have retained the faith of the online right that he likes to disparage. He would have done the Trump strategy of you don't disavow your own base, you don't try and police your own membership. Instead, you build as big a tent possible. And anytime the media tries to dredge someone up that isn't an executive member of the party and try and hit you with something that they say, you just say, well, no, they're following me. I'm not following them.
Yeah, but the thing about Trump, though, is that he kicks people out on a regular basis, quite frankly, all the time. You know, and you know, they go away and they come back. The point with Rupert Lowe is that his track record is that he has fallen out with people at Southampton Football Club. He's fallen out with people when he worked at the City. All of the people that he used to work with have never asked him to come back in. So there's clearly an issue there, and I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I don't know him, right? But certainly in my small dealings with him on Twitter, you know, he does seem to have a very thin skin, and he gets very wound up by people like me without me even trying.
Some of that's a team, I will say.
But the bigger issue, though, Mike, is that that doesn't matter. This is the problem
Well,
here.
no, it does
is
matter.
for
If
reform.
but if you're saying that reform was stupid to deal with him in the way that they did, you have to also add in the fact that they were all a bit stupid, quite frankly, and they've all left themselves now holding the baby.
So
I mean, Fahima, this is your dream, isn't it?
Yes,
this is your dream.
I love it.
Because the right is killing each other.
I know.
And that is going to allow you to come through the middle, your dirty deal with Labour.
Oh, please.
And what, presumably Polanski as a Deputy Prime Minister to Andy Burnham, is that the dream?
Could be. I think they were talking beforehand anyway.
Yeah,
and I
they
do
were.
feel that even, there was even Advance UK, Ben Habib, who really tried hard to get with Rupert Lowe. But I think, they just ethno-nationalists, which is fine. But at least
Define that,
admit
please.
who you are, that you just want white Christians in this country. That's
That's
it.
not what anyone
so
said.
I just feel that that's how it is, and that's what comes
but that's
across.
not what anyone said, though.
So it doesn't matter what you've said; it's what you put out there and what it is. And when you say you want to take your country back,
what I put
you
out there is what I
have,
say.
you
It's
got, you
how I make a living.
you have your country. What do you
I
need
don't
it
have
back
my
front?
country.
You have your country. This
Okay,
is your
Fahima,
country.
Fahima,
But the thing is, you
Fahima,
can't
what
accept
about
that
what
this is
OK
also my country.
5286?
No,
That's
it's
the
not.
problem.
Okay, what
That's
about
the problem.
Fahima,
Exactly.
Fahima,
Exactly.
OK 5286 says to you, why would white British people want to have children in this country, given the recent report from Lowe? They're talking about the rape gang inquiry. I don't hear you talking about that. I don't hear Polanski talking about that. I don't hear Mohsen Ali talking about that. I put it to you, Fahima, that when it's Pakistani Muslim men raping white women or girls on an industrial scale, all of a sudden, your mouth
That is nonsense.
You love
That's
speaking about
absolutely-
Epstein, don't you? But you don't like speaking about the Pakistani Muslim rape gangs.
I speak about everyone, and I call everyone out, including my own community. And when it actually happened, there were over 500 mosques and imams and the thousands that condemned this. We just don't hear it in the news. We don't really ever talk about this. There were groups that were even having, lots of community meetings against this. So I'm not from that culture. I do not know exactly what they actually did, but what I'm saying is, if you're going to call out ethnicity, you're going to call out, background, do it for everyone. That's all I'm saying, not just one particular group and make it like it's only that. That's what I'm trying to say. We always have a double standard and a selective outrage. I'm outraged about everyone. Don't tell me that I have not seen
outrage in modern British
And it's
history.
absolutely
and
horrendous.
the British Bashing
Nobody
Corporation
agrees
haven't run
with
a
it.
word about it. Your party has not spoken about this rape gang inquiry report. That is
Have
a
you
disgrace.
spoken to anyone else except for me? Maybe if you were actually doing
No, I've
something.
been waiting for it. I've been tracking it. Rupert Lowe's been tracking it. Not a
please.
word from the BBC. Not a word from the Green
so that
Party.
we
If you
all
can find
agree,
it.
we all this. Everyone has spoken about it. Everyone condemns it. There
Show
is no
me.
such thing.
Show
There is no
me
such
Mohsen
thing.
Ali talking about the rape gang inquiry
How can
report.
that be something that you are going to use as to politicize those victims who deserve much more than just someone like yourself or anyone else in any party to use
want
it?
politicized.
And they themselves have gone against reform and even Restore to say that they have just been used.
Who?
When this first came out, I have seen the victims that have spoken out and said that. Even when it came to the United Kingdom, and one lady was there standing to say that I was also, groomed and raped, but they weren't just Pakistani, they were also English. She was booed out and she was taken out of the field because no one wants to hear the full story. Unfortunately, these men should not exist at all in my sort of like eyes. But at the same time, who is I don't know, any religion, person, human, or anyone with moral value that will actually agree with this. The only thing that I don't agree with is why only pick on one ethnicity group? Why only call that out? Why is it that
Because
it's
it's the only
always
one
when it
that's
comes...
been that well organised and that completely...
No, it hasn't.
Yes,
In fact, there is
I'm
loads of
afraid so.
others that is the
No, there
same.
aren't. There is nothing
Yes, there
else.
is.
No,
I have
there is
seen
nothing
others
else. Are you gonna let me
exactly the
speak?
same.
Are you going to let me speak?
It is exactly the same as everyone else.
There is no other single ethnic group, and that would include white British men, who
That's
have been
nonsense.
involved in that kind of mass organised raping of women consistently, repeatedly, and over a period of years. That hasn't happened in any other community.
Well, like I said, no one
hasn't.
agrees with that. And I have
What?
no problem
The
with
Pakistani
calling out
community
that
do
they
agree
are
with that.
Pakistanis or Muslim. If that's who they are, it's an absolute disgrace. They don't even deserve to be called a Muslim. It is against everything. In fact, in any Muslim country, they would be, the most horrific punishment, okay? And everyone knows this. No one condones that. Oh, please. There you come again. That's not true. And you start laughing. I mean, I don't understand where you get your things off. At the end of the day, you just are an ethno-nationalist. Let me just say.
You haven't defined that. I don't use that term.
I have defined it.
No, you haven't actually. It's not true because the legal age of consent in various Muslim countries is about the age at which the girls are, picked up from care homes and brutally raped by these Pakistani drug gangs. And the problem is the people do not condemn it. Like the overwhelming majority.
They do.
No, but no, should. No,
they
do and should are different.
They do.
Do and should are different. There is one particularly brave chap called Mohammed Shafiq, and he runs the Ramadan Foundation. He's been made a pariah by the Pakistani community. He wrote a piece in 2016 for the Daily Mail. And he said the British Pakistani community knows this is going on, but they stick their head in the sand because they don't want to be seen as siding with the white enemy. The same is in reports from the Muslim Women's Network in 2013, the same from Taj Hargay. The Pakistan same interviews with Yasmin Alibhai-Brown, who I'm sure you know. The Pakistani community knows this is going on, and they think the girls deserve it because they're white and they dress immodestly. These are quotes from left-wing journalists.
Well, if don't look think me, like that,
don't
if
look
they
me in the
think
eye
like that,
and
it's
say
disgusting.
This is nonsense. Yeah, but they do. They do, and they're here. And this is why people are
That's
focused on it. This is why people are focused on it because they don't need to. This is entirely optional. All the white rapists that are natives to this country should be hung tomorrow, but that doesn't mean we need to bring more in. That means the ones that are here that do not need to be here should go to keep our children safe. And
well, not everyone that comes here are actually criminals, okay?
When did I say that?
So I'm just saying it. I didn't say you said it. I'm just saying that because a lot of people say that.
No, it's been pretty
and
easily
I do
defined,
feel,
actually. The people who do come here and involve themselves in this kind of behaviour from Pakistan are from a very small part of Pakistan. They're actually from a very tiny part.
Yeah, and if there is a problem, then yes, we do need to be tougher. And I think Shabana Mahmood has actually taken steps to do that.
She wants to create more safe and legal routes for these countries.
But even still, that means that they can be vetted. And
No,
if anything,
they're
they won't just
sponsored
come in
by
and
the
they won't
charities that
be.
will give them cover.
But I do feel that the process is definitely flawed. I do think that we do need to be stricter. We need to have much better, judgment. And when it comes to the Home Office and when it comes to, faster processes, I've always argued that. I've always said we don't even have the right amount of people that are here to even make that kind of judgment as judges. People talk about, skilled workers. Why are we not getting that? Why are we not seeing that? Why are we not having enough children in this country from the white population? Why are we not having enough skilled people from that? Why are we complaining that white boys are even undereducated or not having any of that kind of things because of DEI? It's got nothing to do with that. Let's take your own accountability. Take responsibility
you can't take
yourself.
your own accountability if you fire off hundreds of job applications and you're put to the bottom of the pile.
That's not happening.
It is.
No, it's not.
It genuinely is.
It actually
no,
is,
it isn't.
When did you graduate university, by the way?
Sorry?
When did you graduate university, by the way? So you don't... So
a few years ago.
Yeah, quite a few years ago, I imagine, compared to the brand new young white British graduates who are entering the job market after COVID.
No, because I've done 2-3 degrees, so that's why I've done
initially
10 years
when you
ago.
had to get your first job as a graduate is what I'm asking.
Yes.
Yes. So quite a few years ago, different environment. You were favoured legally, right?
No.
Wasn't quite as intensive at the time.
If you look at some of the statistics, it says when you have a minority name, you're less likely to be called up for an interview. So those are also statistics that are out there.
True. That was
that
a
is
study
true.
that was ages ago.
No, but it is true even up till now.
No, it isn't, because if you saw immediately, especially in the largest corporations in the States that obviously have their headquarters here, you see that 92% of the jobs were given to non-white people in the immediate aftermath of BLM. And then recently there was a study by the Centre for Social Justice. I know people have been quibbling with the methodology, but for every one white British person, 27 non-EU immigrants were hired in just the last couple of years. So that ratio is legally enshrined because you have an incentive, one, to get cheap foreign labour, obviously, because the large corporations that lobby to bring them in would like to drive down labour costs, but two, it's because in the Companies Act, in the Equality Act, in order for these companies to get subsidies via ESG scores, they have to discriminate against the white native population.
I don't believe that, and I don't think.
David Lammy believes it.
I don't think that is true, because I work. When it comes to people that are working in the grassroots and the front line, everything. When you see there are still 100,000 vacancies in the actual NHS, there's 20,000 nurses that are also there. No, they're not. And at the same time, I really do feel that if people were actually getting themselves into education or training or apprenticeships and actually working, there is a difference policing culture. And I do feel that sometimes the migrants or people that come from a foreign country, they do try to work harder and
It's
they
not
do
happening.
get there. And one minute
it's
they
happening
are
because you're
there,
better.
one minute they are there, sucking the welfare. The other moment they are, taking all the jobs, and then the other moment they are, basically paying for all this, university fees. Like, which one is it?
I'll tell you what it is,
And
okay?
we are still the minority
I'll tell you what it is.
taking over the entire of the UK. That is absolutely ridiculous. Take accountability and responsibility.
I'll tell you a story.
We
and
don't
then
have
you
time
can-
for a story.
Yeah, we have got time. It's not your show.
I'm just
We've
saying.
got plenty of time for a story.
No one has the time
Oh,
for a
yeah,
story.
There are
actually.
3 nurses who were hired to work in the NHS. They came from Nigeria, right? And this was told to me by a Border Force security guard who was at the airport when they arrived. They all had visas to come into work. They were all getting good jobs in the NHS, where they were going to be paid about £35,000 each a year. They each had a husband and they each had 5 children. 21 people coming into Britain to have 3 of them work, and the rest were going to be supported by the state. And that's the reality. And that's what we can't afford.
What, you're going to give one case study and you think it's all of them?
Well, I'm giving you an
on.
example of what happens. When
Please.
people come here to work, they bring their families, and their families inevitably become a drain on the state. Simple.
Yes, indeed. Well, look, fascinating discussion. I think it is
Yeah,
really
keep blaming the
important
other.
that today we have discussed Rupert Lowe's rape gang inquiry and Fahima Mohamed. You know, I'm always delighted because the thing about Outspoken, all parties are welcome. We will have these robust conversations, but obviously the Green Party ain't winning tonight. We are now going to cross to Lauren the Insider, who is back on the ground in Makerfield with 2 of the big campaigners for Restore Britain, Lucy White and young Bob. They've both been quite controversial over the past few days too. Over to you, Lauren.
Dan, I am sat here with young Bob. Young Bob, welcome to Outspoken.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see you're branching out into late night election cycles. It's really good because, of course, whenever I'm studying elections, it's only the establishment media, so it's good to see a diversification aspect.
Well, what more do you expect from the UK's leading independent news show, where we are totally uncensored, unbiased and unfiltered? So I want to have a chat with you on that premise. What happened? We've seen some shocking footage that's come out regarding, from what I've seen, stand up to racism seemed to attack you. And I can see you've got some bruises, scratches, you've got a kind of a bad bruise on your nose. What went on?
Yeah, so what I saw in real time is the Unholy Alliance. So a gang of foreign thugs descending on me, attacking me, just simply because I was talking about reversing the unprecedented demographic change in this country. And what was egging them on was 2 very prevalent stand-up to racism activists, one of them who held me down as the lads were trying to attack me, and the other just chanting and I believe filming the entire event as well. One of them has been arrested, and some guy leaked the secret press release from Stand Up to Racism Manchester branch, and they didn't at all condemn the violence. They were just, we didn't have an official capacity in that attack, and that I was a far-right agitator, almost trying to justify the actions of some vigilante. And that's what we see with sort of political tribalism currently in the political spectrum. We have politics in a bubble. No one's really speaking to each other. No one really understands why we believe in each other's beliefs, and that causes a lot of discontent and civil unrest.
Please be careful when you're out, because they have an agenda. That's what they want to do. They are not a peaceful group whatsoever, in my opinion. And have you seen them today? What kind of thing have you seen on the ground in Makerfield?
Yeah, so usually when you're canvassing on the day of the election, what you're doing is going to pledges. So you want a higher voter turnout. So you may have a lot of people in support of you, but they're not active in their vote. They won't actually go out and vote on the day because they might think it's a bit of an inconvenience to their schedule. So if you have a higher vote differential compared to every other party, you'll win. So Restore Britain could technically win on a small level of support in the constituency, but a higher voter turnout of people actually going out and casting their ballot. And what I saw was interesting, so if we compare Great Yarmouth, for example, to Makerfield, it was obviously everyone who was voting for Great Yarmouth first were going to go out and vote for us. However, because of the mass amount of canvassing, this is a 3-horse race between the Labour Party, Restore and Reform, what we're now seeing is conversions in real time. So even the day before the eve of the count, we have people being converted to the Labour Party, Restore or Reform. So when we're going to the pledges on data that we probably achieved a week ago, what we'll see is the door next to them will be voting for Restore, but the one that we're actually supposed to go to was voting for Reform. So there's real conversions in real time. So no one really knows the percentage that we're actually going to achieve at the door. But what I would say is the people that we did knock on the door that says we've already voted for you were overwhelmingly positive in terms of their attitude. They're very firm. I think there was a firmness poll that came out saying that we had a low firmness. I don't think that's true. Everyone that's voting for us is extremely enthusiastic about voting for Restore Britain.
There's a real feeling on the ground as well of hope. I mean, Restore have not been around a long time, and the support that Rupert Lowe has got from good, hard-working people up and down the country is huge. What was it about Restore that made you want to go and support Restore?
So one of the things I would say is during the opening political broadcast for Restore Britain, Rupert Lowe just going immediately out and saying what is necessary is difficult was very compelling. So if you compare the sort of boomer slop, the sort of presidential Americanisation of British politics that Reform represents, of we're going to give an easy sell to the British public compared to the very hard sell that you have to give to people in Britain, because what we're facing is a really difficult challenge. And in a way, when I see Rupert Lowe speaking to constituents, he's almost like the grandfather of the nation. He can very easily relate to people, and also just a choice of language as well. He always speaks about the good people of Makerfield, and I think that's really going to resonate with voters.
And it's also just coming back to common sense, isn't it? Because for too long, good, hard-working people have been forgotten. And these are people that have paid into the system their entire lives. Now, what do you think Rupert Lowe offers that Nigel Farage doesn't?
Well, one of the things it lends to his credibility is that he has not been a careerist politician. So where Farage, for example, immediately retires after getting the Brexit vote, Rupert Lowe has been relatively consistent throughout his small political career. So one of the constant things that you see is that political pundits over time just have a poor toxic brand, which Rupert Lowe obviously doesn't. And another thing as well is the trust that you receive. Of course, he was the main arbiter of the independent grooming gang inquiry, and offering the anti-establishment option whilst also being credited for the actions that you have in politics really shows through, especially his time at the Public Accounts Committee.
X has also been huge in Restore gaining momentum, and we've seen Starmer now ban social media from early next year for under 16s. Do you think Starmer, Farage and so forth, do you think they are panicking? Because ultimately, when it comes to Rupert Lowe, I fail to see how anything can stop this movement just getting more and more momentum, because we are looking at people with a moral compass and people without a moral compass.
So what I would say is, if you look at the recent smear attacks from the Daily Mail, all of the comments by regular Daily Mail readers have just been, I can't believe you constantly attack this man. And now, I would also deny the premise that it's just X. He's had higher engagement on Facebook, which of course brings in a different generation. The reason why I say he's a grandfather of the nation is because he bridges the older generation with the newer generation, where a lot of senior Restore figures are quite young. You have also an incredibly old voter base, which Farage tried to do with Matt Goodwin saying that the youth aren't our target demographic. I don't think Reform can be that bridge between the older generation and the newer generation. But on social media, it's just radicalising people. If Rupert Lowe can always be seen as the moral character, even in smear attacks that try to label us as neo-Nazis or white supremacists, these sort of terms will always be in response of I don't care, or even these smears lend credibility to the campaign. So I would say in absolutely no uncertain terms have the smear attempts by the Daily Mail actually affected our votes at all.
And what do you think to the argument when people say Restore, they are going to split the vote? It's unfair that Rupert's done this. Where do you stand on that argument?
So on splitting the vote, you have two things. The first thing is it assumes that the two parties offer the same vision. And the other thing as well is that it assumes when the splitting the vote actually happens, you have a squeeze effect. So when you saw in Gorton and Denton, for example, I was actually speaking to a lot of the Advance UK campaigners at the day of the election, where they had a lot of pledges. They were squeezed because towards the end of the campaign, people realise it is a neck-and-neck race between the Green Party and Reform. So they were saying, I don't want the Green Party in any uncertain terms, so I vote for Reform. Now, you didn't see that people are actually going out to vote for Restore, even if they're being told you'll split the vote and you'll get a Burnham in. So I don't see it for many people.
Yeah.
And, of course, the vision sold by Restore and Reform are completely different.
They are indeed very, very different. Tonight is a huge night. Back to the studio. Thank you, Dan.
Lauren, the insider there with young Bob, joining us back in the Outspoken studio for our first ever election night broadcast. The legend that is Peter C. Barnes of Politics Unspun, alongside Mike Graham, the legendary host of the Mike Graham Show, and also now UK Live, which we'll talk about shortly, and our election night analyst, Connor Tomlinson. So, Connor Tomlinson, let's get to some of the facts on the ground now. Aaron Bastani, the hard leftist, posting voting closed in Makerfield. A senior non-Labour source thinks Burnham has won it by a fair whack. A Green activist told me the same. Everyone had an Andy Burnham story. He's just very popular in this part of the world. We'll know soon enough. But it does look like there might be some expectation management going on with Restore Britain too. Charlie Downs, the party spokesperson, posting a quote, "We're begrudgingly voting Reform on this occasion, but we support Restore and will vote for you in 2029. Charlie Downs says, "This was the story on the majority of Reform supporting doors we knocked on. Make of that what you will." Is this expectation management, Connor, or what are you hearing about the Restore vote and the Labour vote on the ground?
Well, my friends in the upper echelons of Restore are not always known for their sunny dispositions, Dan. And one of them, who's usually a little bit more nervous than the rest of the lads, texted me and said they are already on double digits as far as they're concerned. So they're feeling pretty confident. You will be seeing Rupert and Rebecca at the count later on, so I'm sure he'll get media swarmed about splitting the vote and all other such nonsense when they hopefully outperform their share. We're also hearing from multiple sources in Reform, I think the BBC have reported this, that the turnout is going to be much higher than even the last general election. So this truly has been a national spotlight shone on the by-election. I wouldn't be shocked if there's quite a few people that just want to get down there and punish Andy Burnham for the opportunism. And the other thing that I've just picked up on as well, that I didn't even realise, there was a council by-election on today. It's not the most exciting thing when we've got the Battle of the Country. The Conservatives have won it with a 39.3% swing, and Reform have lost about 15%. So
where's that?
That is in Swain Park and Grange in Rochford.
Okay.
So
Rochford.
Yeah, quite an interesting pattern.
So, Mike Graham, this would be, you've got to admit, seismic. If Restore Britain takes 10% of the vote in this Makerfield by-election, that is hugely significant.
Well,
that cannot be dismissed.
I said when they started the show, anything above 10% is a good night for them. I mean, depending on how much above. If it's 10%, I wouldn't say it's seismic. I'd say, they put an awful lot of effort into it. They did very well in Great Yarmouth, but they weren't standing under the Reform and the Restore banner. So that's a bit of a confusing one because you don't know exactly if people knew they were voting for Restore. But, listen, anything above 10% I think is a very good result for them, and Reform will not like it. Seismic, I think you'd have to be going on to about 15-16% in order for it to be seismic. But certainly it's going to be a disturbing night for Reform if they don't win as a result of 10% or more of the vote going to Restore, because it gives Reform a massive problem.
Okay, Peter C. Barnes, we've got you here just as you drop a piece that Reform UK supporters are not going to want to hear. Look at this. Makerfield has exposed Reform UK's chapel of excuses. So even before the result, you seem to be saying that this has been a bad election for Reform.
Yeah, without a doubt, this has been one of the most shambolic campaigns I think I've ever seen.
So they're not going to win?
I don't. At this point, no. I can't see it. I think it's probably going to be about 47%, I think, for Burnham, roughly. But I think, for me, the problem is structural within Reform, is that any amount of criticism is met with "you're a heretic. How dare you challenge the orthodoxy? Nigel has a plan." Or "only Reform can fix it," are the mantras that you just keep being thrown at every single time you dare say, it's something's a little bit more complicated than just, pointing at it and going, "that's bad." One of the major things they did terribly was they missed the point of a local candidate. A local candidate is an instrument. It's not a qualification just because you happen to be in a postcode. You use it to take the national and you make it hyper-local. You take the small boat and you make it that local that you could say it's that GP appointment, and you consistently remind the voter again and again and again. It's word association that Labour neglect should have been actually started at Denton and Gorton, because Andy Burnham was not going away. They used him as a boogeyman to kind of make fun of Keir Starmer when they should have seen him as a threat, and they should have made sure that he was incapable of running. And unfortunately, they were far too interested in their own reflection and admiring their own what weren't actually that rather stunning results of the local election, considering when you look at the national equivalent vote, they went backwards. I have to admit that Reform have a lot to learn, but yet again, you dare say that, and you basically called a plant. I've been called a plant that many times this week. I'm basically the Chelsea Flower Show. So.
although you did say on Russell Quirke show, didn't you, that you would actually, when I was away last week, that as a Conservative, he would vote for Andy Burnham.
Yes, because you rather forgot
Reform a bloody nose.
Yeah, Reform rather forgot to tell people why to vote for them. They kept running around saying that Andy Burnham is terrible. Yes, everybody on the right knows Andy Burnham is terrible. Just because people are agreeing with the principle does not mean that they agree that you're the solution to it. That's the bit where they keep getting wrong.
I'm sorry, Mike. See, this is where I come at this from a different point of view, and why I think the Reform UK strategy has been so dodgy. Starmer is evil to me, okay? Yeah. I'm sorry. I do not sign up to this thing that actually a vote for Restore means that's bad because you're not getting rid of Starmer. Starmer is an evil bastard. He has destroyed this country.
Yes.
He has taken away jury trials. Yep. He has brought in two-tier justice. He is honestly, I genuinely believe this. Some people might say I'm being hysterical. I think he's one of the most evil men to ever lead this country. Now, I'm not saying Burnham is going to be great. But we don't know at this point that Burnham is going to be evil. We know that Starmer is evil. I want him out.
Yeah,
the problem is Reform's
too.
gone into this election saying, well, if you vote for Restore, that's going to get rid of Starmer. Hello, I thought that's what we wanted to do.
Well, we do, but you can't really expect Restore to go into a by-election and say, vote for the Labour Party in order to get rid of the Prime Minister. It's a very bizarre world we now live in. And so that's the thing, and I think... I mean, Peter's right. The strategy has been all over the place, and I think that they need to sort that out. And maybe we're far enough away from a general election for them to sort it out. So there is that also to consider. I think, dancing on the grave of Reform because they don't win this by-election, I think would be a mistake, because they are still a very strong power in the country. They've still got an awful lot of support in the country, and it may well be that some people on the right are fed up with them. Some people on the right want an alternative. Fine, have an alternative. And there is a lot to be said as well from Nigel Farage's point of view for the existence of Rupert Lowe and the existence of Restore on the right side of where he doesn't want to go. Because if it wasn't for that, he would have to somehow include it in his own offering, which I don't think he wants to do.
Well, that being said, though, Party Insider has been leaking to the Spectator and the like recently, that they actually appreciate that it exists because it has been dragging the right way. Because there are plenty of people, and I'm sure we've spoken to people in Reform HQ, who wish the party was actually a bit stronger on certain issues. Yeah. And now you've seen Robert Kenyon, Zia Youssef, stealing whole cloth rhetoric straight from Restore Britain. Yeah. Millions must go. We are not the establishment. They've even tried to copy much of their deportation policy that Harrison wrote with their 5-pager on Operation Restoring Justice. What's happened is Restore Britain is actually more successful as a pressure campaign as a political policy than it was as a pressure campaign.
Well, look at Nigel Farage. I mean, Nigel Farage's entire political career has been based on him pressuring the Conservative side of politics.
But at the same time, if it is true that there is this 60 to 75% turnout, I think we can also say that Restore Britain has been proven correct, that they are actually bringing out people who haven't voted either at all or for the first time since the Brexit referendum. But look, we've got to get the Labour side of this. So I want to bring in former Labour advisor James Matthewson, who is listening. I feel, James, you and Mike might be going at it in a couple of minutes, which is fine. I might just sit back. But James, look, I mean, fundamentally, it's looking like Labour is going to pull off an extraordinary win today. But what happens after that? I mean, does that immediately mean that Burnham challenges Starmer?
Well, firstly, I mean, I'd be a fool to come after Iron Mike, wouldn't I? Let's be honest. No one's going to take on that fight. But I do think you're right. Burnham, if he wins tonight, which all kind of data I've seen, all suggestions and conversations I've had seem to feel like they are confident that'll happen. Although everyone does say they're quietly confident when they're asked at by-election counts, aren't they? But I do think genuinely we're likely to see that victory tonight. And then, of course, Andy Burnham will get his letter. He'll go down to Parliament. He'll be sworn in as an MP again for the second time. And what does he do then? Because he can't just trigger that election because he knows how bad it looks for him to have his fingers on the murder weapon. He doesn't want to be the person to do it. He has told people who I know, are very close to Andy, that he wants to wait until September. He wants to give Keir Starmer that September deadline, Labour Party conference. He gets coronated, They're
So
able
a
to run
stitch
through the
up,
whole
an
process.
anti-democratic stitch up, no leadership contest. That's what you're saying.
No leadership. There would be a leadership contest. There has to be. There would be no. There's no way there'll be no leadership contest. But they want to run that between now and September, is what I mean. So that the
But
victor,
without
which will be
Starmer
Andy
competing,
Burnham.
though.
What's that?
Without Starmer running. That's
up
what...
to Starmer. Apparently, everything seems to suggest that he believes he will be part of that contest, which he has every right to be. He will be on the ticket as the incumbent.
Yeah, but he's going to
take on James.
I mean, he
Matthewson.
might as well throw himself on the fire now because according to what I read, I think this morning, Andy Burnham is looking to go to see Keir Starmer with a kind of the black spot, if you like, and he's going to say to him, "All right, we're not going to have a leadership contest as long as you give me a timetable for your departure." At which point Starmer will have to either put up or shut up. And I think supposedly enough people inside the party are going to tell Starmer, you're going to get humiliated here. You might not just be humiliated by, Andy Burnham, but you also be humiliated by John Healey, by Al Carnes, by Wes Streeting, and by anybody else who might fancy standing. And you'll end up looking like a guy who's just been, put through some hideous, ordeal through the course of the night with a load of men. I'm afraid that you're not going to enjoy, or maybe you would. But the point is that, he is going to be told in no uncertain terms, don't humiliate yourself, because I think if he's got any brains, and we're not sure that he has, he will agree to go, but maybe not, as you say, until September.
Yeah, the problem is, mate, he's got plenty brains, right? And I know a lot of you don't, I mean, we've just heard Keir Starmer's evil. Apparently, I'm not sure I quite agree with that assessment, Dan. But what I will tell you is he's not got.
You don't believe Keir Starmer is evil?
No, and most of the country don't believe he's evil. I don't think there's.
Oh, they do. They do.
Struggle to find
they
a politician who I struggle to find a politician I would call evil, Dan. Right? So I don't think there's many who are lacking in certain things. There's many who I think are objectively.
Do you understand, James? James, do you understand what politicians have done to this country?
Yes,
they are evil.
Really do, yeah. Okay. Great. Anyway, the point is that I'm making here is that Andy Burnham will absolutely trounce everybody. It's bound to happen. If he wins this tonight, he has slain the Reform UK dragon, which is the biggest threat to Labour and the biggest
Peter C. Barnes is nodding along. Peter, do you want to come in?
James is absolutely bang on here, because what you've also got in that time period is probably the Greater Manchester Mayor, and he gets to be the returning hero of this. I'm the guy that beat Nigel. I'm the one that took a Reform trending seat and won it back, and I'm the one that's got the grit and the power to be able to do it. That is an incredible power.
No, but this is why you political
motive.
pundit guys are kind of mad. You've got this collective blindness to reality because this was a Labour seat. They won it in 2024. It's a new constituency. There is nothing that Reform are defending here. Reform Reform should have won it if perhaps there was.
Nonsense,
no, it's not. What's bit of it's nonsense? What are you going to say that it's not a new constituency and that it was not held by Labour? Is that nonsense?
That's the most. Listen, I'm not even in the Labour Party anymore, so I've got.
I don't blame. They probably kicked you out for being mad.
What I will tell you, they didn't kick me out. I left because I think they're terrible. What I will tell you is, though, at the end of the day, the political winds have shifted dramatically since 2024. Reform weren't even on the scene properly. We know how much they have upset.
They came second in 2024 with Rob Kenyon. What are you talking about?
We know how much they've upset the apple cart, right? Since then. And we know how much that movement has grown. So to think that they've got nothing to defend here, it was Reform's to lose at the end of the day, right? They had it in the bag.
No, rubbish.
Burnham, if anybody other than Burnham had stood for the Labour Party, Reform would be winning hands down.
That's true. That's true.
That may well be true. We'll never know the answer to that, though, will we? Because at the end of the day, Andy Burnham, but also, the problem with Labour voters as well is they're also collectively kind of suffering from some kind of weird miasma. Andy Burnham went to 26 other constituencies before he decided that he was going to run in Makerfield because it was his hometown. The guy is a complete charlatan, and the fact that anybody thinks that they could vote for him is a vote for somebody decent, then they're jumping off. They might as well jump out of a plane. But we're not talking about Nigel Farage. He's not running for anything. We're talking about Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham is a charlatan who complains about the fact that the British people have been let down successfully over the last 20, 40 years by politicians, of which he has been one since the 1990s, when he was Chris Smith's special advisor in the first Tony Blair government in 1997.
I'm just going to very briefly jump in because it looks like Sarah Poachin at the counter's almost conceding. She has just told GB News, I think what you'll see tonight is a very strong turnout for reform. If we get a good, strong turnout, we come a strong second.
Yeah.
We'll be very happy with our performance. So they're throwing in the towel.
Well, yeah, they already admitted that they pulled back most of their social media spend about 3 or 4 days ago. And this told you everything. Also, Nigel Farage has said he's changing his Facebook team after a donors dinner, literally just 2 days ago. He's brought back the worst elements of 2016. He's that entitled that even Hillary Clinton thinks it's a bit too much. You've got Project Fear. Well, that doesn't work when your own side agrees with you that Andy Burnham is terrible. And then finally, you can't celebrate the death of the two-party system and then not realise you're now in five-party politics. And you cannot go around insulting people like baskets of deplorables. You don't scare people and you can't insult voters to your own side. And particularly a party like Reform, where you're going to need them at parliamentary level because you're still struggling to get the largest party.
Okay, let's actually just, James, before you come back in, I actually just want to show you what Sarah Poachin has said on GB News in the past few minutes, because this does feel like Reform are conceding. Let's listen.
See, your two parties mend their differences. There appears to be a clash between the leaders, doesn't it? Rupert Lowe and Nigel Farage. If those two buried the hatch, you would be a much more potent weapon on the right.
Look, Nigel Farage, I am absolutely sure, is going to be the next Prime Minister of this country, and we will see him go through the doors of number 10. That's the only thing I have to say on the matter. He has my 100% loyalty. He would be an amazing Prime Minister, and there's nothing that Nigel says that I don't firmly believe in.
But if Labour win, as the bookies say, and if the Tories win Aberdeen South, and the SNP win Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, you've won nothing tonight, have you? And that may stop the momentum growing behind Reform.
I would have to disagree with you there. I think what you will see tonight is a very strong turnout for Reform, a very strong share of the vote. This is an unusual election because you're dealing with, a bit like Boris was a brand. I mean, I don't think Andy Burnham is as big a brand name as Boris, but certainly in the north he does have a name. And so he's got that name recognition. So I think it's slightly unusual, whereas in Runcorn, it was myself and Karen Shaw, I think it was, for the Labour Party. Neither of us were big beasts in the political world. So I think there is that element here tonight, which we would have to factor in. But look, if we get a good, strong turnout, we come a strong second, we'll be very happy with our performance.
So you're effectively saying you're second, not first in the seat.
Listen, Chopper, you're twisting my words. What I'm saying is, let's wait and see what happens.
It's actually not twisting your words.
Certainly, it is interesting because we have this candidate for Labour who clearly has a following, clearly has a name. So a name recognition, as we know in politics, can swing it. So
Oh, bless him. I mean, that's a bit disastrous. And yes, Andy Burnham does have name recognition. But okay, that is effectively Reform UK conceding. But James, I guess the problem for your lot begins now.
Yeah, you have to excuse me, I just choked as she said that because I was drinking while she admitted the fact. But I'll tell you what, I've got to hand it to you lot in Restore, those of you on the panel who are backing it, because you're the gift that keeps on giving to people like me, man, to lefties and progressives. I cannot wait to see what you'll do at a general election to the Reform Party. It's fantastic.
Connor, do you want to come in?
We have to put up with you speaking absolute nonsense on Twitter in the meantime. It's a price worth paying as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I'm very glad you're entertained. Whenever someone says that, it reminds me, you mentioned Hillary Clinton. It reminds me of when Hillary Clinton was propping up Donald Trump as a Pied Piper candidate because she thought he was so absurd and they could stick all the charges of racist and sexist on them. It'd be easier to beat. And actually, it came back and bit her in the arse. So I'm glad you're amused, my friend, but, careful what you wish for.
Yeah,
also, I think Hillary Clinton on the arse is not a pleasant thought.
I don't know, she was cute in her
20s. Donald Trump was able to take control of the Republican Party. That's the difference. And he was able to be successful in a two-party political system with control of one of those two parties. You are not that, and you will never be that. And this country will reject everything you stand for. And people like me will never allow your bigotry to take hold in this country.
You
That's
practice
the
that in the mirror, or
That's why they kicked him out of the Labour Party for being so unreasonable.
Well, it was clearly a challenge to Andy Burnham's leadership with such charisma. Look, mate, most people do not want to just have millions of immigrants imposed upon them and pay for them forever. Most people just don't want, people let out of prison early for violent offences like Keir Starmer did. Most people don't want the highest tax burden since 1948, and that's why Keir Starmer's the most hated politician that's ever been in Downing Street on record.
Starmer's done barely anything. That's the thing. Politically, that is.
Well, he's managed to ruin the country.
Starmer has hated on the left by people like me. Starmer has hated on the right by people like you. That's the problem. For you lot to try and claim that there's some kind of Marxist thing that's been going on whereby he is hated because he's so left-wing is nonsensical. What you will see with Burnham, we'll see what it is. Manchesterism. I have no idea what it actually means, if anything. But we will see, because as soon as there is anyone with a comprehensive vision who can communicate even basically to the British public with a decent bit of charisma like Burnham has, then I'm sorry, but the fringes, the extremes, the Polanskis, the Rupert Lowes, all of them will fizzle away, and we will see a return to a sort of mainstream acceptance of general progressive politics and values.
Bullshit.
And
that country is over. James, you don't understand how angry people are. You don't get it. But this is not normal politics. This is not politics as usual. Do you not understand? Henry Novak, we're never going to forget. Axel Rudakabana and the slaying of those 3 girls at Southport, we're never going to forget.
You're doing what you've done for years and selectively choosing the crimes that you want to look at in the British, story, and you want to look at certain things under a microscope and under a spotlight to try and wind people up. And
there's hundreds of them.
Yeah, but what you're trying to do is to say that because of one particular by-election result, which is an incredibly unusual by-election result, because one man has won for one party, that somehow fixed everything of the last 2 years, which has gone so wrong for the Labour government, because it hasn't, and it won't. And Dan's right. We have changed in our politics in this country. As Peter says, it's a 5-party system now. It's not a 2-party system anymore. And so it will actually revert away from Andy Burnham and what he's just done, and we'll go back to the likes of Rupert Lowe and Nigel Farage and even Zach Polanski, because it's all fragmenting.
The reality is, right, this isn't about the end result tonight. This is the start. What happens here is the possibility. Politics is the art of the possible, right? It's about potential. What happens tonight if Andy Burnham wins is you have the potential for him to then go on to win a Labour leadership contest, to change the Labour Party. You don't think he'll win the Labour leadership?
Oh, no, he'll win the Labour leadership, but he won't win a general election, is what I was going to say.
Why not? Because
do you know? Because the rest of the country, outside of Manchesterism, whatever the hell that is, doesn't like the Labour government and doesn't like Labour, and they detest them. They detest all of them. They detest David Lammy. They detest Rachel Reeves. They detest Angela Rayner. You name it. They hate them all.
Yeah, but the public aren't going to forget that they existed. That's the big point. Is you can keep saying that you changed the team, but the damage has already been done. That's part of the problem.
If Burnham has a chance, what he needs to do is radical, by the way. I'm not saying that he's going to come in, it's just, there's a new face, it's fine. What he needs to do is radical. If he does it, and with people like Neil Lawson from Compass by his side, he's looking at changing the way that the country operates. He's looking at changing our constitutional layout.
It's all completely irrelevant when you actually try to sell that to the public, considering the fact that they still feel the cost of living crisis. There's no
money
on inflation.
There's still dodgy Turkish barbers in their high streets. There's still random men from the Horn of Africa walking around.
Most people are getting their... Do you know why Turkish barbers exist?
No, that's not true.
Because most people are getting their hair cut at Turkish barbers.
Because the glut of
They're not
Turkish
even
barbers
from
in high
Turkey,
streets,
by the way.
you
They're
need to
from
get multiple
Bulgaria.
haircuts a day in order to actually keep these places open. They're dealing drugs. They're connected to an international trafficking network. That's why mate, you're laughing. The BBC's reporting on this. Like this is that
but
banal.
The problem is the rest of the country isn't on Twitter and isn't.
No,
on
they walk outside their house and they think, "Dear God, why has my high street been desolated since COVID? Why are there all these strange businesses that do not serve me? Why are there so many men from India and the Horn of Africa walking around in the middle of the day drinking coffee and leering at my schoolgirls? Why are there so many random Deliveroo cyclists parked outside of McDonald's with L plates? This is all over the country, and this is what." Unfortunately, for you, I guess, Andy Burnham will not actually address, because he won't address the underlying issues with the state that has inflicted these problems on us, and he's already said he's not going to. Hang on a minute. He's not going to change Shabana Mahmood's immigration laws. He's not going to change Rachel Reeves's fiscal policy. He went to war with the bond markets for all about 5 minutes and realised there'd be no money to pay for Manchesterism. He is not charismatic enough in order to overturn Labour's fortune. This will be the last Labour government, mate.
He's also the damage to his popularity the Reform have actually been able to inflict is quite significant. I think it was plus 11. And now it's down to like -4 or 5. It's not great, but it's such a small amount of time they've been able to inflict that level. A strong campaign.
It got worse when he went out and met people as well.
Oh, God, that's always the worst thing a politician can do. They should stay behind closed doors.
And also, then thought James, I know what's going to win it for me. Let's get Hugh Grant. Let's get Hugh Grant. It's like Andy Burnham is playing the politics, James, of 20 years ago. And I don't think your former party, potentially your future party, understands that type of politics is no longer going to work. Oh yeah, let's bring in the champagne socialist, Hugh Grant, one of the worst people in this country. People are not
the worst people in this country.
Oh yeah,
straight from the red light district. From Piccadilly Gardens,
All right, okay.
Still doing his zip up.
You've never known anyone who's hung around the red light district before, have you?
But I'm from that.
Not at all. What are you suggesting?
I'm from that constituency.
What are you
I
suggesting?
can tell you, he will go down like a cup of hot sick.
Are you suggesting that I go to red light districts?
Yeah.
You might have to be a bit careful there.
You're saying Hugh Grant's one of the worst people in the country. I mean, that's
well, he is.
Listen,
hideous.
Listen, lads. Look, aside from the Twitter hyperbole, the X kind of excitement.
But it's not. It's real people. You're going to see that tonight. You are going to see that tonight. It is real people. This idea that the online right is not reflecting what's happening in the country is bullshit. We are reflecting what's happening in the country. Your metropolitan bubble doesn't understand what's happening in the country.
I'm from the communities that you want to try and disturb, right? And
the ones that Labour have lost. Labour have lost the northeast of England, mate.
I'm not talking about the Labour Party. I'm not in the Labour Party, mate. What I'm saying is...
So what party are you in now?
The communities that I come from, the places that I come from, the very working class heart of this country, the very people that you thought you could wind up and rile up and send out on the streets.
The ones that all voted reform.
Your conspiracy theory politics and the absolute nonsense. And you guys are just worried that you're not going to have the rage bait that generates the clicks.
I'm not worried about that at all, actually. Because it's going to continue, because as long as these idiots are in charge, we'll all be making plenty of money. Thanks very much.
We want to save the country. That is what matters. But James Matthewson, we're going to be checking in with you as the night goes on. Thank you so much. BBC, by the way, is reporting now that they are hearing of a high turnout. Remember, it was 52% at the general election, 60 to 65%. The Labour view is that if the turnout goes beyond 65%, that is bad for them. Lauren the Insider is in Makerfield, and she has now tracked down Lucy White of Restore Britain.
Dan, I am sat here with Lucy, who has been canvassing for the last few weeks. You've been coming here, and what has it been like? Because you're on the ground, you're meeting people, coming into contact with all different types of people. What have you experienced?
Well, I'd say my first impression, Lauren, is that we first have to compare 2026 to the 2024 general election. We know that Labour won with 45% of the vote. We know that Reform last year came in second place with about 31% of the vote. And what's interesting, and what I'm not hearing enough, is that the same Reform candidate, Robert Kenyon, is currently the candidate now for the 2026 by-election. And so it's very interesting, so we've seen Robert Kenyon being used to essentially losing, coming second place. We might see that tonight as well. But what I would say is that in 2024, there were 76,600 voters in Makerfield registered to vote. And of that, the turnout was only 52%. So essentially, we have 36,000 people in Makerfield who are registered to vote but didn't turn up in 2024. And that's why I always say that we're not splitting the vote, because Restore can tap into that extra 47% of registered voters who did not vote last time, and they might vote now. So essentially, you can look at Labour and Reform in 2024, but as I said, hang on, if half the people registered, 47%, didn't actually vote, perhaps this time they'll come out and vote for Restore.
When you were meeting people, we know a big problem in terms of getting Restore's message out is the blanket censorship from the mainstream media. how many people knew about Rupert Lowe, knew about Restore, and knew about the great work that is being done? Were they aware of him and what was going on?
I'd say definitely they were aware of him. I think because they've received a lot of literature through the posts, but also a very strong game on social media, particularly Facebook and X. So one of the responses we did have is that they're very aware of Rupert Lowe and Restore Britain. A lot of people were afraid of splitting the vote, but as I've consistently said, and particularly on our friend Dan Wootton's show, is that I don't believe Reform is even a right-wing party, number one. And number two, as I've said, 47% of the registered voters have not voted. So how can we be splitting the vote? Number one, we're a common sense party and Reform isn't even a right-wing party. Plus the fact that 47% of the voters haven't been tapped into. So there's a whole entire 36,000 voters out there that can vote for Restore. And so essentially, who is to say that, let's just imagine hypothetically, in a hypothetical situation, Restore was not running. Who's to say that they would even vote for Reform? And in fact, if we look at the 2024 general election, perhaps those 47% of people didn't vote because Restore wasn't there.
Well, thank you so much. Those are amazing insights. And back to the studio.
And we are back live in the Outspoken election studio for our first ever live election broadcast. Have to thank the legend that is Mike Graham. He will be back on the Mike Graham Show from 7 a.m. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you watch, because by that point, of course, there will be the result. But what a perfect man to replace him. It is only his UK Live co-presenter, Russell Quirke, who is an out-and-out Reform UK supporter. Let's just be honest about it, Russell.
Well, I'm an elected Reform councillor, so you would imagine that I am. Yes, yes, indeed.
So finally, we've got some Reform blood in the studio for us to just ravage, But Connor Tomlinson, you have a new data point out of Makerfield?
Well, not out of Makerfield, but it was picking up on a point previously made by Sarah Pochin. Of course, Reform are already saying, well, as long as we come in a strong second, it's all fine. I decided to look up what a strong second would have been compared to the Makerfield election result in 2024. Same candidate, but when Reform much lower profile. Rob Kenyon got almost 32% of the vote share in 2024. And so, obviously, much higher turnout, much higher profile for Reform. If Reform get less than 32% in second, I would consider that actually underperforming. So when you get a bit more granular into the detail, they've actually got a bit of a higher threshold to clear.
Okay, so let's just. Well, Russell, before you start, I just want to ask. Here we go. I just want to ask. No, I just want to ask. Are you conceding defeat? Because we've just seen Sarah Pochin at Makerfield say, oh, we'll be a good old strong second if the turnout's good.
No, well, how can you concede defeat when you've got no idea whether the...
Because you know you've lost, don't you?
No, but you don't know you've lost until the votes have been counted. So
well, they're being counted. And Restore is at 10%.
They're being counted, but there's been no declaration. So, no, look, I mean, if you want to ask me if we come second, is that a good or a bad result? Well, look, the obvious answer is everyone wants to win. But have we lost the plot here in terms of this particular constituency and its history? This is the reddest of red wall seats. This is a seat that has only ever been Labour since 1906. The previous 7 or 8 MPs have been Labour.
Then a month ago, 50% of the people voted for Reform.
The fantasy that as a consequence of this by-election being called by Labour, that Reform would automatically win it or win any seat, no matter what the demographic, no matter where it's called, is for the birds.
I don't think anyone said automatically. No. It is true that Reform were in for a very strong showing. This should be their ideal seat, right? White, working class, Brexit voting.
But traditionally very Labour.
Traditionally very Labour, but Labour have betrayed them. And they won at the local elections. And the problem Reform has had, multiple, they've ran an almost entirely negative campaign. True. They have not mounted a sufficient defence of Rob, who seems like a really nice guy, but instead they decided to coach him like absolute crap to go on Question Time, hung him out to dry. It was only like yesterday that Farage finally turned around and said, you know what, who cares, he's a lad in a pub. Yeah, you should have said that right at the start.
Yeah.
And we have exists because of Reform.
We have just heard from Councillor Robert Kenyon, actually. Let me show you this. He has posted, this photo was taken on the day I decided to stand in Makerfield. I am confident of a big vote for Reform tonight. Thank you to everyone who placed their faith in me. From changing boilers to changing politics, this is something I will never forget. Now, look, Russell, I actually really feel sorry for this guy. I think he's been thrown to the wolves by you. By your party.
Hang on. The elephant in the room that you all seem to be very conveniently missing is the fact that despite the stats that Connor's just articulated to us, in previous elections, whether it be local or general election, Restore did not stand effectively against Reform. So we can perform all we like with regard to how Reform haven't performed, but you're forgetting the fact that Restore are going to get, what, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10%
They're already
of the
saying
vote.
they're at 10. Yeah.
7 to 10% of the vote. So add that back in, or a proportion of that, a sizable majority of that, back to the Reform vote, and Reform win. So why are you not then pointing your guns at Restore on the right as Reform are for losing this election for the right of the political spectrum?
Because you don't own their vote.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about the maths, Peter. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the ideology. I'm talking about the fact that you've effectively now got three parties on the right: the Conservatives that will poll about 3 or 4%, Reform that will do very, very well indeed as a centre-right party, right in Labour's heartland. But you're forgetting the reason that Reform might not do as well as they might is because of Restore.
It's because of Reform UK, who absolutely ran the worst campaign and failed to convince people to put the X in the box for them. Reform UK have to stop running around thinking they own a vote. That is how the Labour Party and the Conservative Party disintegrated. The entitlement of that argument, demanding people step aside, is something that Nigel Farage built his career on, by the way. Your entire party is based on not following the trend.
Hyperbole. No one's suggesting that they should step aside. What I'm
saying my God, it's literally all you've been talking about for the last 3 weeks.
What I'm saying is that if we're talking about electoral maths and you want to compare, as Connor's just done, the performance of Reform tonight versus the performance of Reform on May the 7th, you are forgetting one vital ingredient, which is Restore. It's just a question of mathematics, gentlemen.
But the Conservatives also stood in that seat at the last election, and Rob Kenyon managed to eclipse them. They were only at about, I think, 10%. Rob Kenyon, again, relatively unknown, got 30%. So if we're just sort of swapping places here, then...
Well, it is extraordinary, by the way. The Tories, just to throw this fact into the mix, in 2019 got 34% in Makerfield.
It's a very... You have to remember that actually the area has had Conservative councillors for a very, very long time. The candidate, Michael Winstanley, is a formidable campaigner. He's very well known locally. He always wins the vote despite the Conservative brand not doing very well. He's also very active. He's well known. I think was at one point the vice chairman of the party itself. He's an MBE as well. So, yeah, he's somebody that you should not count down. And actually the Conservatives putting him in was smart.
But see, for me, Russell, this is actually so not about mathematics at all. This is actually about something far, far more fundamental, far, far more psychological, far, far more emotional. And unfortunately, people like me were warning people like you about this even before Rupert Lowe was thrust out of Reform UK in the most terrible manner. I mean, reported to the police, let's not forget that. But I knew at the time that there was this growing civil war coming. And my
between
belief,
Reform and Restore?
No, between Reform and Reform.
Where?
At that point.
What
Zia
evidence do you
Youssef
have of that? What do you
versus Rupert Lowe. I was reporting on it, and it did happen. They reported into the cops and booted him out of the party, and they've admitted that they were having huge fights behind the scenes.
But you're not suggesting that's continuing now?
Yes,
Reform?
There is.
Matt Goodwin has even said it's going to happen.
There are faction wars within Millbank Tower. Because they're currently squabbling.
Well, you're talking about slight disagreements of ideology in a party. What you mean, like the Conservatives have had for 50 years, and the Labour Party are about to have tomorrow, when they have to decide who's going to be the leader of the Labour Party.
No, I'm saying that they're squabbling for second place. I mean, Zia is very discontented with the number of Tories packed into the party because, of course, Richard Tice would like to shore up his particular faction. Also, Generic has been manoeuvred by people with lots of investments in things like GB News and The Spectator and Arc.
You think all that has played with the electorate of Makerfield?
No, I'm not saying that. Hang on. When did I say that?
That's
no, you just said no. It isn't the inference. No. Hang on, Russell. Why don't you just listen to what I'm saying? Right. You contested to Dan that there is a reform civil war, that they aren't on the same page.
I've said there's no civil war. You can make that up all you like.
I'm not making it up. Your own side confirmed it exists.
No, but you're suggesting, therefore, Dan has just suggested that because there's some fictitious reform on reform war, that's why reform might not win in Makerfield.
No, Russell, what I'm talking about, listen to me. What I'm talking about is a civil war that started when Rupert Lowe was thrust out of the party, a civil war on the right. And unfortunately, it did happen before that, Russell, because I remember having Richard Tice on Outspoken when he used to come on Outspoken and saying to him, it is very unwise that you have just described millions of Tommy Robinson supporters as that lot. And I knew that they were all turning on Rupert Lowe. I knew that they were looking at people like me because I know what they were saying. Oh, he's a fringist. He's gone too far. We need to move to the left. That lot. So my point is that unfortunately, this is all of Reform UK's making. The civil war in the party, I believe, is still ongoing in a very different manner. It's now between like the original reformists and the new Tories who have come over. But my point is that people like me were warning Reform that this was going to be coming. They were so arrogant. I remember having conversations with people like Isabel Oakeshott who were saying to me, oh, don't be ridiculous. We're not even slightly threatened about Rupert Lowe. Do you know what they actually said? They said, we think this is great because what it's going to do is push all of the extremists out of the party. And we embrace that. It is a wonderful thing. And I was like, you're crazy because we're not extremists. Tommy Robinson supporters are not extremists.
But we're sitting here articulating an episode, a dispute between two prominent members of a party, in Nigel Farage and Rupert Lowe.
Yes.
As if no other political party in history has ever had fallouts or disquiet.
Yeah, but you always say that you're better than everybody else. That's part of the
No,
problem.
we don't. We say we're anti-establishment.
Yes,
we say we're
you
anti-establishment.
run around thinking you're
You
so
can't
righteous.
do that with Zim Zahawi in the past.
What I'm not hearing at all in the last 2 or 3 hours, gentlemen, though, is what happens when Restore poll at 6 or 7% of the vote tonight.
They prove their
No,
existence.
Restore. No, they don't. They
Yeah, they do.
prove
They
that
prove they
despite
can cost you wins.
they prove that despite throwing the kitchen sink in terms of their membership and money at a by-election, a focus that they have had for the last 4 or 5 weeks, that if they only get 6 or 7%, that they are a busted flush. They are done.
They've also proven that Nigel Farage is
what
beatable.
they prove is that they do not resonate with the public.
I say the same thing. Sorry, go on.
Sorry.
How can it be any other outcome?
Because they're already anticipated to get higher than that. They're already anticipated to.
But what if they don't?
Polling.
What if they get 10%?
Why
haven't they polled at 25 to 30% like Reform were going to?
10% would already be higher. Also, they're 4 months old. But
Reform was only 3 years old.
Hang on.
Well, it's actually 7 years old, to be fair.
Yeah, and also,
it's a new party because that applies to Reform as much as
but it's not. No, because Nigel Farage has been a national political figure for a number of years, which is one of the main arguments.
Rupert Lowe's even more
not to the same degree. Not to the same degree.
No, hang on, national political figure for about 20 odd years.
I'm sorry, there's not much of a defence of a party that polls at 8, 9, 10%.
Hang on.
To say that somehow it's got traction.
Russell, if we're going to have a conversation, we need to actually have a back and forth.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Reform is one of its main attacks on Rupert is that nobody knows who he is. So you can't maintain that he's a national political figure. Hang on, but it's the Reform attack.
I'm articulating my argument, not that I've been told to by.
Okay, but I didn't
else.
say that you'd been told to. We're talking about. We're talking about. Very frustrating. I'm just trying to have a normal conversation with you, right? I know the camera's on, but let's sort of drop pretenses, right? You can't simultaneously maintain that the party has no plausible argument for being new, for being 4 months old, while their adversaries are saying, well, nobody knows who you are. So they are actually making up significantly more ground than Nigel Farage, who has been a campaigner for 20, 30 years, an online celebrity, has been topping the polls for the last year or so at least. So of course they have a larger national
But Connor, Restore and Reform have largely the same amount of members, correct?
No.
Well, they do. So Reform has about 270,000 members. Restore apparently are telling us they have about 250,000.
No, 130,000.
No, way more.
That's
200 plus. 200 plus.
They've never said that.
All right. So in relative terms,
hang on.
Yes, I'm sure they have. But anyway,
but
I stand to be correct.
My friends run the party.
That's not the point.
Members, isn't it?
That's not the point, right? The point is that if you are a party, whether you're 4 months old or 4 years old, and you have that much traction in terms of membership support, and indeed you can throw the kitchen sink at a by-election, as Restore have done, only then to get 8 or 9% of the vote compared to your biggest competitor, Reform, at 35 to 40% of the vote, surely you see that there's quite a disparity there in terms of resonating with the public, despite the fact that the profile of Rupert Lowe on social media is huge, despite the fact that they've had hundreds and hundreds of people in Makerfield for the last 4 or 5 weeks. They are very, very prominent, left, right and centre. Social media, in Makerfield itself, leafleting, knocking on doors and so on. But you wouldn't concede that despite that huge effort and that huge profile by Rupert Lowe and his acolytes, that to get 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10% of the vote is not a failure.
Well, I've just got a message from one of our mutual friends, actually, who says the assumption that Restore Britain doesn't have the public support if they get less than 10% of today's vote is ridiculous. I get stopped daily by people who want to talk about Rupert Lowe with me. That is in places nowhere near Makerfield. But look, do stand by. We have Connor Tomlinson, our election analyst, the brilliant Peter C. Barnes, who you can read on Politics Unspun, and he has a very good take on why this campaign has gone wrong. And Russell Quirke, he is, of course, as he points out, an elected Reform UK councillor, but also now host of his own independent media show on UK Live, and they are all going to be back with us very shortly. A reminder too, please do hit the subscribe button if you're watching Dan Wootton Outspoken for the first time. You can see the ticker going up on screen, and of course we'll come to your super chats and you'll get a little note on screen every time you make a super chat too, and that's the way I can see what you are saying tonight. But now we cross to Richard Taylor, host of Richie and Rogue Unfiltered. Richard, what are you hearing about what is going to go down when this Makerfield result is announced? A very high turnout. Is that good news for Restore Britain?
Possibly, Dan. I think, first of all, to say it's quite clear that no by-election has attracted so much attention as this one. For obvious reasons, we could potentially be looking at the next Labour Prime Minister. And our guests on our show earlier, we did a 2-hour broadcast prior to yours, as you know, Richie and Rogan Filtered. My co-host is not here, by the way, because she's exhausted with all the comments we had coming through. But suffice to say, I think there is a strong feeling amongst many of our viewers tonight that the splitting of the vote, I know that kind of phrase is not popular among some of your guests maybe, that potentially Restore Britain would be giving Andy Burnham the keys to number 10. Now, I know there are different opinions on this, and I think there are a lot of people who are arguing on the right. There's such division between these two parties on the right for obvious reasons, because of things that have been said in the past by Nigel Farage and Zia Youssef towards Rupert Lowe, the way he's treated him and Ben Habib and many others in the past. And I think, unfortunately for us, those of us who are apolitical, we just want a party that wants to close the borders, that wants to stop the cost of living, the mass immigration to our country. We want to deport these illegal immigrants that are here in hotels, in our prisons, in HMOs and everything else. And we want to see British people put first. We don't care, quite frankly, which party it is. We don't care who the next Prime Minister is. All we know is we cannot have another term of Labour, especially if it's Andy Burnham, who's far more left-wing than Keir Starmer. And we've got to do all we can to work together to fight against the establishment. And I know some people would say Nigel Farage is part of the establishment. He's part of the Uni Party. And I want to make this very clear. To break the establishment, you have to get into the belly of the beast. You have to become part of it before you break it up. And that's why he's appealing to a wider, broad church of people out there politically and trying to win over the votes from every demographic within society for a reason. I want to put on record, I am not a supporter of reform or restore. I'm not with any political party, but my view is, and the view of many of our viewers is, that this, with Restore standing in Makerfield, which is entitled to do, we live in a democracy, then of course it's going to take away votes from reform. Whether it'll be enough to stop them winning, who really knows? You know, we've all got these political crystal balls. You've heard Tomlinson mentioned that, you know, they're at 11% or 15%, wherever. Nobody knows. You can't predict. You know, we'll know by tomorrow morning. That's when we will find out.
Connor, do you want to come in?
Well, that's just what I was tipped off by one of my friends who's at the count and thinks he's in the know. So I was just relaying that bit of information. I think they're feeling fairly confident that they're going to get double digits, and it's because of the higher level of voter turnout, particularly among those who don't typically vote. And of course, that was their secret to success in Great Yarmouth. I think as long as they come in a competitive third, they're going to be slapping each other on the back. If they come in second, blimey, they'll be hell to pay tomorrow.
Yeah, I was just say, Colin, what happens if they don't even get their deposit back? If they don't get 5% of the votes? I mean, where would that leave us? Where would it leave them? They're going to. You're that confident?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
You are? Okay. And is that confidence based on what you've seen on the ground with your canvas? Because I know a lot of people, Edward Oakenfall is a friend of ours. I know he's been campaigning with you guys, and Andrew Bridgen as well, are friends of ours. They're saying, you know, on the doors, people ask, you know, saying we're going to vote for Restore, we're going to vote for Restore, etc. But Reform is saying the same. So they've done their own internal polling, and they're saying, you know, they're polling to do very well there, and it's a two-horse race. So, I mean, all these polls online do not translate when it comes to, at the end of the day, when it's declared, we know the people of Makerfield are the people that will get to decide. You've got candidates. Now, if I can say this, Dan, and I know we disagree on a number of things, Dan, but we're friends. You know, it's been reported to me here on our show that Rebecca Shepherd has been hardly anywhere. No one's seen her. I mean, she was offered to do Hustings or Manchester Evening News. She didn't show up. Rupert Lowe's been complaining that they didn't get on BBC Question Time, which is wrong in my opinion. But yet, when there's an opportunity at Hustings, and as a candidate, and I've been a candidate, you take every opportunity you can to get your voice out there at a Hustings, whether it's local radio, newspaper articles, it doesn't matter what it is. Any opportunity you get, you should be out there and telling people at what it is you're standing for. But unfortunately, this has been about Rupert Lowe. And I think nationally, Rupert Lowe is a legend, right? What he did with the rape gang inquiry is absolutely incredible. As an MP, he is outstanding. What he does with his salary every month is incredible. It's the kind of MP that I would love to have as my own MP in my constituency, right? But this is bigger than all of that. This is about who is going to be the next PM. And we're looking potentially at giving Andy Burnham the road to number 10. The second thing people aren't talking about is the possibility of Wes Streeting. He's been out doing the rounds this week as well, and it's the potential of him triggering the leadership election. And don't count him out, because he could come out on the outside of Andy Burnham, and I'm looking at that as well. And also, what about the seat, the mayoral seat in Manchester? Because, of course, if Andy Burnham wins and becomes the MP for Makerfield, that seat becomes vacant, and then will Restore go for that? Will Reform go for that?
We've actually got Orla Minihane of Restore Britain in the studio. She is the spokesperson for the safety of women and children, alongside James Bembridge, a Reform UK candidate too. We'll come to you shortly, James, but I guess Richard's put a couple of things to you there, Orla. Firstly, what about this idea that actually Rebecca hasn't done enough in Makerfield, and actually this has been a campaign about Rupert rather than Rebecca? Is that fair criticism?
Okay, so we've had this conversation. I've had this conversation with so many people. First of all, let's be really clear. Rebecca's job as a potential MP and as a candidate is to walk the streets, speak to the locals, knock on doors, gain the public support. That's her job. Okay, so ultimately, going on GB News and going on Talk TV and going on all these things is absolutely irrelevant, because tomorrow morning, if she was to become MP tonight, tomorrow the only thing that matters is what she will do, and she will deliver for the people of Makerfield. That's it. Everybody will forget about this and move on to the next political drama. So, how many people on the backbenches, how many people in Labour do you know? No, very, very few. The only people that know those MPs are the people in their constituencies and whether they're doing a good job. That's the first thing. That's all that matters. Everyone says, we haven't seen her. Again, you don't need to see her. The people of Makerfield need to see her. She is not public property. She's not the press's property. She's essentially the only ones that are going to be voting are those constituents. She's been on the ground every solitary day for the last 6 weeks. She has not had a day off. She is absolutely, relentless in her pursuit of...
And the thing is, we have seen her. It's just not in usual mainstream media circumstances. I actually want to show you, because Will Coleshill of Vox Populi. He's been doing brilliant work. Yeah. And he was actually on the ground with Rebecca Shepherd in Makerfield earlier today. Let's take a look at what she had to say.
So how's it going today?
I think it's going really well. I've had some great conversations on the doors. A couple of ladies. I met one outside the polling station. She was actually into horses, so we had a good chat about that. And she thanked me and went in to vote. So it's going really well.
And what issues are you getting raised on the door?
The one that we've just had there was funding for SEND children. A lady's been on the waiting list for 12 years to try and get her daughter an EHCP. So that was a bit of an issue. So hopefully I'll be in a position to help her sometime soon.
And that's been one of your core issues as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Getting funding and trying to give SEND children and people, older people, access to activities outside of school is something that I feel very passionately about, yeah.
And we've been speaking to people today, and a lot of people don't know about what Andy Burnham has done with his big surveillance programme, £100 million for the sort of ULEZ system that he wanted to unveil. What do you think of, the sort of mass surveillance that he's been trying to bring in?
Well, I just think it's a bit pointless, isn't it? And it's an invasion of privacy and a waste of money. That's my opinion on it. I just think, what's the point of that? Just use the money for something better and stop surveilling people. We've got a right to our private lives.
And quite a few people have been campaigning for reform that we've spoken to, and they're trying to say that they're changing the system. I've been challenging them, talking about the Tories they brought into their ranks. What do you think about the Nadeem Zahawis and Robert Jenricks that the reform has been taken in?
Well, I wouldn't really like to comment. Obviously, I don't know the people, but I just think it goes against everything that they've already said, that the system has to change. We need decent people in power, and just not regenerating old Tories.
Right, yeah. Well, Becky.
So there she is, Richard. What do you think?
Well,
You've seen her now.
Outstanding candidate, obviously, because she knows the people of that area very well. She's a businesswoman. And of course, she is doing, as any candidate would be doing, she knows her people, knows the constituency. I'm sure Robert Kenyon knows people as a self-employed plumber in the area as well. Some of us have stood as candidates, so we've had that kind of target on our backs. We know what it takes, the courage and the threats you get and everything else and things that get said about you. I know from experience, it's a tough old game. So I admire anybody that stands in any election, whether it be a by-election, general election or other. But I think going to the main point here, we have to understand the main enemy in all of this is the Labour Party. Their destruction of our country is incredulous. It has been, and the Conservative Party just the same for 14 years. And so we've got to look at the long-term game. And we do not want another term of Labour. Now, this by-election, now, I can't believe it's got so much coverage, and rightly so, for the very reason that I'm discussing here. Is because potentially we could see someone like Andy Burnham, who has the potential to resurrect the Labour Party and repair the red crumbling wall that's been crumbling for some time since Keir Starmer took over prior. And we're going to see a revolution of the Labour Party come together, and that then is going to be more difficult, whether it's Rupert Lowe and Restore, whether it's Reform and Nigel Farage, Zia Yousaf, whoever it might be, going into 2029, into a general election, it's going to be much harder to defeat Labour. And I know some of you might think, no, it's impossible. Look how screwed up Keir Starmer's messed everything up. Trust me, Andy Burnham has the potential and the ability to be able to revive the Labour Party like Tony Blair point two, like the new Labour Party, and of course, gather all the troops together and say, we're back on the map, Labour is here for the working class people, like he's done in Manchester, and we know he's got a terrible track record, we know he's been mentioned in the rape gang inquiry, we know he covered up some stuff in Manchester as well, allegedly, so we know all of that about him, okay? But those on the left and those progressive Labour voters will see him as their saviour of the Labour Party, just as many people on the right will see Rupert Lowe as the saviour, as they did with Ben Habib before it folded like a paper aeroplane. I mean, at the end of the day, people are looking for answers. They're looking for a saviour, and they're looking for someone to rescue this country, because we all want the same for our country.
Right now in our live chat on YouTube, it is, let me just check, it is 66% of people going for Rebecca Shepherd, saying that they think she deserves to win, 31% Robert Kenyon for Reform UK, and 4% for Andy Burnham of Labour. Now, by the way, Lauren the Insider infiltrated Labour HQ earlier, and we're going to be revealing what went down very shortly. But let me thank you very much. Richard Taylor, he is, of course, the host of Richie and Rogue Unfiltered. Richie and Rogue Unfiltered on YouTube. Richard, thank you so much for being here. Now, we do have in the studio James Bembridge of Reform UK and Orla Minihane of Restore Britain. There has been another scandal today which we haven't spoken about yet, and I want to play you both this video. So this is Sarah Pochin. She is a Reform UK MP who has effectively conceded defeat in Makerfield tonight, but she's had a very controversial day, and it was quite interesting that she was the one sent to the count, given this video she posted earlier. For the sake of women's safety, we need England to keep winning. And it was alongside this video. Watch.
England won the football last night, and thank goodness they did, because on the occasions that England lose their football matches, the incidences of domestic violence go through the roof. So, boys, keep winning.
Now, Orla Minihane, you are the spokesperson for the safety of women and children for Restore Britain. You were absolutely furious about this, responding on X, dairy me, how utterly shameful. Maybe people will start believing me now. Reform do not take women's safety and well-being seriously. What was it about that video, Orla, that you had such a problem with?
It's just an absolute insult. Now, look, a couple of things. Sarah Pochin is a nice woman, okay? She's a nice woman. I don't think that she did this with any kind of malice. I think it was ill thought out. I think it was opportunistic. I think whoever is advising her needs to be sacked immediately. But to do it in that kind of, well, first of all, yeah, there is in her defence, there is statistics that do say that do link domestic violence with sporting events. Not necessarily football, but it is to do with the drinking that is involved with that, and that is statistically true. However, it's just the way she's trivialised it by saying, so boys, you better keep winning. I mean, wow, it is so untasteful, distasteful even. And, you know, I'm thinking, you've actually stood and trivialise domestic violence, which is so prevalent in the UK, particularly more so now than ever. There are so many counts or so many instances of suicide from domestic abuse. It's the most horrendous thing that women and men go through. And it was almost like an advert for football. It was just horrific.
James,
Awful.
James Bembridge, can you defend this?
No, I can't. I mean, look, do I look like a career politician to you, Dan? I'm a
Not with that hat.
I'm a careerless politician. I lost.
But at least it's a better hat than the one he had last time I was on with him.
I mean, when I was standing for Soho, they had this slogan for me, bet on Bembridge. Well, people bet and they lost. I lost big. No, I can't defend that. Well, if you're going to lose, then you've got to lose big. Then,
Yeah, exactly. Go home or go large or go home.
So you're throwing her under the bus. You're not even going to. You're not even going to try.
I can't defend it.
We had this conversation outside, and I showed him, and you can't defend it.
No.
And again,
well, she has defended it. Okay, well, fine. She has defended it. Well, sorry, James, make your point.
I was just going to say, as Orla says, obviously she's a very nice woman. This was just completely so horrifically ill-advised.
And the thing is, my view would be within 20 minutes she was being annihilated. Take it down.
Well, with friends like James Bembridge, who needs enemies? My God. Well,
James is a bit like the wind, my friend.
She has defended it on Sly News in Makerfield tonight, alongside Anna Botting and the Sly News political editor Beth Rigby. Let's watch together.
You've caused quite a furore, as you know yourself today, by suggesting that England's football team need to keep winning, to stop cases of domestic violence from going through the roof. I mean, people like Carol Vorderman, who actually wrote to the women of Makerfield about...
As did I, actually.
Did
yes,
you? Right,
I wrote back.
Well, that's very... So there we go. That's very... We'll talk about that in a moment. But, you know, what were you thinking by saying that? And why not... You know, you've put the onus on footballers to stop domestic violence against women and not the abusers themselves. I mean, there's been such a big reaction to this.
I think that's a leap too far. My point was very clear, and that is that the statistics back up exactly what I say. And sadly, when something like England lose a football match, the reality is that women that are on the end of domestic violence suffer dreadfully. And let me just tell you that I was 20 years as a magistrate dealing with domestic violence, and I've been on endless training courses with the police, and they will show you the spikes in their call-outs when something like a big football match is on and something like the England team don't win. My point, of course, is not about, of course we all want England to win, and it's wonderful that they won last night, but I am wanting to raise awareness, as I take every opportunity to do, of the poor women that do suffer such bad domestic violence. And can I say one more thing on it? You know, the Labour government, with their new changes to the Sentencing Act that have just come in, mean that often perpetrators of domestic violence won't go to prison.
Okay, do you mind if we hear what you said?
Okay, well, so you're not impressed by that, Orla?
So I tell you exactly what's happening here, right? And again, this is no disrespect to Sarah. Rupert has highlighted and has always been very, very verbal and around what's happened to thousands of girls in this country at the hands of Pakistani rape gangs. That's the first thing. He has also been an absolute advocate for women's safety. He brought me in to be a spokeswoman for women and girls. He is absolutely, this is one of his main priorities. It has been one of the pinnacle parts of Restore's policies. What Reform have done is said, hold on a minute, the country seems to like this, the women seem to like this, we need to get one of our women to stand up and start talking about women's safety. They've got Sarah and they've put her in a situation, and now they've made her go into this role and act as an ambassador for women and children. Now, I'm sure that she believes in these things, but she's got no passion. You can see that she doesn't mean what she's saying. She's like, and domestic violence, blah, blah. So she's almost belittling the whole thing. Reform have got her and gone, right, you're a woman, Sarah, you can do it. That's what's happened. It's a shambles. It's so utterly... I'm furious for Sarah, because she's been put in this situation where she clearly is out of her depth and doesn't know what she's doing. And then on the flip side, I'm furious that Reform have looked and gone, do you know what? We're missing a trick here. We need to look at what's going on with women and girls in this country at the hands of illegal migrant men, and with domestic violence, and with the rape gang scandal. We need to let's look like we give a shit, because we don't, and they don't, and I know they don't. And I've said, and I'm getting really angry now, and I'm sorry. I've said for months and months and months that they never ever took me up when I kept saying to them that this was one of the biggest issues in this country. And now they see that Reform are doing and Restore are doing it, and that Rupert is so behind this
So
epidemic
Robert Kenyon
of rape.
finally jumped on board
Correct,
it today.
and now they've jumped on and they've given it to Sarah and gone, oh, Sarah, you do it. What? It's an outrage. I'm annoyed with her and I'm annoyed with them. They're so disingenuous. It makes me want to be sick. I'm sorry, I'm furious. And boys do matter. Yes, boys do matter, absolutely. And I talk about...
That's because Brute Life 2314 has
Says,
just
do
said on the
boys
Super
not
Chat,
matter? Of
Orla,
course they do.
why aren't you a spokesperson for women and children? Do boys not matter?
I'm a spokeswoman. My title is Women and Girls, simply because of what's been happening in this country. But boys are terribly... unrepresented.
Well, I would actually hope that Restore
They
would do
absolutely will.
something
They
that
absolutely will.
other parties haven't. Remember, one of the reasons that I was booted from GB News was because Lawrence Fox was advocating for there to be a minister for men
There
because
has
of
to be.
because of the terrible suicide rates amongst
absolutely.
men. Okay, look, James,
Oh, I'm
you are
furious.
here to defend Reform UK tonight. Can you please at least try, okay? Because Orla has just chucked a bucket
because
of
I've got
shit over your head.
I've got his knee in a clamp under the desk.
Look, this campaign has been a disaster for Reform UK, hasn't it, James?
What, the Makerfield one?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're talking about the comments from Sarah, yes, of course.
Well, no, I'm
obviously.
talking about Robert Kenyon. I'm talking
Robert
about
Kenyon,
I'm talking about the fact that all of a sudden you're not really backing the guy and you're pulling funding and you're just accepting he's going to lose. Was there proper vetting? I mean, I didn't have a problem with most of the stuff that he said, but Reform says,
God knows
we're
how I
so
got
good
through
without
vetting.
vetting.
Some of the things you've said, James, did
Right. So about Robert Kenyon? Well, what I'd say is I'd agree with what Orla said about what's she called? Rachel Shepherd.
Rebecca.
Rebecca Shepherd. This is how good a politician I am. I know these things. So Rebecca Shepherd, is she media savvy? Okay, no. Is Robert Kenyon? No. Does it really matter these days? I mean, as you were saying, if they're just standing to be if they are standing to be a councillor or a MP rather than the head of a party, then no. Why speak to the press? You don't need to.
I mean, I do. Look, there are leaders and there are followers, right? And there are people like myself and Connor and you, to a certain extent, James.
Very low extent.
When you've done your research. But there are people that naturally can stand up and they can stand to the scrutiny of the press and of social media, etc. There are some people that can't, right? Or don't want to. And that's absolutely their prerogative. Ultimately, it is a savage, toxic game to get into. We know that. You get absolutely annihilated. You get crucified no matter what you do. You can't win no matter which side of the fence you sit on. But the point is, I have seen Rebecca. I saw her in the street, people beeping, waving, saying hello, coming over to her. She knew people's names. She went into the pub. That's all that matters. Because tomorrow it will be fish and chip paper. The newspapers will forget it. We'll move on to the next drama. And if she wins, she will then be in a position where she has to deliver for Makerfield, and Andy Burnham will not deliver for Makerfield. He will be on the first train down to London to challenge Starmer, right?
Yeah.
Now, but again...
I think that's the one thing we can all agree on.
And we can all agree on that, yeah.
Okay, well, look, do stand by. We're going to be back to Connor Tomlinson and Orla Minihane shortly, plus we'll have much more of James Bembridge from Reform UK later in the night. Maybe he needs to go and get a little bit of briefing about how Reform are going to defend themselves tonight, because not sure that was the greatest of starts in terms of doing that. But we have Lauren the Insider in Makerfield, and earlier in the day, this is what happened when she visited Labour HQ. I'm told this is astonishing stuff. Let's watch together.
And we are outside the Labour Party HQ in Makerfield. So let's go and find out what people are saying. I have a feeling we might not be that welcome here. People, it blows my mind. There are people that are proud to vote Labour. They've got it on their cars. They've got badges. But none of them seem to have much to say about the work that Rupert Lowe has done when it comes to safeguarding children. Let's not forget, Rupert Lowe has done this because everyone else, on you go, not bothered, everyone else in positions of power have failed them. Let's go. So I am going to see how many people I can talk to. We may not be welcome, but let's have a look. I mean, good grief. With everything we've seen about Labour, can you imagine there's still people... Can I talk to you, sir? Are you voting Labour?
Yes, I am.
Why? What? What's wrong with you, Poppet?
Poppet?
Poppet? Oh. He said that's a nice patronising word, but, you know, I'm only working with what I've got. Let's have a look. Right. I am? Said who? Why not? But it's not illegal for me. I've checked.
Okay, we'll just get someone from the comms team to come out to you anyway.
Oh, are we not allowed? If you don't vote Labour, you're not allowed here.
No, we'll just get someone from the comms team to
But
come
why
out.
aren't I allowed? Why did you tell me I wasn't?
It's not for
But
me
you
to-
told me I wasn't allowed here.
Yeah, we just haven't been letting press down. That's what I've been told today. But we can
Right.
get someone to come out to you anyway.
Hello, would you like to talk to me about why you voted Labour? Has anyone read the independent inquiry from Rupert Lowe? Anyone? 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 Hello? That wants to talk? Hello? Do you want to talk? You voted Labour.
Thank you very much.
You voted Labour.
I'm not old enough to vote.
Right. You voted... No, you're not old enough. You voted Labour?
Hello. Have
Hello.
you introduced yourself and arranged things with the comms office?
No.
Oh, right. If you want to speak to people, then you need to just be out on the public path because this is private land and there's under 18s filming.
Under 18s? Well, we'll wait here then.
So you need to be out on the public path because this is private land and that's access to someone's driveway.
Who owns this land? I could go over there then.
So the public footpath's out that way, I believe.
Right, so is it illegal for me if I'm not a Labour supporter to be here?
We've asked everyone to accredit. So have you accredited?
Well, you're actually not letting independent media in. So we've seen...
Yeah. I'm sorry, how do you...
Because I did... Yeah, we did try, and it's only legacy media that have been given access.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I'm literally just hearing this now. In which case, it would be great just because we've got children around. If you wouldn't mind filming out on the public highway, that would be brilliant.
Right, well, we're not getting children in. I'm glad you mentioned children, actually, because have you read Rupert Lowe's recent inquiry?
So if you could just pop out and film that way, that would be brilliant for me, just because we're a little bit concerned. That's my main thing.
Oh, I'm going to stand there, and then we won't get any children.
Okay, can I just go and check who's around? Is that all right?
Absolutely, no worries. Well, this is going well, so we are very unwelcome here, but I will not let that deter me, so I'm going to continue. Hello, you voted Labour. Can I ask why?
I'm not a voter here.
Oh, right. You're wearing a vote Andy.
Yes, but that's because I came up here to campaign because it's really, really important that Andy Burnham gets elected here.
Okay, can you tell me why it's important?
I'd rather not speak on camera, sorry.
Okay. Can I ask, have you read the independent Rupert Lowe inquiry?
No.
Okay, did you know that a minimum of 250,000 children have been failed and Andy Burnham played a part in that? They've never got anything to say. When you go back to the facts, they've never got anything to say. And this is the problem. We've got people here that still don't know how many failures there are across the country because of the likes of Labour. Let's try someone else, shall we? Would you like to speak? Could I ask you why you voted Labour? Just here by the balloons.
What I believe,
yes,
the Labour is the only party who can lead the nation.
And what makes you say that?
I strongly believe. What I have seen the Labour Party years and years, if you go back, 100 years go back, look at the history of the Labour Party. And you know, always when you make your decision for the future, you have to keep in mind what good thing, the good policies and what good policies Labour has implemented in the past years. The Labour is doing well. Of course, we believe in Labour. We don't think that any other party have that kind of policies which can be equally implemented, which can reflect the whole nation.
And what are these policies that you're referring to?
If you look back, I can just like to recall you maybe, minimum wage, the Labour has done. NHS is a Labour baby. We introduced the NHS frontline service. And if you look at the tuition fees, there's a lot of things for pensioners, for disabled, for single mothers, for free school meals. I've been as a governor. We've been on the schools. There's a good things which address the local needs of the ordinary voter.
Do you understand that there's also a lot of anger from people because of the mass exploitation and failure of British children? And we have seen the Labour Party, Labour councils play a huge role in that. And where do you stand on that? Because obviously you must feel incredibly let down by the Labour Party.
No, I think that's not true. That's really not true, what you said earlier on.
Sorry, which part isn't true?
No, what you said, the exploitation of the children, right? You said the Labour has done. I don't believe it's the Labour. It's not only one party should be responsible for this. There are many. The Tory was 14 years. They were ruling this country. So I think this question you should be asking to them.
But we are talking about the Prime Minister now and the Labour Party that are in power. Keir Starmer voted against a national inquiry into the grooming gangs. I struggle to see how anyone could support a party that doesn't put safeguarding children at the forefront.
Look, as a governor, I believe I was a lead governor, right? The children safeguarding issue is very, very important and a very sensitive issue. I do believe that. But I cannot say what the government has done. If you're saying...
No, you won't be able to. They haven't done anything. That's the thing.
No. Look, I will not going to say anything on that, but I believe this government has a priority for the children, for the young children, for single mothers. We're doing a lot of things at the moment. Even this free school meal has been just introduced again, right?
And I agree, but I also think what's a free school meal when you've got Andy Burnham, who, if you listen to the survivors' testimonies, has failed so many of them. And so this is where we see people like Rupert Lowe, when they're standing up against the establishment, they get smeared, which is wild.
But that's the government issue. Look, I don't want to comment on that. That's a government issue with the government officials, the government ministers. I'm not in the part of the government. I'm just an ordinary member of the party. But I feel I've been working for the Labour Party for 3 decades, and I know what I have done. I'm a former councillor. We have introduced so many good policies for the local residents. The people are happy. But this is the policy of the government, which I will not be able to comment because I'm not part of the government.
I understand that, but any policies can't stand up when you've had councils and police and government and everyone collude together.
Yeah, but as I said, I'm just an ordinary member. I'm not going into depth of the government role, right? So it's better you can ask this question to the person who is in the government role. They will be able to explain to you. I'm an ordinary member. I'm proud to be a member. I'm proud to be a Labour Party, British Labour Party member, and I believe in its values, and that's why I'm here to support Andy Burnham. I know Andy Burnham can change things for the country.
Thank you for your time, and respectfully, I can assure you all watching, Andy Burnham will not save the country. He will not help us at all. This is the problem. We have people here that rely on legacy media. They are being fed lies, and these are the very people that still don't know the incredible work that Restore have done. The mind boggles.
Wow, Lauren, absolutely incredible scenes from Labour HQ. Much more of that coming up. But Lauren joins us now live from Makerfield. 2 big pieces of news, Lauren. Firstly, the turnout has been confirmed at 58.75%. And Rupert Lowe has just spoken out in the past few seconds, posting on X, "A very important night for our party. Restore Britain must now be treated as a serious national political party. Pollsters must prompt us and the media must give us a fair hearing. We are here to stay." Lauren, how's that going down in Makerfield?
Well, I tell you what, it is so quiet here. We can't find anyone, Dan. Even Stand Up to Racism have gone and they turn up to anything. So it is very, very quiet. I think people are very threatened here because there is change. Change is coming, and that is what Restore as well as Reform, pose to this area. Andy Burnham is never going to change anything, and you saw in that clip as well There are some people they're not living on the same planet as us. These people genuinely think Andy Burnham can solve the problem. So I have met some very strange people today, and what I have learned from being on the ground is that there is a lot of support for Restore. Some people feel that it is too early for Restore, and that has come from some of the reformers. I do wish they would change their names. Why did they have to go for two similar names? It gets very confusing. But we are seeing a lot of reformers say that they really, really like Rupert Lowe, and they will put their weight behind him. They feel it's very early, but nothing can stop this, because once people realise, and this is what's happened with Restore, we the people, we have the power. We are not those 99% working donkeys that just get our newspaper anymore and believe what's written in it. And so this is a really, really big day. And we will see legacy media try and smear anything on the right, particularly Rupert Lowe. And we saw that at the weekend with the Mail on Sunday's front page, and it's not going anywhere. But I would say, especially as someone that, like you, Dan, we know the mainstream inside out, the very fact we are seeing these smears and the fake news come out about Rupert Lowe, this shows you that the establishment are panicking, because Restore are the only party that the establishment can't control. I would personally argue that Reformer controlled opposition. And so what Restore are doing is absolutely huge. It cannot be underestimated that Rupert Lowe, what he has done is incredible. It has been such a short amount of time. And obviously the mainstream media, they want to create negative headline after negative headline. But what we have seen with his independent inquiry is who stands, with a moral compass, because that's what it comes down to. And this has come up time and time again. People are shocked with this inquiry, and there isn't the connection that Farage has with people like Rupert Lowe has. And many people have said he's almost like the grandfather of the nation, someone there to actually look after us, because every other party seems to work against us.
Indeed, Lauren, the insider on the street of Makerfield. Do keep us posted. So, we're back in the studio now with our election night analyst, Connor Tomlinson, Russell Quirke of Reform UK and UK Live, and Orla Minihane of Restore Britain. So, Orla,
yes,
this is a huge statement from Rupert Lowe, just released. A very important night for our party. He says Restore Britain must now be treated as a serious national political party. Pollsters must prompt us, and the media must give us a fair hearing. We are here to stay.
Yeah.
That is a mission statement, and clearly he is confident that the vote tonight justifies that, which means, I guess, you're certainly not losing the deposit, you'd imagine.
Yeah, well, I hope not. Look, I said at the weekend, after the weekend, there are a lot of people that said that they were going to vote Reform, and they said they will vote Reform this time, but if there was a general election in 2 years' time, they would vote for Restore. So our view obviously was, why would you do that? Vote with your heart and mind now. So we'll see how that works out. But ultimately, look, it's 4.5 months old, this party. Okay, we have not been around very long. We have had no media coverage. We're not even acknowledged on polls. None of us are invited on any of the programmes, even GB News, which is the People's Station, apparently, or the whatever the strapline is. So we have done this absolutely from grassroots movements, from social media, from word of mouth. We are the party that Reform promised to be. Simple as that. And we are not going anywhere, contrary to what Russell said earlier.
Well, Russell, this is interesting, isn't it? Because actually, let's talk about the specifics of this. It is, after this result, going to be much harder for example, the British Bashing Corporation to exclude Restore Britain. After they did that, on Question Time, I've been watching news report after news report after news report where they say, well, Restore Britain didn't want to give us an interview. Well, Restore Britain is a factor in this race. And they didn't want to give them an interview because they were excluded from the Question Time special. That could have changed the course of this race. Now, I know you're going to say it wouldn't have happened, but just imagine Rebecca Shepherd had gone on, had knocked it out of the park. Actually, all of a sudden, she could have been challenging Andy Burnham. So do you agree with Rupert Lowe saying you've got to start treating Restore Britain seriously? I mean, even on UK Live. You're going to have to start getting Restore Britain guests.
I have no issue whatsoever with Restore having a platform. I'm one of those old-fashioned types when it comes to freedom of speech.
No, you are.
Enough. Restore being on UK Live, The Mike Graham Show, GB News, Talk TV, I'm all good with that. I think debate is healthy. I think competition is healthy. But I guess, look, you'd have to kind of turn your attention, though, to why the likes of Rebecca was not allowed to speak to the media. I mean,
she was allowed.
Before we start trumpeting, the fact that the
likes
of
shown
Rebecca,
her speaking to
the likes
Vox
of
Populi.
Rebecca should be allowed to speak. I mean, Rupert Lowe and his handler, Alistair, would not let her speak.
That's absolute nonsense.
What happened,
Absolute
Orla?
We saw the video.
Nonsense.
What
the
happened,
video
Orla?
of the guy with from the Telegraph. Let me tell you exactly what happened. The night before, I was in a bar in Ashton, in the main high street. The Telegraph guy came over to me and said to me, I have asked Alistair and I've asked Rupert for an interview. They've told me that I need to sign up and I need to put my, basically put my slot in because tomorrow's a very busy day. Can you help me? And I said, no, do what you're told. He said, well, I'm just going to chance my arm. I said, fine. So he goes into town the next day and he goes and he pushes his luck and he tries to get an interview. And Alistair said, no, I told you to get your slot in like everybody else and we will do a proper interview with you. And he didn't. So then it's been twisted and made to look like she can't talk. That's absolute nonsense.
No, but all the politicians...
she's not a politician.
Well, she's trying to be.
She's trying to be.
She's trying to be. So
And
she's as good as a politician on the basis that she's put herself out
Okay.
there to be a
Well,
politician.
just in case,
but politicians on the
people-
street
Russell,
get vox popped
I'll
all
let you
the
come back,
time.
Russell. I just think some people may not have seen the video. And I
You're
always
gonna show
just
it?
like to be transparent. I'm actually going to show it.
Yeah.
So this is David Curtin's post of it. He's the Heritage Party leader. He said there is something very odd about Restore Britain. Their Makerfield candidate, Rebecca Shepherd, declined to speak to the Telegraph. Then Rupert Lowe seems to ask permission from his handler to let her answer a question, who again refuses permission for her to speak. This is what happened.
My name's Peter. I'm a reporter at Telegraph. I was talking to... We're not doing anything. Talking to Rupert earlier. Not one question. Rebecca, we just get one question. One question, Rebecca. Is that all right? Are you sure? Are you sure?
So can Rebecca do one interview or not? We said that.
Go on, Rupert. Just one.
What did you make of that, Connor?
Daft move. Just let it talk. Seriously. Again,
I
I'm
agree.
gonna get in trouble there. She was signed up for various interviews and then turned them down last minute, and it's because she is not that much of a polished speaker. I mean, she's quite persuasive on the door. People like her. She's credible on women's safety and things like that. But when it comes to actually talking to the press, she's nowhere near as rhetorically sharp as Rupert is, and so I think there was a concern that would be a liability. But in that specific instance, I mean, Orla's correct. But in other instances, I do know for a fact that she was signed up for interviews and they decided against it.
Can I just step in, Connor? And I totally agree with you. And I just want to point out something. That woman has been absolutely annihilated by the media, by Reform, by Labour, by everybody. Right now, we are supposed to be a decent, civil, democratic society. We have said to people, please stand up and put yourself forward to serve your community and serve your people. Please put yourself forward as people who are business owners, normal people. And then what we do is we annihilate them and assassinate them and and then we talk about being kind and mental health and, showing people. What a load of tosh, right? This woman has stood up. She's put herself forward. She's never done this before. Neither has your man, Robert, but he has got experience as being a counsellor. She stood up and said, Jay, do you know what?
He ran at the last election
I'm going to put myself forward and I'm going to do what I think is right for my people. And then she has been crucified.
Hang on.
No, I'm sorry. We have to get to a point where we show a level of respect to people that stand up.
But in fairness, Robert Kenyon's been utterly crucified.
He has, both of them.
And still speaks to the media.
But that...
Hang on, she was only asked a question. She was only asked a question by the Telegraph. She wasn't asked to recite the Quran, for goodness sake.
Wasn't.
Why can't she, as she's walking down the street, clearly has lots of time on her hand, Orla. I mean, she wasn't running for a bus. Why can't the Telegraph ask the candidate for parliamentary office
They can
a question?
Ask her a question.
Well, clearly not.
No,
but
they can.
Can I
just say one thing as well?
please.
It's very disrespectful to refer to Alistair as the handler. Okay, he's not
Well,
the
he clearly
handler.
is.
No, he's
He
not.
handled the
No, he's
situation.
not. He's a chief of staff. He was annoyed. Alistair is a very firm man. He will not tolerate nonsense. He will not tolerate disrespect.
He told his boss what to do.
No, his
He was
boss
telling Rupert Lowe.
asked him.
Who's running Restore? Is it Alistair or is it Rupert Lowe?
Well, I would say who's running Reform? Nigel
Farage.
Wazir.
Nigel Farage.
Go on.
100%,
Whatever,
as is
of course
very
he is.
evident.
Of course he is.
What,
Nigel Farage doesn't
you're
have a
saying
handler
Zia
telling you what he
Youssef
can and
is
can't
running?
say.
Are you saying Zia Youssef is running
Do you know
Reform
what?
UK?
I don't care who's running Reform at the moment. All I
But
care
that was the
about-
implication.
That is the implication. What I'm saying, or generate, we don't know. But anyway, the
It's a
point
team.
being a team.
It's a team.
Of course it is. Anyway, my point being this,
A team of
right?
rivals.
Right. The
Can
point,
work.
Yes, right.
Can
the
work.
point being that Alistair had said to said
Yeah.
man at the Telegraph, you need to put yourself
Yeah.
in the queue, and he
Connor,
didn't. He's been disrespectful.
Connor
Of course
Thomas,
it's not real world stuff.
we have discussed this on Outspoken, Connor, before, and we have said yes, Rebecca Shepherd should be doing more. There is a counter argument to all of this, though, which is that the mainstream media have been completely despicable over the course of this campaign. I mean, the Telegraph the next day ran a story suggesting that Restore Britain was being funded by white supremacists because one man, Steve Laws, had given one donation to the party unprompted on X. So is there not an argument that actually the mainstream media in this country, Connor, is so corrupted? Actually, Restore Britain is better just not speaking to these assholes.
On the grounds of the Telegraph, I did see Camilla Tominey and Tim Stanley complaining that Rupert had not gone on the Daily Tea, despite Camilla Tominey, calling him a rather derogatory nickname. And originally he was booked.
Hoopit, she
Yeah,
called him.
and he originally was booked.
Who's Hoopit now? She's begging for him.
He was originally booked on a Monday, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, but then he had to turn it down because he had to go and read out survivor testimonies at the rape gang debate in Parliament. So I think that's a fairly good reason to turn it down, but she decided to bury that in like paragraph 4 of her article complaining he didn't go on, which I don't think was fair. So it is possible that certain outlets may be not high on their list to visit if you're just going to be rude about them. That being said, though, Emily Maitlis wasn't exactly the most cheerful customer when Rupert went on the newsagents.
And it was legendary.
Yeah, and it was legendary. So you should actually be engaging with hostile media because you should have the courage of your
And
convictions. that you
I'm
should
doing
fend
it
these people
now.
off.
Connor.
And by the
I'm
way,
doing it right
and
now.
by the way, Russell,
Oh, you started, love.
3 on 1, 3 on 1.
Russell,
Bring it on, boys
Well,
and girls.
I'm completely independent. You know that. A
Yeah.
Restore Britain source, though, has just hit back at you, Russell, saying you're wrong about Rebecca. She was a branch manager who stepped up. She is a brave woman who is not a politician, yet still stepped up to help restore Britain in her community. That is brave. She should not be targeted.
Well, after tonight's result, she's still not going to be a politician.
Okay, but I just want to talk about some
Not this Robert.
some of the figures that are coming in as we can see now the live count which is taking place. So we do have a bit more information. The turnout in the Makerfield by-election, 58.75%. That is actually up from 52.4% at the general election. That is pretty incredible. It shows the massive attention in this race. That is 45,510 votes for those wondering. Pretty fascinating, isn't it? 45,510 votes that are going to determine the future of our country politically. Charlie Simpson, the good young independent journalist, is also reporting that he has heard from a Conservative source that they believe they have secured between 1.5 and 2% in the Makerfield by-election. Now, Kevin Edgar has replied, he's a Conservative activist, it's a solid Labour seat. Not a surprise. Many Tories have also lent their votes.
funny,
But look, you guys, well, no, you'll laugh. I mean,
It's not funny.
Sorry, but there's a higher rate of gonorrhea transmission at Tory party conference.
Look, can we not mock the afflicted, please?
No, but the thing is, what it does say, right, is it does
Tories
show,
are over.
It does, and it shows that wow, right. Let's put aside our differences. What has happened to this country?
what
the
did-
political
I'm just
landscape.
going to interrupt. I'm just going to interrupt because this is interesting. Rupert Lowe is speaking live now on GB News. Let's listen in.
Wow.
Blimey, that's fast.
This country in 2 years. They're complete charlatans. The front bench has no idea what it's doing. They have no idea of the consequences of the legislation they're passing, of the taxes that they're effectively levying on an increasingly small, productive Britain, which is being taxed into oblivion to fund an increasingly inefficient state, which now accounts for far too much of GDP. So I don't think it makes any difference. Labour won a landslip election victory on a very low turnout, on a very low share of the vote, right? So they've got a big overall majority, and a lot of those Labour MPs will be one-term MPs, because Labour is not going to get re-elected again. It doesn't matter whether Starmer's running the party, whether the Ghostbuster Burnham's running the party, whether Streeting's running the party. They're all Fabian sort of fools, as I call them, the whole lot of them. So they don't know what they're doing, and the British public can see that. So they're not going to win another they're not Labour.
A restored.
And have you read our rape gang report, which came out on Tuesday?
I have not.
Well, you should read it, because that puts into context the failures of the Labour Party, which have allowed the evil to be perpetrated on the most vulnerable people in our society for the last 30, 40 or 50 years. And it goes to the root of power and elections and votes over principles. So you should read it.
But it's easy to say from the wings.
And so should everybody in the country.
But it's easy to say from the wings that Labour has failed. How would Restore succeed? What would you do to succeed?
Well, if you read the policy documents that we're producing, which we're putting on our website,
well, for our viewers, tell us,
have you read our policy document on mass deportations? Have you read those?
You just summarise.
Have you read any of our policy documents?
I have not, but
why not?
Many of our viewers might not have either.
Why not?
Tell us. Just
they're on our website.
I'm sure they are, but just tell us for our viewers at home.
You have to be able to read quite a long document and actually concentrate for long enough to take it in. But yes,
but that's not
we are producing documents on everything from mass deportations to we explain why it isn't possible at the moment, how we put that right, and then how we deal with it. And we get rid of people who are arriving illegally, living here illegally, foreign criminals in our prisons. It's all been written down so people can analyse it, question it, and challenge it, okay? Same, big economic paper coming out. Big paper coming out on defence.
Are big papers the way to vote?
They are. That's the most important thing. You have to have a plan. You asked me what we're going to do. We are going to have policy plans which will show people what we intend to do and how we intend to change the way the country's governed. And it's not being governed very well at the moment. That's the problem. And there's no accountability.
And you think, just final word, and you think Restore are the ones to restore Britain, I suppose?
At the moment, we've got a fantastic team of people who are working very hard. And if we get a significant vote, a party that's less than 4 months old, to get a significant vote in a national election will be a tremendous result. And I think it's a credit to all my team, to Rebecca Shepherd. We won all the county council elections in Norfolk. You could have halved every vote and we'd have still won. We won a borough council election, and we're intent on taking control of local councils, particularly where I'm an MP in Norfolk, and then hopefully nationally in 29 we can take control. Because if we don't get control by 29, I don't think the prospects for this country are very good. And I think the British people can see that now. So we have had incredible encouragement from everybody we talked to in Makerfield. And not only that, the encouragement we got from what we did in Norfolk was incredible. So I think let's look at what we've achieved. And I'm not worried about what we do with regard to anybody else. Nobody owns any vote. Every vote is up for grabs. And if the British people want to vote for me, or want to vote for Reform, or want to vote for Labour, that's up to them. Not up to you or me.
Well, the polls will tell. Thank you for your time.
We'll see. The poll is tonight. We're going to see what the poll is.
The results will come.
We were told we get 2%, but I think we'll get more than that.
Oh, that's a big... I'll hold you to that. Thank you for your time.
Oh, do you know what? That's actually a really significant moment. And what I love about our Outspoken election night is we are actually going to dip in and dip out if the mainstream media are doing something interesting. And that is really interesting to me because, you know, I'm a bit of a watcher of what's going on at GB News. I know the personalities involved. And for Rupert Lowe to be given a live platform like that, Connor, on election night is a decision that, trust me, will utterly infuriate Nigel Farage, a shareholder in the station. And what has just happened there is GB News management saying, you know, we can't be 24/7 propaganda for Reform UK anymore because
you're losing viewers.
Well, and you're a force. You're an actual force. And again, what's really interesting to me too, Connor, is that this is Rupert playing Nigel's old game. It would be Nigel who would have turned up to the count of a vote that he wasn't going to win. Now, I would be very surprised if we see Nigel Farage at the Makerfield count today, and I'd be very surprised if we see Nigel Farage doing any interviews.
There are inconsistent reports on whether or not he's left. Reformer denying that. I would think he would give the count a wide berth in case Rupert Lowe sidles up next to him and goes, "Hello, are we meant to be cellmates?" You know, but clearly Rupert was really enjoying that. I mean, he has this sort of Trumpian or even Putin-esque way of speaking, where he just barrels past the people's questions, just says like, "This is what I want to say. You can wait your turn." Actually, and I think he handled that very, very well. And it's good for GB News' viewers, some of whom have been taking to the YouTube comments to express their disdain at Rupert's absence from the channel, to get a few minutes of him live.
Yeah, I mean, it is supposed to be a right-wing channel, right? Not just a reform channel. And actually, I've spoken to Susan Hall and various other people at Conservative, and not obviously based on the result tonight, who have also said we don't get a look in. So that's not good either. But can I just point out that I have to say, and I know the reporter that was there, how awful that you are you work for a news channel and you haven't read the document.
Yep.
I mean, that is shameful. I'll let her away with the fact that she hasn't read policies.
No, it's terrible.
But that is absolutely shocking.
The rape gang inquiry. But unfortunately, what I do know, Russell, and while obviously this benefits you as a Reform UK politician, there is real negativity within GB News and Talk TV towards Restore Britain, and that does spread down. And what you're seeing is, I think that woman's name, I'm pretty sure her name is Sophie Reaper. She's quite a senior reporter for them. And I think it is pretty astonishing that she hasn't read a word of the rape gang inquiry, if I'm honest.
Well, I don't know her. Obviously, I still do GB News. In fact, I'm doing Patrick Christie's show tomorrow. 9 till 11, by the way.
Send her my regards.
Yes. Look, I'm clearly not involved, nor would I want to be involved in the backroom politics of what happens in a TV channel with regard to who goes on and who doesn't. I don't know anything about that. I'm more concerned, to be honest, Dan, that you've had a £2 super chat that asks if Russell Quirke is sniffing glue. And
Russell, I wasn't going to read that one. I feel
they've
so
spelt
bad.
my name wrong. No, I'm more concerned that they've only put one L in Russell. How dare you?
Okay, look, there is an interesting mainstream media thing going on, though. And I want to show you something really interesting that I had noticed too, but Nick Dixon has pulled this together. And what I think it shows is that there is a disconnect happening at the moment between the mainstream media and what they are trying to spread about Restore Britain and actually how the readers or how the viewers of said publication or broadcaster feel about Restore Britain. So Nick Dixon did a bit of work on this, and it was in regards to this article from the Daily Telegraph. You probably saw it. White supremacists with links to banned neo-Nazi groups are helping to fund Restore Britain. Well, he did some work and said the Telegraph appears to be wildly out of touch with its readers on Restore Britain. The comments overwhelmingly say no party can keep track of every member and that the article reads like a Guardian hit piece. Now, I'd done a very similar thing when I read this article last week. I'm like, oh, there's 3,400 comments. I want to go in. And let's just read some of them. These are Daily Telegraph paid subscribers. Really poor article, Daily Telegraph. Just a hit piece prior to the by-election. Tell me, have you vetted all subscribers to the Daily Telegraph? They do help to fund you, so I'm sure you wouldn't want to operate double standards. Neil Farrelly said the Telegraph is funded by white supremacists. Prove otherwise. Have you vetted every subscriber? Come on. You want to claim the moral high ground? Pathetic excuse for a journalist. Smug Asar Kiwi said, am I reading The Guardian? Strangely, I never read articles about David Paulden, that's Zach Polanski, by the way. Weird, almost as though the Sharia-compliant Green Party doesn't exist. Ed Logan, this article would be more suited to the Mirror than the Telegraph. It's full of the usual left-wing tropes and syntax. Phil Mood, the cowardly tyrant Neela will love this article. The rest of us know the far right doesn't exist outside a tiny number of immature attention seekers spouting their venom from the safety of a bedroom in their parents' house. Britain has a far left problem. The far right is policed very officially. And then Steve Sidaway said, Dear Telegraph censor, you can keep dishing out the comment has been removed. I can keep reposting it. This article is foolish and ill-informed. It is a slew of ridiculous nonsense. The Telegraph should be ashamed of posting such one-sided rubbish. The scribblings of a typical liberal progressive London media hack. Rayner should be ashamed of penning this, quite frankly. I do not support Restore or Tommy Robinson, but this is biased, one-sided exposure, and it has all the usual far-left, anti-reform or Restore tropes in it. Real name is Stephen Yaxley Lemon. Lenin, white supremacist, far right. In other words, anyone who doesn't love Antifa, BLM, unbounded inward immigration, woke ideology is a white supremacist. Well, here's another subscription gone to the wall, Telegraph. If I want to read moronic drivel, I'll subscribe to the Guardian. And so my point of going through those comments, Connor, is just to say, actually, the mainstream media, I think, are facing a backlash from their customers. And eventually, you can't keep ignoring your customers.
Well, they know the standard isn't fair because the other parties aren't held to the same standard of just auditing your membership and trying to cancel them for what private citizens say perfectly lawfully online. And also, anyone can just say anything to try and look like they can bring the party into disrepute if you try and put that standard forward. I wouldn't want that standard used on anyone else. And I think when parties have policed their own membership internally, like the Conservatives, it's gone disastrous because you just surround yourself with a cadre of yes men that just double down on the policies that end up destroying your electoral chances. See them barely getting even 2% in this by-election. The worst and most egregious one, and I know you spoke to the young chap, Dan, a couple of days ago, was the Daily Mail's 2-day front pages on a 19-year-old activist doxing his name, where he lives, and also then getting him sacked from his job and causing some pretty sour turmoil with his family, because obviously, you know, if your son's on the front page of a national newspaper for 2 days, you get particularly worried. They laundered smears and said that Angloid and then also Callum Barker, Lion of Epping, you've got to say his title every time you say it, it's mandatory. They said, oh, these were hardened neo-Nazis and white supremacists. They put those in quotes, they never attributed the quotes. When you track down the quotes, turns out it's from a stand-up to racism activist quoted in a Byline Times article, who then recycled the smear from a counterfire article from Georgetown University that had to be retracted because they confused Callum with another Callum Barker from Combat 18 from the 1990s. Callum's 23. So he's not... Oh, 22. Oh, there you go. He's aging poorly. Sorry, Callum.
Not him then.
Yeah.
They already retracted it. So the Daily Mail decided to perpetuate this smear to attack 2 young lads who have done nothing but deliver leaflets for a lawfully registered democratic political party. Right. Probably because, again, they feel that they're another hand on the Ming Vase or whichever political project they would prefer to see shepherded into Downing Street, and because they think they're going to make plenty of money from their preferred candidate getting in. And I just don't think young lads' reputation should be the casualty in this.
Shouldn't people be more concerned that Restore's being funded by the Conservative Party?
They're not being funded by the Conservative. What
donation by
nonsense.
a Tory peer of £20,000?
His brother's wrong one.
All right, okay. So there's no funding of Restore by the Conservatives?
No.
So it's all myth, is it?
Yeah, no, it is. There is no genuine. There is no Tory backed. Again,
I find this absolutely bizarre that you keep reading things about, oh, Rupert's a Tory, the Tories.
But he was a Tory. He was in
everybody
the
was a Tory.
He was
hang on, 30 years,
everyone was a Tory.
yeah, but he was a Conservative.
Everybody was a Tory when Tories were Tories, when there was only 2 parties.
Zia was still a Conservative member when he became chairman of Reform.
Can I just say, Robert Jenrick, Suella Braverman,
he's okay and Reform aren't because of the whole Conservative thing.
No,
I'm an ex-Conservative. But the same as Rupert Lowe.
But you weren't
the same
responsible
as
for the Boris wave. That's what most Restore members are annoyed about.
I mean, come on, Rupert left the Conservative
label applies to many of us.
Rupert left the Conservative Party not long after Margaret Thatcher had been deposed as Prime Minister.
The difference is whether you spell it with a capital C or a small c. I'm a proud small c Conservative.
There's nothing left to conserve.
No, but you know, you wouldn't want to be a member of the Conservative Party with a big C.
I'm banned.
But we're all Conservatives, aren't we?
This is very interesting. Sly News has also spoken to Rupert Lowe at the Makerfield count. This is going to be great.
They all made appointments to Orla's point.
Probably.
In advance. Otherwise, they wouldn't speak
dealt
to
with
the
his
media.
handler.
They're not campaigning, are they?
So this is John Craig. He is live at the count, and he is speaking to Rupert Lowe. This is going to be fun.
Well, I think she's done extremely well. I don't know what the result is yet, but we're here. We're less than 4 months old. We were told we'd get about 2%. I think we're going to comfortably outdo that. And I think it's time we were on the national polls as a proper party.
And, of course, what you could be doing here, of course, is helping Mr. Burnham defeat his Reform opponent.
Well, we'll see what happens. We don't know the outcome yet. But
if it does,
in a democratic election, you put yourself up as a candidate and you say what you're going to do and you let people vote for you. That's democracy. But, are you saying that's the wrong way of carrying out democracy?
Oh, we can't hear that. Could you hear that?
Cut, didn't it?
No. let's try and get back to Rupert Lowe. What do you think about the fact that Sky News is speaking to him too, Russell?
Well, as I said earlier on, I think it's great. I'm not sure Sky are going to get the response that they would particularly like, but they might want to put some better journalists out. If you want to catch out politicians like Rupert and indeed Nigel and Zia, it's not going to go very, very well for the MSM, is it really?
What did you make of that, Connor?
I agree with Russell. I mean, the worst place you can probably put Rupert Lowe in if you want to try and contain his responses is a live broadcast on Ofcom regulated media with a hostile interviewer. I mean, it's not going to go well for you.
Okay, we are going to just try and listen to that once more. Let's give it another go because I think it is important to hear what conversation is taking place between Sky News and Rupert Lowe, but we will wait for that.
Well, I think she's done extremely well. I don't know what the result is yet, but, you know, we're here. We're, less than 4 months old. We were told we'd get about 2%. I think we're going to comfortably outdo that. And I think it's time we were on the national polls as a proper party.
And, of course, what you could be doing here, of course, is helping Mr Burnham defeat his Reform opponent.
Well, we'll see what happens. We don't know the outcome yet. But
if it does,
in a democratic election, you put yourself up as a candidate and you say what you're going to do and you let people vote for you. That's democracy. But, are you saying that's the wrong way of carrying out democracy?
No, I'm not expressing a view, but
well, it sounded like you might.
No, I'm putting the questions to you. How would you feel though if by damaging Reform UK, you help a Labour candidate and Mr Burnham win here?
Well, as you're aware, I drove a lot of Reform support until Nigel politically assassinated me, so I think you should ask him why he did that. That's probably the question, isn't it?
A lot of people are confused. You just used the phrase he politically assassinated you.
We tried to, he didn't.
What happened? Why did you two fall out?
I don't know. I didn't fall out. He basically booted me out of the party and false witness statements were made and police took my guns away and the whole thing was a mess. And then subsequently he's admitted the reason he got rid of me. He didn't like my views on mass deportation. So he tried to edit a couple of my speeches. I honestly don't know why he did what he did. You'll have to ask him that.
But the fact
I didn't fall out with him. It was his decision. It was a one-way deal.
But the fact is, it looks to all of us out on the outside like a feud between you, and here you are standing against him.
There's no feud. There's no feud. I've just got on and set up my own structure, a movement to start with. We set the party up in end of February, so we're less than 4 months old. We swept the board in Norfolk with the county council elections where we were told we'd get 1%. Well, you could have halved all our votes and we'd still have won. And I think there's a vast movement of people who want to see change in the country and they think that we offer that opportunity. So, look, all I do is sit on the Public Accounts Committee, I speak the truth in Parliament, and I am what I am. I'm not anything that you don't see. So I am what you see, and I'm just getting on with doing what I was elected to do by my wonderful constituency, Great Yarmouth.
You say you sit on the Public Accounts Committee. I'm told that was a deal between you and Geoffrey Clifton-Brown, the Tory chairman, who is the MP for where you live in the Cotswolds.
No, there was no deal. I was asked to sit on it because, as you probably know, I've got 20 years' experience in the City of London. I'm probably, compared with most people in Parliament, qualified both financially and in running businesses, which I've set up and run for many years now, and I still have them. So, unlike most people in Parliament, I've actually had real-life experience. And I think if you watch what I do on the Public Accounts Committee, I'm able to draw on that experience to hold a very deficient civil service to account, which is wasting vast amounts of taxpayers' money, which they shouldn't be doing.
If it turns out that you taking votes away from Reform UK hands victory to Mr Burnham...
Well, Reform might be taking votes from me. Who knows? So,
all right.
Do votes belong to Reform?
A split on the...
Do you think votes belong to Reform? Are you saying they own them?
I'm not saying that at all. A split on the right. No, a split on the right helps Mr Burnham win, and he takes over he ousts Sir Keir Starmer. Is that something you'd like to see?
I don't know. It's too early to say what the result is. Maybe you've got a crystal ball and you know what the result's going to be. I don't.
All right,
but I'm not worried about this vote-splitting narrative, which may or may not have had some effect at the end of the campaign. I'm not interested in that. What I'm interested in is democracy, and in a democracy, people vote for what they believe in. If you don't vote for what you believe in, you get the wrong outcome. And I'm not interested really. Labour, in my opinion, are not going to have a general election because they'll lose it, whoever's in charge. The Ghostbuster Burnham, and good luck to him if he's won. I have to give him credit if he's won. This is a democratic election, and you have to pay credit to people who win. If they put themselves up and they stand in a democratic election and they win, credit to them. But the fact of the matter is Labour have done immeasurable damage to the country in the last 2 years. They are not popular with the people. They will not win the next election, whoever's running it, whether it's Starmer, whether it's Streeting, whether it's Al Khan's, or indeed whether it's the Ghostbuster Burnham. So it doesn't make any difference. Labour are going to be there for the foreseeable future, doing more damage to the country, and the British public can see it. I don't think your rather sort of recidivist narrative holds any water whatsoever.
No, I'm asking questions here. Why do
you sound as if you're making judgments.
No. I'm just asking you questions. Why do you call Mr. Burnham the Ghostbuster?
Well, because he's been built up into this Ghostbuster. In my view, he's not been a particularly successful politician. I don't think he's been a particularly successful mayor of Manchester, but he is an attempt, I think, by a failing party. And if you read my rape gang inquiry, which came out, crowd-funded by 20,000 people on Tuesday. I don't know whether Sky have covered it. I haven't seen you cover it, but everyone should read it. It's absolutely vile what's been happening, and the Labour Party are right at the centre of it.
And at that moment, surprise, surprise, Sly News wrapped up the interview. This is why I think it is so good. Rupert Lowe being at the count. Connor Tomlinson has just heard that Nigel Farage has left Makerfield. But Rupert doing it, and I think he's killing it. I want to cross now to Steph, the Alter Nerd, one of our favourite YouTubers who is been watching exactly what's going on tonight. Steph, what do you make of it? Finally, the mainstream media are unable to ignore our Roops.
It's interesting to see. It's interesting to see the interaction between mainstream media and Rupert Lowe. And as I was watching that bit from Sky News, I was literally like, yes, go on, Rupert Lowe, slay, slay, slay. He was taking no BS whatsoever, and he was calling them out. In the previous interview that he had with mainstream media that you showed earlier on, he literally turned around and he was like, I'm going to call you out because you've not even read the Rape Gang Inquiry report. And then he calls out Sky News saying, I haven't even seen you cover the Rape Gang Inquiry report that was crowdfunded by over 20,000 people. So, stop talking about this rubbish about, vote splitting, this, that and the other, because that's all nonsense. Let's talk about, the actual issues at hand, not vote splitting, but the Rape Gang Inquiry. Vote on who you want. This is a democratic vote. No one's stealing votes from anyone. No one's splitting anywhere. So stop with this focus on vote splitting and focus on something that actually matters.
And it's prospects time.
Do you think, Steph, that there has been a change in the way that the mainstream media cannot just dismiss Rupert Lowe and Restore Britain after tonight as a purely online phenomenon? Because, look, Steph, in some ways, people could say, you are purely online. You are part of this new breed of the online right who has never come up through the mainstream media. I think that is absolutely brilliant. You are a fresh voice. You are speaking to people directly. But it doesn't mean that you are not living in our country, that you are not living in the real world, and that the reason young Brits are coming out in force and fighting back is because you are terrified about what you actually see on the streets every day in your country. The fact that you happen to be pursuing your message online is almost irrelevant.
Yeah. That's absolutely all true. And just to dismiss Restore Britain as just, it's an online phenomenon, it's not really rooted in reality. So the mainstream media doesn't give a toss about the party is actually at their peril. Because couple of things. Firstly, for Makerfield, I did a little bit of research here, and in the 2024 general election, the turnout was at 52.5%. The turnout at this by-election in Makerfield is at 58.8%. And that significant increase could potentially be attributed to Restore Britain canvassing around, because you see the pictures and you see the clips of people coming together to spread the word that Rebecca is the right leader for Makerfield. And so that kind of online presence that Restore Britain has as a party, the rest of the parties would absolutely kill for. And for any party to say, no, we wouldn't, they're lying. But secondly, you also have to look at the party's kind of history in terms of scoring, because even though it was Great Yarmouth first, it was still headed by Rupert Lowe, still based online, but they won all 9 seats when they stood for Norfolk County Council. So for mainstream media to turn around and be like, well, you know, you're only polling at, let's say, 2%, you're going to get 2% of the votes. No, they won all 9 seats for Norfolk County Council. The turnout for this by-election has increased from the general election by about 6-7%. You see all these pictures and clips of people coming together to spread the word for Restore Britain. Yeah, the new media is online. And mainstream media just has to get used to that now. And they can't ignore him anymore. That's why they're showing him now on the, you know, the day of the results, interviewing him.
Steph, I want to bring Russell Quirke in so he can question you on some of that. Because I guess, Russell, there is still a big online presence for Reform UK as well, right?
Well, look, it's new media. You know, it started with Obama, of course, 2008. Using the internet and social media to shore up the vote.
Yes, we can destroy the country.
Yeah, and indeed. And and so on. So, look, it's, I guess some parties have embraced it more than others. I mean, it's really, we should be thinking about the Conservative Party, the Lib Dems, remember them? And Labour, who, of course, have not really embraced new media. So yeah, look, it's elections now are fought in the new world and the old world. You know, I think leafleting is still extremely important. Getting out on the stump, extremely important. Events, face-to-face stuff. But of course, digital is going to be important. I mean, I'm kind of scratching my head a little bit, though, with regard to this turnover increase all being down to Restore. That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, you could equally say it's because the people of Makerfield desperately want to get rid of Keir Starmer, and therefore more Labour voters are out voting. You could also say it's because Reform have done so fantastic. Russell. Hang on, let me just get the Reform bit in. You know, I know this is Restore TV, Dan, but let me just get this in. The fact that Reform have just absolutely unequivocally won the local elections, which actually Restore only stood 9 candidates in. We stood 5,500, by the way.
Yes.
Might also be, you know, the Makerfield response saying, yeah, okay, we'd like to support Reform. Who knows? We won't know until the end. I suspect it's a combination of all of those things, but I don't buy into the fact that the turnout's gone from 52 to 58%, and that's all down to Rupert Lowe.
Steph?
But let me just respond to that, because I said it could potentially, the increase could potentially be attributed to Restore Britain because of their significant and very successful online presence during the whole campaign for this particular by-election. You can't deny, you know, the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that have, you know, travelled from all over the UK into Makerfield to campaign for Restore Britain. This is why I say it could potentially, not that it had definitely. But also as well, did you know that the Conservative Party chairman, Kevin Hollinrake, is already thrown in the towel? He's already said that Makerfield was never going to be our seat.
Yeah.
And then
they
saying
should throw in the
that
towel
I
as
think
a
Andy
party,
Burnham will win.
not just at Makerfield. Surely they should throw in the towel completely and utterly and unequivocally, not just where
Although
Makerfield's
they are
concerned.
confident in Aberdeen South. There is this other election, by-election taking place, 2 actually, in Scotland. And it's interesting because the Conservatives have gone with a pro-energy policy. Let's get the North Sea oil going again.
Hang on a sec, that's a bit of a turnaround, isn't it, compared to
of course it is.
David Cameron on a skidoo a few years ago talking about the bloody ozone
layer. Not to mention
layer.
Theresa May damning this country to net zero. I mean, look, Russell, you know...
The Conservatives started net zero in the UK.
Net zero, I always called it.
Let us not be deceived by the Conservative Party doing a little kind of pirouette here.
And
the Conservatives started net zero.
I've never been a Tory. I voted for Boris Johnson, but I have never been a Tory. I did. Well, in 2019, I did.
You better now?
Absolutely. Well, come on.
Everybody
2019
did.
was
Well,
the
most,
2019
but
was
you're
the Brexit election, and your man Nigel Farage actually stood down the Brexit Party, so we had no alternative if we wanted to get Brexit done.
We trusted Boris.
Absolutely, I did. Look, Steph, the alternate, thank you so much. Do make sure you subscribe to Steph's brilliant channel because, look, she's the online, right? She's a real woman. That's the point. She understands what's happening to this country. Now, this is going to be fun because Rupert Lowe is doing the rounds.
Oh, no.
And,
who's he on with now?
Well, this is so good. He's on with LBC.
He's enjoying himself.
The
isn't he?
Labour Broadcasting Company.
He's
And
enjoying
what's
himself.
brilliant is that Lewis Goodall is hosting this show, but I don't believe Lewis Goodall is actually being given the interview. So Lewis Goodall is going to have to introduce the fact that Rupert Lowe is about to be interviewed. I just think we can all enjoy this because sweaty old Lewis is just understanding that all of his politics is failing.
That
so
might not be
let's listen
the
to
case.
this.
One of the reasons that Labour are feeling increasingly bullish about their prospects. We should probably talk about one of the other candidates who has been a major player in this campaign, someone who has certainly been motivating non-voters, mainly waste disposal bins and sites. I talk, of course, about the man himself, Count Bimface, leader of the bins, I think it's fair to say. Well, he's an aristocratic figure at the very least. Perhaps he's in the bin House of Lords. Some of his policies have included abolishing hydration breaks in football, giving Emma Hayes a proper studio, sticking it to the mainstream parties, destroying the far right, cutting their taxes while your taxes and raising everybody else's, and other things that humans don't care about. His campaign slogan, make your vote.
God, no wonder no one watches Lewis Goodall, right?
But
Isn't that awful?
Can you hear the James O'Brien in his voice?
Yes.
Awful. He is modelling himself on the hideous individual that is James O'Brien, isn't he?
And can I just say, not that I want to boast, and it's late at night, but LBC has less than 1,000 people watching them at the moment on YouTube. So I'm just saying, and that's because we have to deal with that type of bullshit from Lewis Goodall. Anyway, we're going to get through that, but I am assured that very, very shortly we will see Rupert Lowe, who is at the count in Makerfield. And what are you hearing, Connor? You're hearing Nigel Farage is not at the count.
Apparently Charlie Simpson dropped an update saying from a close source in Reform, he has confirmed that Farage left because that was posted about an hour ago, and Reform were denying that. And then now most recent update is that he isn't there at the moment.
Okay, well, come on, let's become the 935th viewer for Lewis Goodall because I'm told that he is about to get Rupert Lowe.
How has the campaign been going, and what's your reception like on the door?
Well, look, we've had a tremendous reception, and I think, as we had in Norfolk, the exciting thing is we've had volunteers coming from all over the country to help us. So in the local elections, which we swept the board in Norfolk in the county council elections, we won the borough council by-election there. And we had people, probably 500 people came to that campaign. Last Saturday here, we had probably 1,200 people came from all over the country and the world. We even had people from Hong Kong. So I think the British people are stirring. I think they've had enough of the failure that they've seen in both government and the civil service. And sitting on the Public Accounts Committee, which I do now, I see quite how weak the civil service is, how they are serving themselves, not the public, which is what they're supposed to be doing, how they're wasting vast amounts of taxpayers' money, which means that hard-working people have to pay far more tax unnecessarily because there's a lot of waste, there's a lot of misappropriation, there's a lot of things that could be done a lot better, and there are far too many people employed in government. So look, I think we're resonating with what people think they want. And in Parliament, I stand up and I speak, and I try and speak the truth. As you probably know, I'm not in this for money. I give my parliamentary salary to charity each month. Charities in Great Yarmouth usually, but elsewhere if I think that's where it's best served. So I think we need more sort of what I call vocational politicians who basically want to change the way in which things operate. Because Britain's going badly wrong. I think everybody can see that. Labour has done untold damage in the last 2 years. The front bench, most of them have no business experience. They have no life experience. They have no understanding of the consequences of the legislation they're passing. They're raising taxes all the time, particularly taxes on jobs with the increase in national insurance. And they're just damaging the real economy. They have no idea of the consequences of what they're doing. So I think the British people can see that, and they're getting increasingly frustrated by it.
And obviously your party, 5%, 7%, say
well,
some
whatever we
polls.
get, tonight is the poll. Tonight is the poll.
What would be a good result for you tonight?
Well, we came into this thinking that sort of 10% would be a great result. I mean, we're a new party. We're less than 4 months old. I think we were told we'd get 2% in Great Yarmouth. In Norfolk, we were told we'd get 1%, less than 1%. We ended up, you could have halved all our votes and we still have won.
So under reported.
Now, look, I mean, a national election is a different thing to county council elections, where I'm a local MP in Great Yarmouth. Everyone knows me. And they've seen what we've done in Great Yarmouth. They've seen that my office there is doing its best to help people. So I think it was easier in a regional election. This is a national election from a party that's 4 months old.
And how would you
so
feel
if we get anywhere near 10%, I think that is the news of the night.
If you did get 10%, that would be enough to deny reform to win.
Okay, so we are now going to cross to Aberdeen, where we believe the SNP have lost this by-election to the Conservative Party. This is the first result of the night. Let's take it.
2,478. Douglas Lumsden, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 14,000. George Shelston Exton, votes Scottish Greens, Let's Demand Better, 974. Mel Sullivan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,270. Richard Gordon Thompson, Scottish National Party, 8,258. Ballot papers rejected, 53. And total votes, 28,950. And I declare that Douglas Lumsden is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as the member for the Aberdeen South constituency. Ballot papers. Colleagues, if I can just conclude. Ballot papers rejected.
So, amazing result then for the Conservative Party up in Aberdeen South.
So, Connor, that is a big result. I mean, here we are all night saying the Conservatives are dead. They're finished. They're forgotten. They should just throw in the towel. And they've just gone and beaten the SNP in Aberdeen.
Yeah, the SNP conceded even before the announcement was read out there, Dan. And as you can hear, the Conservatives are rather jubilant. It must be quite nice to win something for a change rather than just sort of stem your losses. They lost the seat in 2019 because they actually won from the SNP in 2017. So they haven't held the seat for the last, what's that, 6 and a bit years. So they must be pretty chuffed gaining that back. But I do remember two things rhetorically. One, Reform had a pretty polished ad with their candidate, it was Jo Hart. They made quite a big deal about her being a midwife and obviously interested in women's safety, and you know they thought they were in with a chance. We heard quite a lot about Reform performing well in Scotland under Malcolm Offord in the local elections, but that doesn't seem to have really been borne out. It'll be interesting to see whether or not they make any gains whatsoever going forward in Scotland. And also we're also hearing, as Rupert Lowe's confirmed, some suggestions that some of the Senate members that Reform picked up at the local elections potentially defecting over to Restore. So their inroads in the Celtic nations might be short-lived.
I mean, Peter C. Barnes. Yeah, it's quite an incredible night. Yeah, because in a lot of ways, this could have been the night where Reform UK became inevitable.
That's the big word, inevitable. Every campaign needs the inevitability myth. So basically, what is the point in voting Nigel Farage is going to win, Reform is going to win? You need that. This night has put the question of Nigel Farage as Prime Minister like front page news. It is undeniable now to ask that you cannot ask that question. You asked that, say, 2 weeks ago, everybody would have said, well, Nigel's going to win. Reform is the shoe-in. The reality is Reform have actually been slipping for quite some time. If you look at the local elections, their actual vote share went backwards. The seats they won in Scotland were actually from party list, not from constituency level. And more importantly, where they've actually been winning is consolidating votes. They've not actually expanded in any meaningful way into particularly the Remain areas or Lib Dem areas or particularly inner cities they have been essentially blocked out of. Wales is a prime example as to why you can't go around insulting voters, because you need coalition partners. You need to build coalitions with people. The one thing I will say when it comes to the Tories winning this seat is it's quite important for them, because this was the first kind of competitive seat that they've actually kind of run in. In other words, everything else they've just kind of stood a paper candidacy, for want of a better phrase. But realistically, this one, they did actually put quite a bit of money behind it, quite a few resources. And, Makerfield was never really in their purview. But I do think this is a big night for the Conservatives on that seat alone, because, that 200-year-old party that's been around a while, kind of, it's quite difficult to put down. Its Horcruxes are still running around by the looks of it. But yeah, I do think that Reform have got it into their heads that this is 1997. It's not. It's 1992. The one thing that they have really underestimated is better the devil you know. I still think that these big brands, the Labour Party and the Conservatives, still carry with them a kind of sense of duty voter, that they feel that they should vote for them because they know them, and they feel a sense of, well, they used to be okay. My big thing for parties like Restore and Reform is it's now no longer the immigration argument. It is now the economy. It is now regeneration of the high street. It is now jobs. It is actually branching out and showing you are an administration in waiting. The one thing that Reform never did was the hard yards of a political party. It never did the policy stuff. Restore have actually already made those inroads. Those policy papers have got the detail. The one thing, Reform have a headline. Restore actually have the detail. And this is one thing that I noticed in a couple of the interviews that Rupert has given, is they are coming out with not just the kind of, well, we're just going to deport lots of people. They're going out with how they're going to do it, how they're going to pay for it, the timeframes. This stuff buys you credibility with a voter base that doesn't know you. They all ran around saying that, Rupert Lowe and all this kind of stuff. You don't have to be popular to win. You have to be credible to win. An election is not a popularity contest. It's a job interview. And you are literally, you've got to advocate for yourself and not tell everybody else why the other guy is terrible. Reform reached for Project Fear because it doesn't know what it stands for. It doesn't know what it believes in, because it's a hodgepodge of literally everything put together, all led by one man driven by the biggest ego in professional politics, who also happens to be the biggest snowflake in professional politics. And that's
talking about Nigel Farage.
Nigel Farage by a country mile. I mean, the guy shouted boring at a journalist, and then, they're suddenly running around saying, well, Rebecca's never in front of a journalist. At some point, hypocrisy has to be a word for these people, because that's one of the reasons Restore even exists. They ran around with purity tests, and Reform failed their own purity test.
If I can add to that as well, the more that policies start to converge, because yesterday's Restore Britain policy paper is tomorrow's Reform headline. Everyone's racing to be the most credible on mass deportations, and even Kemi's removed the immigration pledge from the front of her podium, but they're still trying to sound like they can get a handle on the mess they made. The more that people promise the same policies, the more it becomes not just a job interview. It's who do you find? It's a character test. Who do you find to be the most credible, courageous, and okay, who do I trust to enact this vision that everyone agrees is exactly the same? Do I trust the guy that's been consistently promising it with detail, or do I trust the person that's to be kicking and screaming dragged in order to adopt that?
It's called
but I'm just saying, the point is, though, that of course you can look at the individual arguments about why these seats are very different and what's happened. But the problem that Nigel Farage has got is that there's actually no good news for him out of tonight.
No.
There is good news for the Conservatives. Now, look, we can all say this is a rare win, but the point is they can actually say we can win seats if we focus our energies on particular constituencies where we have the policy mix. We can win a seat. And then obviously Restore Britain is going to be able to say, well, we can challenge and take away a lot of the vote away from Reform UK. So I guess my question to you, James, is where is the victory tonight for Reform UK? What can Reform UK come away with saying we're winning?
All right, so Peter is obsessed with this almost perverse, perverse idea that reform have stagnated or something like
Well,
that.
it's not. It's,
Well, hello.
yeah.
Let's look at the local elections recently, the council elections.
Yes, you
How
went
on
backwards.
earth
You went
How on
backwards.
earth could
in
you
a
look
year.
at those and then say, "Oh no, reform is stagnating"?
Well,
I think not.
actually, it's worse.
I think not.
They're reversing. If you actually look at national equivalent vote share, they went backwards 1.2%. They're further away from a majority in 12 months than they were closer to it. Also, you consolidated votes. You didn't make any in-grounds into actual competitive areas, and you didn't make any in-ground into Remain Central Territory. You were blocked out of Wales. You didn't win any seats on any constituency seats in Scotland. This idea that yes, you've got a lot of numbers in terms of the seats, but
Well,
actually
they do. We do.
Yes, but basically makes you the Lib Dems of the right. In other words, you've got potholes, you're not getting national security. I think that's kind of where you are right now, and you've all been running around thinking that just because you're saying the right thing, the government is somehow the thing you're owed.
What are you talking about? The Lib Dems of the right?
Yes, that's what you are at the moment.
In what way?
Because you've got potholes. You've been blocked out of 2 parliamentary seats that have control over things like the economy, national defence, all these kind of stuff. Where you've actually been judged on your ability to actually handle the big boy stuff.
This is nonsense.
You've been kept at the kids' table.
Okay, guess what? Rupert Lowe is now on the BBC, the British Fashion Corporation. And let me tell you again, Connor, we've got to set this up because it's hugely significant. We despise the paedophilic organisation, but at the end of the day, they still have a massive audience. And they tried, I believe, to influence this campaign by refusing to allow Rebecca Shepherd to appear on Question Time. But as the campaign went on, they realised we can't keep ignoring this guy. And I am told that we're about to see Laura Koonsberg interview Rupert Lowe.
Yeah, Rupert's, they've already published some of the statements on the BBC's live blog. So he says, well, we're very confident we're going to get more than the projected amount that the previous polls or the most pessimistic readings of 2% said. Danny Kruger actually responded to Rupert's comments live on air, saying, well, Restore is still very, very online, but well, maybe they might make inroads. So, it's suddenly moved from being a purely online phenomena to, we've got thousands of canvassers out sort of putting it in our face, and we quite wish that we had that, actually, if we hadn't pissed everybody off.
It's that reaction to Restore that actually gave them the oxygen. In other words, do not deny the thing exists. It's called the Streisand effect.
Yes.
I mean, at what point did the Reform suddenly think that insulting their own side of the spectrum and then trying to tell people that it doesn't exist was ever going to work? Also, with a hostile media from the left that was only going to poke the bear further.
Totally.
It's just show
that has been the Dan Hodges argument throughout this campaign. If Reform just shut up about Restore, this would never have happened. Don't get me wrong, I do think Reform's strategy has been wrong, but I think even if they hadn't had said a word about Restore Britain, this is a movement. We are not going to be silenced anymore.
Don't be stupid, Dan. Do you seriously think so?
I do. Well, why am I being stupid? Come on. What did I just say that was stupid?
What chances do you think they have?
Of what? Winning a general election? Well, I think it's going to be tough. But
just a tad.
But at the moment, do I think that Reform UK can win a general election? No.
Yeah, of course they can. I mean,
it depends what you mean by
for
winning.
The past 2 years, every poll for the past 2 years, you've seen who is there on top? Reform.
Look, James, your party is trying to suck up now to the trade unions, increasingly moving to the left. So what we need in British politics is an honest force to the right. I mean, it's Katie Hopkins who says this, so I'm stealing this from her, but we don't want to go into that voting booth anymore and hold our nose and say, oh, we're going to have to go with Farage, but we know he's going to let us down. No, so how am I being stupid? You said it.
You are. You're being completely idiotic.
Well, tell me why.
You're being idiotic.
Well, you can throw around these terms, but why?
Because
I think it's
the chances that you afford Restore, that's idiotic.
I think it's what you mean by winning. If you mean by an outright majority, Reform are definitely not going to get it, and Restore at the moment aren't going to get it. The thing is, we're no longer in the duopoly. We're in 5-party politics. Coalition building, being the largest party, is also winning. Having a handful of seats is a lot of power at the next general election. If Restore end up getting, say, 10 seats, that is a seat at the table. That is winning. It is no longer just getting a majority anymore because we've moved past that politics. People all wanted the collapse of the 2-party system and then forgot that when it collapses, politics itself changes.
Yes, totally. And look, you may say I'm stupid, but at the end of the day, I do believe There is a movement happening in this country. There are events that are waking more and more people up every day. At some point, that is going to cross over to politics. Look at the turnout for the Unite the Kingdom rallies. Now, your deputy leader said that lot, we're just going to forget about.
Yeah, but Rupert Lowe refuses to meet Tommy Robinson, by the way.
What do you mean?
Rupert Lowe refuses to meet Tommy Robinson.
Well, I don't know if that's true, but it
is true. He's not met him.
Well, I don't know if that's true.
Tommy asked him to meet him, and he's not met him.
All I've seen is that every single time over the past week, when the mainstream media have been absolutely desperate for Rupert to throw Tommy Robinson under the bus, he has not done so. He has praised his work in terms of exposing Pakistani Muslim rape gangs, and he has said that he is welcome to be a member of Restore Britain if he chooses to be. Now, is Tommy Robinson part of the party management? No. Does he want to be? No. Tommy Robinson has made it clear he wants to run a cultural movement. He never even wanted to be a member of Reform UK.
I know.
But Reform UK threw him under the bus. Anyway, look, we do have this BBC interview, so let's all watch and we can judge Laura Koonsberg. Do we think she's going to be fair? Let's see. Let's see.
The programme. What do you expect to achieve in the constituency tonight?
Well, Laura, I mean, I've been here all day today, and we've had tremendous support from a lot of people, and I think it's not, as John Curtis was saying, the BNP vote. I don't know where he thinks he's got that from. It's quite extraordinary. No, we're bringing people back to vote who haven't voted for a long time, like we did in Norfolk in the local elections, because they actually can see that there is somebody, I think, standing to change the way we're governed, to try and ensure that government is for the people and for the benefit of the people, which it clearly hasn't been recently. And when I sit in Parliament, I look at the decisions that are being made by the front bench, most of whom have never run a business and don't understand how businesses operate, and they don't understand the consequences of the taxes they keep increasing, particularly taxes on employment. I'm staggered, and I think the British people have had enough of it. So I'm encouraged by the support we've had, and I think, to again John Curtis's point about us polling 2%, that's the number we came into this being told we were going to get, but I'm confident we will get a much higher vote than that, and for a party that's less than 4 months old, I think that's a hell of an achievement, and Rebecca Shepherd, our candidate, deserves a lot of credit for the dignity and for the hard work she's put in talking to her local constituents.
So much higher than 2%. Would you put a figure on what you expect to achieve?
I don't know, Laura, but look, at the end of the day, this is the poll, isn't it? We're standing in a national election. We did very well in the county council elections and the borough council election in Norfolk and Great Yarmouth recently. So, you know, again, we brought people back to vote, and certainly in the county council election, you could have halved the vote we got and we'd still have won every seat. So look, I think there's an enthusiasm for what we're doing. There's an enthusiasm for what I'm doing on the Public Accounts Committee in Parliament, where I try and speak the truth. And I think people are concerned about immigration. It's a huge issue. They're concerned about the fact that the country appears to be financially struggling. I think a lot of people are finding it very difficult to pay their bills. And it seems the state gets bigger and bigger, the private sector gets smaller and smaller, and those people who they're supposed to be serving get poorer and poorer. So that's not good government, Laura. So I think people are disaffected, and we'll see. Tonight is in itself a poll, and it's going to be interesting to see what the outcome is. But I think it's too early to say exactly. But it looks like the turnout's high, which should be good for us.
You say, though, you were staggered by some of the comparisons that people have made about Restore Britain, but some people were staggered when you said that Tommy Robinson, Stephen Yaxley-Lennon, who's a convicted offender, was welcome to join your party. What impression do you think you gave?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that, Laura. Hang on, let's get it right. What I said...
Well, I've got it here. You said if Tommy Robinson wants to join us, that's up to him.
I was asked the question, was Tommy Robinson a member of our party? And I said, I don't know, because I don't look at the membership every day, and nor does anybody in any party across the spectrum. And by the way, there are some pretty unpleasant people who are members of the Green Party or members of other parties on whether you take the left or the right. There are lots of unpleasant people everywhere, right? And I'm not aware of any party that audits its membership. And what I actually said was, I don't know if Tommy Robinson's a membership. If he decides to part with £20 and join Restore Britain, that's a matter for him. That's what I said.
Indeed, and I can explicitly, the precise quote is, if Tommy Robinson wants to join us, that's up to him. Now, the reason I'm asking that is because you're political...
Well, isn't that what I just said, Laura?
Other
isn't that what I just said?
Who are in different political parties to you say explicitly that he would not be welcome to join them. That's why I'm asking you the question, including Nigel Farage has always said that Tommy Robinson would not be part of the Reform Party, the party that he leads. So why do you take a different approach?
Well, look, Laura, at the end of the day, I just said nobody audits their membership. Are you aware of the Tories auditing their membership? Or I don't think Reform's got a clue who are members of their party. I'm still on their list, and supposedly I was politically assassinated last year. So
are you still a member of Reform?
At the end of the day, they still send me all their stuff. Yeah, it still comes through. I don't think anybody audits their membership list. So it's a pretty puerile question, frankly. But And Tommy Robinson, I've given him credit for what he did on the grooming gangs, and I don't know whether you've read our grooming gang report, but he was very early out of the traps on identifying this pervasive evil, which I'm sad to say the BBC have not covered at all. And we issued this huge report, which was crowdfunded by 20,000 people on Tuesday. Mm-hmm. I'm not aware that you've covered it at all as a national monopoly, which is supposed to cover everything that is of relevant interest to the British people. And I think that's quite extraordinary.
I want to bring in your former colleague, Danny Kruger, who's been listening carefully to you. I would also point out to everybody watching, the BBC's extensively covered the dreadful issue of grooming gangs over a period of many years. But Danny Kruger,
Laura,
you've been listening carefully to Rupert Lowe. Of course, you used to sit alongside each other. Actually, did he quit before you went across? Okay, all these comings and goings. Forgive me, I got it the wrong way around. But
he sits behind.
I know Danny. He's a very fine chap, but I've never been sitting on the benches next to him.
So, what is your response to what Rupert Lowe is saying tonight? He's laying down the gauntlet, saying he's a real challenger to you, not just tonight, but maybe in future.
Well, let's see what happens in the actual vote. The impression I have is that Restore's appeal is largely online. It may well have been because they've poured a huge amount of effort into this season.
So there you go. They're not actually listening. They are not taking seriously. It's so frustrating. Connor, on a couple of levels, my frustrations are like up there because it's like, Danny Kruger, no, it's not just online. And if you just dismiss this vote as just being online, then actually you're doing a disservice to patriots and you're going to screw up your chances. Secondly, Connor, she's going on again. Tommy Robinson, who doesn't want to be involved, actually, as a member of Restore.
Well, he said he may want to be a member, but he
sorry,
said
as
he wants to be some sort of
as sort of like exactly as he doesn't want to be an MP.
Yeah,
is what I mean.
and as Rupert has said, I mean, you're not following Tommy Robinson, you're following Rupert Lowe if you join Restore Britain, just as you're following Nigel Farage if you join Reform. So that's a perfectly reasonable thing to say. Again, Koonsberg deftly dodged the question as to whether or not she's read the rape gang inquiry report. I doubt she's going to dedicate much of her Sunday show to that particular bombshell. And Danny Kruger, he's always been yesterday's man. I mean, he wrote the Hugger Hoodie speech. I don't know if anyone saw his disastrous interview with Emma Webb Trimble on New Culture Forum. She's inherited Peter Whittle's show. The guy thinks Afghans can magically become English because they have some reverence for Alfred the Great or something. He thinks that he was praising Islam. He was saying Naz Shah is one of the best MPs that he knows. Reminder, Naz Shah, I think it was in 2017, liked and retweeted an Owen Jones parody account that said those abused girls in Rotherham should shut their mouths for the sake of diversity. She still claims she was the victim of that, by the way, of the public backlash that followed. And I don't know, I've managed to never like and retweet such a thing that would tell grooming gang victims to shut their mouths. So I just don't really take what Danny Kruger says about modern politics very seriously.
I'm just going to interrupt because breaking right now, we have the second result in from Scotland. And this is interesting too. Let me take you through it. The result from Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. So the Lib Dems got 6.1% of the vote. Labour, 15.4% of the vote. That is an 18% decline. Reform UK, 18.3%, up 9.6%. The Conservatives, 19%, up 3.5%. And the SNP, 41.2%, up 5.9%. But, Peter, again, really, really bad result for Reform UK.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not attempting here to pile on Reform UK. It might seem like that. I'm genuinely not, James, because this is the Conservatives beating Reform into second place.
Yeah, and it's literally it's what Connor was talking about before. It's you've got to come with policy. You've got to come with more than that, pointing at something and saying that's really bad. That's the public's job. The point of a political party is to say, yeah, we agree, and this is how we're going to fix it, and this is how long it's going to take, and this is how much it's going to cost, and all these kind of bits. It's called valence politics. It is literally the thing that will define the next couple of general elections. It, as Connor says, it's everybody's all saying the same thing. So who is the most credible? Who do you believe is going to be able to do it? And then, when the Conservatives actually do bother to, get behind the driving seat again, they still have the institution behind them. The problem of Reform UK is they put everything on Danny Kruger. They made his jump seem like, Danny will fix everything. He'll come up with a policy for everything. They didn't talk about the economy, I think, between October and about 2 weeks ago. I mean, in what world did they suddenly think that maybe the cost of living and the economy and jobs might be a bit of a vote winner?
Well,
it's
indeed,
just ridiculous.
Because I also just want to show you again, because we are waiting for the Makerfield result, but we also have the result from Aberdeen South, and I'll just take you through that. The Greens, 3.4%. The Lib Dems, 4.4%, that's down 1.9. Labour, 5.4%, down 19.4. Reform UK, 8.6%, up 1.7. The SNP, 28.6%, that's down 4.2. But the Conservatives, 49.5% in Aberdeen South, up 25.1%. So they are the two votes in from Scotland. And again, I'm just being honest about it, and you know I'm no Tory, but it's good news out of Scotland for the Conservative Party. But Lauren, the insider, is at the Makerfield count. And Lauren, things are heating up. We believe that the Green Party candidate, Sarah Wakefield, has arrived, which suggests that maybe a result is not too far off, Lauren. And it does look like this is a Labour win. But the critical question is going to be, how well can Restore Britain do? Rupert Lowe is there, but Nigel Farage is not. What are you hearing, Lauren? What's the vibe on the ground?
Well, so yes, we did see Sarah arrive. She was taken through the security barriers. Dan, I can't express how heavily policed this area is. When you say what's going on the ground, you would think there had been a terrorist attack, and I am not being dramatic when I say that. Police van after police van turning up, and they say they're here as a precaution, but it is absolutely empty. Now, inside, we have seen legacy media have to interview Rupert Lowe, which is absolutely brilliant.
Wasn't it wonderful, Lauren?
I mean, it's just great. But obviously, they'll still put their own slant on it. They'll distort it. They'll chop it up, cut it up, fry it, throw it backwards, change a few words. And it obviously won't be anything like what we do on Outspoken, because we let the truth speak for itself. But even if, Restore don't win, and like you say, it's likely for a Burnham win, Restore are very, very new. The amount of support they have is huge, and this is rapidly picking up pace. So the establishment need to be very, very concerned about this, because once you ignite that passion in patriots, that is only going to get bigger and bolder. So we're expecting a result, hopefully, within the next hour.
A Labour source, Lauren, is telling GB Politics, we are confident we have won this by-election. Had Andy Burnham not been the candidate, Reform would have won this.
Really? Right. Interesting. Well, I haven't seen a huge amount of support for Reform here, if I'm being honest. I did go to Reform HQ earlier and interviewed people. They were very much leaning towards wanting to support Restore. But it's obviously good to have movement on the right side. Burnham is an absolute nightmare. But yeah, I haven't seen lots of signs for Reform here. I haven't seen a heavy presence on the ground.
Well, actually, Lauren, you were at weren't you? You were at the Reform Party headquarters earlier, and I want to see what went down. Let's have a look.
We are outside Reform HQ. Now, just before we started filming, someone came up and said there's no one that can comment. Bit strange. I just wanted to come and have a chat with everyone, but let's go and see what's going on. Are you Reform? Would you like to talk? I'm not Reform. I'm journalist. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we're going to go in and see what's going on, because obviously Reform, there are many, many reports that they are scared, obviously, seeing the success of Restore Britain. So let's have a chat with people. Reformers, hello. Does anyone want to talk on camera about why you love Reform? No. Who are you? Who are you? No, I'm reporting for Dan Wootton Outspoken. Anyone? I mean, even Labour were a bit more friendly. Anyone want to talk? OK, lovely. Thank you, sir. What's your name?
Andrew Campbell. What's your name?
I'm Lauren, the Insider. Nice to meet you.
Lauren Insider is your name?
Yeah. I mean, not by birth, but that's my YouTube
what's your name.
By
birth? What's your family name?
Lauren Lunn Farrow.
OK, what's your angle?
Well, my angle's just asking, Reform, are you excited? Do you feel positive about tonight?
Very positive about tonight. Very hopeful.
Yeah.
And regardless of what happens, there's an energy here, a community that we've formed that I didn't even know existed, by the way. And I'm optimistic.
And what do you make of Restore Britain? Because obviously there's lots of reports saying it could divide the vote, and Nigel Farage is nervous.
No, I understand that. I love the fact that people are so passionate that they want to make a real change. Okay? Restore, Reform, yeah, they're on the same wavelength, I get that, but I value both of them.
I love the fact that you're saying that, because actually you're right, we are seeing the right come together. It can feel very fragmented, but do you feel that you are wed to Reform, or will you see how things progress?
I see Reform as the powerhouse of change and progress. I see Restore as a future neighbour and brother of Reform and a competitor, but in the future, not at this present moment.
What would it mean to you if Andy Burnham got in?
The truth, if Andy Burnham gets in, it's a cynical marker on humanity. Andrew Burnham is a professional career champagne socialist, and he's done nothing but taken for granted the loyalty and faith of Labour supporters. I am disgusted and disappointed by Labour policy on the freedoms of speech, economics, and I hope that people are starting to wake up, and I think they are.
I think they are as well, and you seem like a friendly bunch. Would anyone else like to talk to me? Another reformer, right, come to the front, reformer. I was only going to say people with rosettes, but what's your name?
My name's Jack.
Jack.
Eccles.
And how old are you, Jack? You seem quite young.
22 years old.
OK, have you always been interested in politics, or has the state of this country made you think, I have got to get involved?
Well, I've always been interested in politics since a very young age. I remember when I was actually like 13 in high school, having a debate with my sociology teacher about Brexit and stuff, so I've always been massively invested in politics.
And do you think Reform can win, and do you think Farage is our future PM?
100%. Reform is the only party on the right of politics that can stand up to Labour, that can stand up to Keir Starmer and win the next election. I think that it's clear. I mean, if you look at the polls, you need to get to 32% essentially to win a majority, and Reform are by far the closest. We're polling at 30% consistently. I think we've topped the polls in the last 200 odd polls, etc. So yeah, Reform is the vehicle to take down the Labour Party and to get to get Starmer out of government and to get Nigel in as Prime Minister. And
what do you think? Are you voting for Reform?
She did.
No, she said Restore.
No,
she did. Reform. She said Restore.
No, Reform.
So
Restore's not big enough yet.
Would you consider further down the line moving to Restore, or is it Reform all the way?
Rupert's saying things that we're all thinking, but he's not big enough yet.
I love the fact, though, that you're all being honest. You know, it's an exciting time in the right.
What's
What
this
do
going
you?
on?
This is Dan Wootton, Outspoken, the UK's leading independent news station.
Right.
What do you think of the left?
Utter mongs.
And do you think Keir Starmer's a wanker?
Yes, incredible. The biggest wanker that's ever been.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Look, we're in a time where when you just say something that's common sense, you're branded far right.
Far right.
Do you read
Have
or
you seen
watch?
what's happened in the European Union today?
I mean,
the
look,
very people that started this immigration shite have now voted to start deporting everyone across Europe.
Can I ask you, are you seeing the mass influx of immigration as a good thing or as a bad thing?
Very, very bad. Very, very bad.
Okay. Well, you've made that very clear and you are absolutely lovely, Poppet. Back to you.
And Lauren, the insider, has also tried to infiltrate the Labour Party supporters who are a little bit less keen, even though it is looking like an Andy Burnham win tonight. Look at what went down.
Okay.
I am joined outside the Labour Party HQ by a gentleman that you look like you're voting Labour.
I am voting Labour. I'm supporting Labour. I've known Andy for 30 years. He's a great bloke and he'll be a fantastic representative of this local area.
What do you say to the failures he has in his past when it comes to the grooming gangs and everything that he has promised, inquiry, but nothing ever materialises?
I think if you look over at Andy's career, if you look at him as Secretary of State for Health, if you look at him for the Culture Secretary, I think his achievements far outweigh any.
And we are now going to cross to Lauren the Insider. I think Andy Burnham is arriving at the count in Makerfield. Lauren, what's happening?
We should have done it on the phone.
What's happening, Lauren?
How quick can we get that
I'm
to
not
Dan?
sure what happened there. But we'll cross back to Labour HQ and we'll see what's going down.
We are outside the Labour Party campaign headquarters and I am joined by a man with a poster.
Jordan Rivers, yes.
Jordan Rivers, thank you for joining me, Jordan. And you've got an Andy Burnham poster. Is it satire?
So it is complete satire. We're making fun of both Andy Burnham and Robert Kenyon. It's double-sided. We have to thank the good works of people of Islington, Prince, and Quirke. So what this is mainly meant to match the social sentiments many people are feeling. So the joke on the top, it says, F Labour, vote Burnham. Burnham's his own brand, and we know he's carrying the entire party, but the party's not uplifting him. If anything, the party might be hurting him. People just like him from his reputation of Manchester. And then,
respectfully, can I just cut in there and say, Burnham has actually failed, according to the survivors of the grooming gangs. Countless people. We have seen investigation, inquiry. It leads to nothing. Do you agree the most important thing in society is safeguarding a child, and that should be the top area that every single politician around the world should focus on?
I think safety is important, and so is accuracy. I think that there's a lot of upset around how many issues in the community are definitely felt. This is the outskirts of Greater Manchester, so away from the metropolitan area. And I think a lot of people feel very strongly about the grooming gangs. We were just talking about how upsetting it was that the Prime Minister chose to whip his own MPs for trying to get an inquiry onto what he knew about Peter Mandelson. And it seems that the Labour Party is a party that, pledged itself to be different. We're not the Conservatives. We're no more psychodrama, no more scandal. And then, the first thing that happens with this government is that they are seen, taking freebies as they're cutting pensioners' winter fuel payments. Now, that may not be exactly related to the point. Let's wrap this up. Well, the point I'm making is that there's definitely upset about the grooming gangs inquiry. I would say my only advice to Mr. Burnham, if he is to win today, I would say do not confuse authenticity with strategy. He's very authentic. He's down to earth no matter how you feel about him. And I think a lot of people will be let down if he doesn't do a good job, but the vote share definitely shows that amidst even the most difficult time around a very sensitive issue, as you just mentioned, people are willing to go out and vote for him, and he happens to be Labour. Okay.
Well, I think we have seen Andy Burnham's track record, and if you look at what the survivors and the victims say, he has not stood by them. Outspoken viewers, we know where our loyalty lies. It lies with the children. Thank you.
Okay, so we have just been told that Andy Burnham has arrived at the count in Makerfield. Lauren, the insider, did confront him when he was going in. So we'll try and get that footage over to you ASAP. It looks like a result in the Makerfield by-election is coming soon. Back in the studio with us, Reform UK's Russell Quirke, Restore Britain's Orla Minihane, and Connor Tomlinson, our Outspoken election analyst. What are you hearing? Because I think there's some interesting news, Connor, about how the vote might break down. Over to you.
Yeah, Laura Kuenssberg has read out on her show, for those who are making the mistake of watching that rather than this, why would you, that she received a text from a senior Labour source that they are confident that Andy Burnham has 54% of the vote. Now, that means... Yeah, Russell's making a face. That's a seismic victory if that's the case. What that means is, one, the intergenerational Labour loyalties in the seat are still sticking, despite it being a poison brand. But also, two, it does mean that Reform's narrative about splitting the vote and robbing them of a marginal victory, it's mathematically impossible. So it'll be interesting to see what portion of the vote is allocated from people that were not likely voters before, that have been mobilised either by Restore or Reform's promises to weigh up their pitches. But if Burnham wins by that greater margin, then it was nobody's game to win.
It shows that we should also continue to ignore polls in the run-up to elections.
Yeah, they're opinion shapers, not necessarily opinion registers. And it was conspicuous that very few polls were actually conducted in this one, because I think it was 2 from Survation and then 1 from a very obscure polling company a few days ago. Other than that, it was a total blackout.
But it generally had Restore Labour about 5% apart most of the time. Yeah. Let's see. It's going to be imminent, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is coming quite soon. In the meantime, though, Orla, you might enjoy this, but Thangam Debonair, who I just think is awful. You know, she was the Labour leftist who would be in cabinet right now, but was defeated by the Green Party candidate in Bristol. And I'm told she has just had a total meltdown on Sly News when confronted with Sarah Pochin, who, in fairness, Orla Minihane has been pretty tough on tonight. So I
did say I liked her as an individual.
Yes, you did.
I did.
You did.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes we need a bit of entertainment. So let's watch this lefty meltdown.
Fifths of them roughly are normally given asylum.
And they're not given British citizenship now. If people apply for asylum, that is to have refugee status.
They're allowed to,
that is not the same. Are you ever going to let me
years.
finish the sentence?
They're allowed to stay for 10 years plus, and they are
Just
lost.
let her talk.
They
There's
are
no
lost
point.
in our society. The Home Office don't know where they are.
Right, so none of these things are true, and you know it, Sarah. Just repeatingly saying that the only danger. If you're saying that the only danger, are you really saying the only danger to women is from people who come from other countries? Are you really saying that there are no white people, white men who? And you keep cutting in.
We're talking about domestic
and you
violence
keep
all
smiling
night.
when we're talking about violence against women and
I
girls.
just can't understand why you
really.
won't stand with
Oh
me
my
on the
God!
issue of
Oh
violence
my God! I
against
have
women and
26
girls.
years of experience in violence against
I
women
have
and
20
girls.
years.
Oh well, I see you and raised you 6 years, Sarah. There are women being raped by white men, and you don't want to talk about that. You only want to talk about when there's an incident of violence against women and girls by someone who is brown. That is your thing, and you want to blame all brown people. And you want to blame all brown people, and you are causing harm to actual people.
So
good telly.
Good telly. Can you speak up for your Pochin, your girl Pochin?
I don't need to. Sarah is more than capable of speaking up for herself.
We are close to a result, by the way. Check out these scenes from inside the count where Andy Burnham has now arrived. And look, Lisa Nandy, current culture secretary, is there alongside him and may well be, I guess, looking for a promotion.
Oh, it's cringeable.
In an Andy Burnham cabinet.
Isn't it cringeable that all of these Labour front benchers, particularly the likes of John Healey, who pretended to resign, of course, on principle, but really, let's be honest, resigned because he wanted a place in a Burnham cabinet. All of these Labourites are going to be lining up for jobs to line their own pockets and to line their own careers. That's what it's all about. And that, I would advance and suggest to you all, is exactly what is wrong with British politics.
I think we might have some footage of Andy Burnham arriving at the count when Lauren the insider was there. Let's have a watch of this now.
Andy Burnham, I just want to ask you on behalf of survivors of the grooming gangs, do you think you've done enough? Let me tell you, on behalf of children that were raped and failed, you haven't done enough. and that is why people are backing Restore. Thank you, Andy Burnham. Studio done.
That was brilliant. Well done, Lauren.
She's so funny. She reminds me a bit of Bridget Jones. When, she comes down the thing, she goes, and this is Bridget Jones for Wake Up Britain. That's what she's like.
Lauren actually does regularly compare herself to Renee Zellweger.
That's brilliant.
Oh, come on, that was so great. Let's just watch it once more.
I want to ask you on behalf of survivors of the grooming gangs, do you think you've done enough? Let me tell you, on behalf of children that were raped and failed, you haven't done enough. And that is why people are backing Restore. Thank you, Andy Burnham.
Brilliant. And do you know what? The thing is,
Go,
he would do
Lauren.
himself so much good to stand and say, do you know what? Yes, and this is something I'm going, just say something.
Yes.
So, people, ultimately, this is the man that now thinks he's going to be the next PM, and people are having a go at Rebecca not speaking. Well, I mean, look at that.
I'm just surprised
Outrageous.
he turned up in a suit, not his jogging outfit and a football shirt.
Well,
'Cause
what's interesting,
He's a
he
man
doesn't,
of the
give,
people.
he doesn't give a damn about Makerfield now.
Well, it
Do you
doesn't
see what I
matter
mean? He
now.
doesn't give a damn about Makerfield.
Yeah.
This
Polls
is
are
now all
closed.
about Westminster,
Exactly,
isn't
the
it?
polls are closed.
Exactly, the polls are closed.
Absolutely.
We're going to get a
Absolutely.
very different Andy Burnham. But actually, that is a fair point, isn't it? Well, Connor or Russell, whichever wants to come in on this. Actually, Orla's completely right. Andy Burnham should have turned around, spoken to Lauren there, and said, look, if I'm leader, I am going to deal with this issue.
He can't, though, because that would implicate his own record. He's constantly defended his own record on the grooming gangs, but bear in mind, ever since 2017, he's been not only Mayor of Greater Manchester, but Police and Crime Commissioner, and 6 of the 10 areas in the Greater Manchester Combined Authority have grooming gangs convicted in them. The rest are sort of the trafficking pathways for the gangs to operate. And he's conducted a series, or supervised a series of inquiries ever since BBC's Three Girls dramatisation, the subsequent documentary, and he's been accused by Maggie Oliver and other police officers of not holding the police to account because he's got executive powers as the Police and Crime Commissioner. He could replace all the top brass of the police, he could sack people, he could ensure that charges are brought against police that were not just complicit in handing the girls over to their torturers, but even allegedly some of them involved in the rapes. Didn't do any of it.
What's very, very telling is Andy Burnham, of all people, knows that the inquiries that he instigated were voluntary. They could not compel witnesses to give evidence. Andy Burnham knows he did that. He did that because he did not want a deep, sweeping inquiry that would implicate, obviously, the perpetrators of such crimes, but also, let's be really honest, as this is an Outspoken show, it would also have implicated Labour councillors, Labour councils who were absolutely complicit in covering up the rape of young white girls.
Absolutely. But look, at the end of the day, and as we're seeing now, people are still voting for this man, right? This is what is wrong with this country. They have, but it's been put in black and white.
I want to bring James Matthewson in, who is he's not a current member of the Labour Party, but he has been in the past, and he's our Labour guy today. James, you were watching Lauren the Insider there. Just try and get Andy Burnham to speak to the victims of the rape gangs. He just strolled on by. Is that not the most arrogant and disgusting thing you've ever seen?
And then what did she do straight after?
What's that got to do with anything?
Promoted Restore.
What's that got to do?
A different political party. That wasn't a question. That wasn't journalism. That was a promotion for a political party. That's gross. That's disgusting.
Well, no, the political party Restore Britain has just published the rape gang inquiry report. Orla Minihane.
No, she said that's why people are supporting Restore. She said that's why people
and
are
that is why.
supporting.
That is why.
Hang on, isn't the thing that's disgusting turning a blind eye to rape?
250,000 of them.
That was a political activist for a political party asking their opponent to answer a gotcha question, while they were walking to an account.
But don't you think that makes the question any less valid?
Well, I don't think it makes the question relevant at all.
What do you think the answer to the question should have been?
No, it can be asked that by actual journalists.
But do you think he should have answered the question?
No, I don't think he should have spoken to her at all, because who is she?
Well, it doesn't matter who she is. She's asked a valid question. She's a journalist.
She's on the Insider.
She's not a journalist. She's an activist.
She's got a microphone in her hand. She's call her what you want. A people's journalist.
Doesn't
It's a
matter.
legitimate question.
She is a journalist. James, I'm sorry. Lauren the Insider is a brilliant journalist who regularly reports for this show, for her own channel, Lauren the Insider, which I recommend you and everyone subscribe. Oh, well, you're just totally part of the problem, James. Do you not understand,
Avoiding
mate?
the question.
I worked in the mainstream media for 20 years. I'm trained by all of the people in the mainstream media. I'll tell you who are not the journalists. The paedophiles at the BBC, the woke-topians at ITV, the reform propagandists at GB News and Talk TV. So don't say that I'm not a journalist. I did 20 years in the mainstream with those people. They are cretins. They are the political activists. I believe that there are far, far better journalists working in the independent space, working in citizen journalism.
No journalist promotes a political party.
Do you watch Channel 4 News every night?
Dan.
Do you watch Sly News every night? Yes, please come in, Connor.
Is Aaron Bastani a journalist?
Aaron's, I think, part of that kind of journalism that we've just seen from Lauren, which is like what you're calling journalism.
James,
It's not what I call
can I
journalism.
just ask something really quickly? Take away the fact of who she is, what she is. She is a British tax-paying female who has gone and asked the man who apparently wants to be the next PM of this country what his view is on the fact that 250,000 white girls were raped in this country, mainly under Labour's watch and in Labour constituencies. Why could he not turn around and say, do you know what? I haven't got time to speak about this, but I will look at it as I move forward, or something. You don't just blank it.
He hasn't blanked the question. He's talked about it before. You can literally Google right now Andy Burnham, grooming gangs, any of that, and see what he said about it. Why would he talk to a political activist?
No, she didn't say who she was at the time. She literally just said, Andy Burnham.
He knows who she is. He knows that she's there. He'll be
you just said she wasn't a journalist. Now he knows who she is. Well, make your mind up, mate. She's either one or she's the other.
She's an activist.
So
James, I'm sorry. The fundamental problem that I have, James, the fundamental problem that I've had is that you don't seem to understand that the vast majority of journalists in this country for many, many decades have been activists. Jon Snow was a hard left activist. So,
oh God, don't look. We're not gonna. That's if you want me to come on and give a left-wing perspective on things because you have to. That's fine. I'm here to do that. But I'm not going to.
Well, no, you're the one that came and attacked Lauren the Insider.
A member of the hard left. I mean, that's absolute nonsense, Dan. I'm sorry, it's nonsense. Like we're not going to talk about what journalism and what isn't journalism.
Okay. Do you at least concede that Jon Snow was a left-wing activist?
I don't think that Andy Burnham had to answer a question from an opposition political activist. That's what I'm telling you.
Can I frame a different or the same question in a different way to you then, James? Do you think Andy Burnham? Do you think Andy Burnham did enough to protect and bring to justice, to protect the girls that were raped and to bring to justice the rapists?
I don't know. I don't think anyone did. You
must have an opinion. I mean, you're a dialed-in political commentator. You must have an opinion on Andy Burnham's tenure over the rape of those young girls.
I don't think anybody has done enough for victims of grooming gangs. I don't know enough about Andy Burnham's particular role, what he's done in his role specifically about that issue.
Do you think he could have done more?
Well, he's absolutely hammered in Rupert Lowe's rape gang inquiry report.
Right. Well, Rupert, listen, again, why the hell would I care what Rupert Lowe has to say about that issue?
Because he's the one that's putting it in the... No, shut up, James. Seriously, you disrespectful, dreadful little man. Rupert Lowe has put in black and white the findings of hundreds and hundreds of rape gang victims. So don't say, what does he know? He knows more than anybody because he's the one that conducted the report. How dare you sit there and say that?
15 years ago? What was he doing 15 years ago on this issue?
Where was anyone 15 years ago? We had no idea.
He wasn't an MP. He wasn't an MP. And do you know who was talking about it 15 years ago? James, do you know who was speaking about it 15 years ago? Tommy Robinson.
What are you on about Tommy Robinson?
He was the one that first brought it to the public domain because his cousins. He brought it to the public domain because his cousins were part of the grooming gangs and were victims of grooming gangs in Luton all that time ago.
Well, now we've gone from Rupert Lowe, right, the leader of a political party. Wonder what he wants out of this. Wonder what he has to gain from this.
No one gains anything, James. No one gains anything. The only people that gain. You dreadful little man. Do you know what? You and your party and every piece of scum in the Labour Party are the reason that 250,000 girls were raped.
James,
do you know what? Go back to your little hole, you dreadful little man.
Okay, James.
I'm not part of the Labour
Lauren the Insider, James.
What you are part of.
James, Lauren the Insider.
Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you?
Oh, mate, you'll find out. You will find out.
Okay, hold up. Lauren the Insider is here, James. She wants to say something to you.
Yes. First of all, I am not a political activist. I am a mother, first and foremost.
Yes.
I am the daughter of a survivor. Also, I think there is nothing more important than safeguarding a child. That is what I do a lot of my journalism on, speaking to survivors, speaking to people that have been failed, particularly the people that are in care as well. There is a huge, huge problem. The reason not that I have to defend it, the reason I cornered Andy Burnham is because for too long, and this is proper journalism here, we have only heard of narratives and truths through the mainstream media ecosystem. Now, that ecosystem is the very same ecosystem where there was phone hacking. We saw what happened with Leveson. If we look at Leveson Part 2, which focused on media and police collusion, that never happened. Conservatives and Labour allegedly did a deal. There was a story whereby Murdoch would not deny he had struck a deal with Labour to drop Leveson Part 2. So this is a big, big question hanging over Andy Burnham's head. He is part of the establishment, and the only person that will talk about the mass failure of British children is Rupert Lowe. And so if we are looking at this just on a human level, because that's what we have to do, that is why I mentioned it. You talk about what kind of journalist am I? Well, I'll tell you what kind of journalist I am. I'm one that will blow up my YouTube channel like that if it saves any child or any rape gang survivor, because that is what is important to me. I'm not some agitated little lefty that reads The Guardian and believes propaganda. And you know why I'm not? Because I worked in the mainstream media.
Any journalist of any credibility would not have just said that. That's insane.
I'm not
That's
asking,
insane.
that's fine. I'm not asking for credibility because I know that what I do is important.
No,
I
you're
don't
not a
expect
journalist,
you
though.
to
You're an
understand
activist.
it.
You're
Right,
an
I'm not an activist. I'm not an activist. I never
You're an
want to get
activist
into
campaigning for
politics.
something that you believe in. You believe in this. You're campaigning for it. It's admirable. You're an activist. You're
No,
not a
it's not
journalist.
admirable.
You
This is
just said
exactly what's wrong.
agitated-
It is not. Wind your beacon, I'm talking. It is
Yes.
not admirable to talk about the safeguarding of children.
Insane.
Do you
No.
understand how serious it is that in this country, our police, our councils, our government have all watched our children be failed? Do you know there are children that have gone from care homes to taxis and then been failed by the police? At every point in their life, they've been failed. And I can only get one person to discuss this with me, and that's Rupert Lowe. And we know the failures that have gone on under Andy Burnham. Can I ask you, are you a parent?
No, and I'm not going to get drawn into the personal aspect on it anyway. Regardless, you're a parent, you're an activist, you're a campaigner. That's admirable. That's great.
No.
You're not a journalist.
Right,
framing
let's not go
yourself-
down this
stop
whole.
framing yourself as a
Don't name
neutral
me.
journalist when you are just like Tommy Robinson. You're just like the other ones. You're citizen
You say
journalists.
it like it's a bad thing, mate.
You're somebody
Rather be
with a
Tommy than
Twitter
you, yeah.
account who pushes forward your campaign. That is fine. Do not pretend to discredit the Institute of Journalism, which is supposed to be unbiased, fact-based, and reporting when you're using it to push your political agenda. Let me ask you what you think.
Let's
Let me
talk.
ask
Hang
you
on,
what
hang
you
on,
think
hang
of
on,
Donald
hang on.
Trump.
Look, stop
What
your
do you
word
think of
salad. Let's
Donald
take
Trump?
this step by step. Let's talk about Leveson Part 2 then. If you want to talk about
We're not
proper
talking about the
journalism.
Leveson inquiry. I wasn't booked.
No,
to
I am,
talk to you
because
about
you're-
the Leveson inquiry because
Just
I don't
pause.
have anything
Just
to
pause.
say about the Leveson
You're
inquiry.
talking about proper journalism.
No,
Now, if you're
I'm here to
talking about
talk-
proper
I'm here to
journalism, I'm
contribute to
talking,
the
please be
Outspoken
quiet.
show about
If
the
you are-
election in Makerfield. I'm not here to talk to you about things that I haven't been booked to talk about.
No.
because
And that's
I
fair
know
enough,
this
James. James, that
process
is fair
works.
enough. But the only reason I brought Lauren in was because you saw her questioning Andy Burnham on arrival to the venue. And you actually, I'm just being honest about it, you actually made criticism of her. So that's the only
she's
reason
not
we're
a journalist,
talking about it. It's not.
Do you know what? And also, right, I don't care if people think I am a journalist or I'm not. I don't care if
Who
they think I'm
decides? Who
talented
decides?
or talentless.
It's a
But what
profession.
I do know is my time on this planet, what I will be doing is putting something into the world where children come out better. And what I see time and time again by the entire political system is one that continues to let our veterans husbands down, let our children down, let our elderly down. And so these are conversations that need to happen. Now, in terms of Leveson Part 2, the reason I referenced it is because this is an entire ecosystem that has been used and abused and has shielded powerful people. And this is why Andy Burnham will not talk to a normal, non-talented journalist like me. I mean, I don't know what you have to do. Do you have to just go and suck up to Rupert Murdoch to be considered a journalist? I don't know.
Oh, God. So you're going to write a job spec for journalism?
But James, you were saying that I wasn't a journalist. Like,
no, I don't think you are now, Dan. I think you're a former journalist.
That's like you're a formal doctor. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so basically, this is great. This is great, James. If you work in the mainstream media, you're a journalist. No. If you work in the independent media, you're not a journalist.
If you're being regulated,
oh, come
if
on.
you're being regulated and you're trying to be non-biased and you're trying to do the things that all of
like the BBC,
that you hate
like
have
Laura
to do,
Kunzberg,
Lewis
Goodall,
His wife works for Tony Blair's
Institute.
Listen, here's
Andrew
the difference.
Marm's
When I
wife is
go into the
Labour MP.
BBC tomorrow morning, right? When I go into the BBC, I'll sit with about 3 or 4 different producers. We'll go through the most boring...
Producers, don't be silly.
Do you want to let me talk? Do you want to let me talk
No,
or
you
not?
talk too much,
Not
mate.
really.
All right, okay. Thanks for having me on.
See ya.
You've been having us on, I think, mate. You've been having us on.
Oh, we've had our first walk-off. Or it's not sort of a walk-off, it's a slam the computer
I have a
moment.
rule of not listening to fat people.
Oh, don't say that with James around. You'll start talking about the NHS nurses.
Look, the thing for me that I just find so truly offensive about that, though, is about how the left view journalism. I mean, the idea that I was more of a journalist because I was controlled and because I was regulated, trust me, that made me so much less of a journalist because I wasn't able to properly hunt the truth. Or I was working for Murdoch, who had vested interests and say, oh, don't go for Boris Johnson over this. Or I was working for Lord Rothermere, who said, I have vested interests in this, don't talk about that.
What is the definition of a journalist? What is the definition?
Someone, I guess, with a qualification.
Yeah, but I totally disagree with that. I think,
that's
do you know
what a reporter is? A reporter is somebody that reports on something.
100%, Orla, because I've been a journalist since I was 15 years old. People might think that's crazy, but I was writing myself before I was ever trained. And my definition of a journalist is someone who wants to uncover stories that people don't want out there, that people don't want to be talked about.
So what's a writer? What's somebody that writes? What's a novelist? So J.K. Rowling, when she sat down and made and wrote Harry Potter, she wasn't a writer?
No, but hang on, this isn't the point at all, is it? The point is that anyone with a microphone or otherwise should be able to walk up to a man that is seeking election and also seeking to be the Prime Minister of Britain and be able to ask a simple question insofar as how he thinks he dealt with the rape gangs, whether he thinks he did enough or went far enough, whether you've got a swimming badge or, some kind of certification from some university or polytechnic or college here, there or anywhere else is completely and utterly irrelevant. Yeah. These politicians must answer the question.
Yes.
When was the last time a politician on the mainstream media, Keir Starmer or anybody else, answered a question? When was the last time a Prime Minister's questions, the clue is in the question, in the wording, answered a question? This is all that's wrong with the mainstream media.
So I just want to check in where we're at because, of course, that was a slight diversion, but it all came because Lauren the Insider challenged Andy Burnham on the way in to the Makerfield count. He is now inside and we are hearing that the result is imminent. And Connor Tomlinson, you have been crunching the numbers all night. Can we assume this is a Labour victory coming?
Well, according to the leaks, one would expect that. Burnham looks pretty confident, and again, I don't think Lisa Nandy would be swanning about there, risking her role as culture secretary. If not, because it was 2 years ago, if I remember correctly, it was rumoured that Lisa Nandy would be Burnham's second in command.
Oh God Almighty!
Well, so she's obviously in the Wigan area. She's a woman, and she has complained many times of sexist briefings against her by the Downing Street Boys Club. So if you want to get a reforming of the culture in 10 Downing Street, who better than fresh-faced Andy Burnham, who certainly hasn't just been recycled throughout every Labour department and Prime Minister, and Lisa Nandy, who has the bright idea of recycling 2014 feminism.
Do you think Lisa Nandy might be briefed against just because she's crap?
That is a fair
I think that's a fair point. She's dreadful. Yeah. Absolutely dreadful. I mean, if you listen to her speak, I can't even listen to her speech. She's got the most horrendous lisp. Not that I've got a problem with people lisps, but it's just painful to listen to. And she's now going to go and be part. I mean, it's going from bad to worse. It's going from bad. Who are they going to bring as the next Chancellor? Diane Abbott? I mean,
no. The next Chancellor is Ed Miliband. Haven't you heard? Seriously, and Angela Rayner would be Foreign Secretary. I mean, that deal will already have been done, seriously, so that they don't challenge him, so that Burnham gets a coronation.
That's because he wants to fly.
These cardboard cutout
Angela
Labour
Rayner
politicians
in the White House.
Yeah. And don't forget, Lammy, no matter what, even though he's been loyal to Keir Starmer, will still get a job, and we know why, because he's a DEI politician.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to happen. Just watch. Look, we should look forward to tomorrow now, or maybe not look forward with dread on actually what's going to happen if Burnham gets elected. And it looks increasingly likely that he will, then obviously he'll immediately challenge Starmer. That's going to happen in the next 2 or 3 days by way of that 80 MP number being corralled. And then in the first, although it takes, I think, 3 or 4 months, doesn't it, for a Labour leader to be elected. But mark my words, the honeymoon period for Burnham will be incredibly short. And then people will realise that Andy Burnham is simply Keir Starmer in different clothes.
Absolutely.
The shapeshifter. That's what we should be
calling
calling
Andy
Burnham.
Fact that Angela Rayner is going to bowl up. What's she going to do? Go and visit Netanyahu and have a... Can you imagine it? All right, love.
But then roll forward. So the honeymoon's over. We realise that Andy Burnham is worse than Keir Starmer. He's going to take the country even further to the left, particularly on things like the economy, immigration, defence, crime, and so on. And actually, for those of us sitting in this room, I hate to say this, but that's a good thing. And the reason it's a good thing is we can squabble about Reform, Restore and the Conservatives all day long. But what it will do is push people even further to the centre-right and away from Labour when they realise that Andy Burnham is not the Messiah. He is not.
But do you know what is really sad about all of this? Is that if he does win, which is he obviously has, which is we're going to find out soon, those people in Makerfield have voted for this man in the hope that he's going to do something for them. And he will never be seen again. He will go down to London, he'll go to Downing Street, and those shops will stay closed, and the crime will stay the way it is, and all the things that they wanted to change won't change. And they'll have voted for that. And it's just so... It's actually quite tragic.
Don't you think there is, an incredible super irony in a town voting for someone in the Labour Party to get rid of someone that they already voted in as a country, effectively, that was part of the Labour Party? That should not be lost on us. The stupidity of that.
It's quite
the stupidity of saying, well, I know we tried Labour. It's a bit like, who is that chef that famously backed Keir Starmer in the run-up to the general election?
I know who you mean.
Bald guy, big guy, I can't remember his name.
Not Heston Blumenthal.
No.
I know who you mean.
It'll come to me in a minute.
Yeah.
Backs Keir Starmer, now admits that because of the way that the hospitality industry has been completely decimated by the Labour Party, he now backs Burnham. And you go, no, they're the same. They're the same thing. So you're effectively voting for the same thing that you've just criticised has destroyed your industry.
It's mind-boggling.
How stupid do you have to be?
I don't know. And that really upsets me because as I said to you, I was up there last Friday. I was speaking to people who were saying, this is wrong, my business has been destroyed, look at the state of the town, yeah, but we're still going to vote Labour. I couldn't quite grasp it. I just could not quite grasp. And I don't want to say stupidity because it's cruel to say that, but that's what it is.
But it is the old adage, isn't it? If you do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, it's literally the sign of insanity.
Okay, so Connor, I think it's worth us just having a discussion about the numbers now, given this result is imminent and it is about to be announced.
Someone's at the podium by the looks of it.
Someone is about to be at the podium, yes. So we're right ready and we will listen in. I think the candidates are coming up to the stage now. If we just take this shot from
I thought that was Dolly Parton
we'll
there.
be able to see that. And
result, and there's a few checks being made.
Okay, let's just take it with the sound down so that Connor, we can listen to. We'll listen as soon as the results announced. But what numbers should we be looking for? What is a good number here for Reform UK and for Restore Britain?
If Reform crosses the threshold of 32% vote share, then they would have equalled or exceeded what Rob Kenyon got last time in 2024. And given they're at the top of the polls, you'd expect them to exceed that. That would be a good, strong second-place finish, as Sarah Pochin said, was their success criteria. Same with Gwen Towler. Restore Britain need to, for a properly strong showing, need to get above double digits. It would be good to narrow the gap between them and Reform, because then they could plausibly say that they turned out enough low propensity voters. and that they made a more persuasive case to people on the doorstep with Rebecca Shepherd for reform voters possibly to flip and put their trust in them. So if Restore get something between 12 and 15%, they can call it an excellent night. If Reform get anything lower than sort of 30%, they might start questioning why their vote share has dipped, even though they're now more prominent than ever.
Orla Minihane, from a Restore Britain perspective, is this just about keeping the deposit? Is that a success, or do you need to get to 10%?
Oh my God, no. I think we need to look. Ultimately, it's 4.5 months old. We've had no exposure on mainstream media at all. Everything we've been told that you'll get 1-2%. Look. Ultimately, we're at the beginning of our journey, right? And I do believe, and this is a this is a Labour stronghold. This is the north of England. This is the Red Wall, all of those things. So I think we'll have done very, very well had we get to 8, 9, 10%. Ultimately, had this been somewhere else, like Essex or Kent, very, very different story, right? So let's just see what happens. But you know what? We all worked hard. The team put in a lot of effort. Rebecca was great. I can't knock it. I'm really proud to be part of Restore.
Russell, for Reform, what's a disaster? What's a success here?
Well, I just want to ask Orla a question. Are you saying that if you get less than 10%, it's a failure for Restore?
No, absolutely not. Nothing's a failure.
Okay.
If we got no vote, if we get a vote, we've offered somebody an alternative.
I think, given the maths here, in terms of what we talked about, in terms of the Reform versus Restore dynamic, I suspect, look, if Reform get 30% and Restore get 10%, and the Conservatives at 3 or 4%, you can argue, I think, that the right, let's talk about it being the right rather than Reform versus Restore, have done okay in an incredibly red seat. I do think, though, that all of us, whether it's those on the right that are presenters, hosts and pundits, or those that are actually members or non-journalists that are members,
the case may be,
are members of Reform and Restore. I'm not suggesting anything in terms of any formal agreement. What I am going to suggest now, though, is that this might be a lesson in a minute to those of us on the right that are now really, really scared about what could be coming down the tracks, and that is a Labour-Green coalition at the next general election. So don't you think, and I don't know how this happens, and I know there are big personalities involved, don't you think that the right needs to unite?
I don't think it's possible, is it?
No. Isn't it?
Now, Connor?
Isn't it?
No, because it's less.
You only
about
want to unite now. That
because
restores a problem.
I take the rosettes off. I want to.
He wants to save his kids'
I want the
future.
right to be sensible as an electable way forward in government rather than Labour and the Green Party, which will be catastrophic for this country. That is the point of no return. You get Zach Polansky and Andy Burnham together in coalition. This country is done.
Oh my God, yeah. I'll be out of it by then.
But,
see you later.
But Russell, in all seriousness,
I'm going to live with Dan's family.
That doesn't mean that Reform UK is prepared to step down in any seat.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm not
well, exactly.
here. I'm not here writing the deal.
No, but
Dan.
what are you? But
hang on,
this is the problem. Reform UK are not prepared to compromise.
But that's way above my pay grade, as you can probably imagine. I'm just an underling. I'm just a mere minion when it comes to elected Reform politicians. What I'm just suggesting is the principle of trying to find a way forward. That surely is the sensible narrative to be having, and I'm suggesting it now because if we're not having that conversation over the next few days as the right, then I think woe betide us, because we are going to end up with a Labour-Green coalition at the next general election, whether that's called this year because Andy Burnham thinks he can win it, which he won't, by the way, or whether it waits until 2029. We can squabble, we can bicker. We're not that far apart. Reform and Restore, policy-wise, are not that far apart. I'm just saying, let's try and save Britain by being sensible.
So there are obviously some differences on policy, but I agree on some of the foundations, at least. Reformers sort of caught up to Restore in many instances.
Sorry, caught up to Restore?
Yeah.
Okay,
so,
right.
Well, Farage said mass deportations is political impossibility in 2024, and then after pressure, predominantly from Donald Trump, he then gave to it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's factually true. But on the point, I said this earlier. The problem you're going to have, though, is, and look, I don't disagree. Look, I'm worried about my kids' future too. That's my primary drive. I don't care who fixes the problem, so long as they're fixed. The problem you're going to have, and this is partly the egos that won't ever let it happen, it's a zero-sum question because there are some people that are on the right, let's say, who do not place faith in the particular characters in Reform to execute their vision no matter what they promise. And they've failed the character test, and they failed the character test of their own accord. Like just their behaviour, the fact that they've broken promises, how they've treated one another, and then it's the reason Restore exists. Unfortunately, it would be nice if we were all unified, but that's just not the case because of how people have behaved. And so I don't see it happening just because you're asking people to essentially be better characters than they're capable of being.
Shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
So can I just explain to our international viewers, because we've got a lot of people from Australia and America watching, that what we are about to see is one of the sort of beautiful quirks of British politics now, where we have a likely future Prime Minister, Connor, who is going to be lining the stage along with, shall we say, some political attention seekers, but who make up a sort of character of a British election night, right? Like the, what are they called? You know, like Count Binface.
And the character of the Monster Raven Looney Party,
yes,
who looks like...
I met him in the pub. He's
and Makerfield.
He's bonkers.
he looks like a... because it's 3 a.m, my memory's fading me. George Galloway.
George
he looks
Galloway,
like George Galloway
in the mask
fancy
outfit.
dress.
That's what he wore the other night.
So maybe it's just because I've never really, I'm 27, I've never really known a Britain where we can actually kind of laugh at these things. It would be great if we had this frivolity in a time where stakes weren't so high.
Yeah.
But now I just see it as just a total waste of everybody's time. Like, I find it really hard to laugh at Count Binface as, and I'm sorry to put it bluntly, the entire country's getting raped to death. Like, I
know. I understand that. It is part of British politics. There was always a raving loony party.
Yeah. I mean, Russell, what do you think? Is this part of the fun, or is Connor right, actually, that this is far too serious anymore for these sort of British political frivolities?
No, I think it demonstrates our ability to, I guess, mock ourselves, and our ability to kind of take democracy to the nth degree, if you like. I think it's fine. I think it wouldn't be fine if Count Binface now gets a majority and beats Andy Burnham.
Actually, I think I'd prefer it.
or Reform. No, what I'm really concerned about watching the pictures here, and Andy Burnham kind of on manoeuvres already, Britain is about to do, thanks to Makerfield, by the looks of it, what it always does, which is to elect someone to power that is an identikit, cookie-cutter politician. And again, we are going to expect a different result in terms of how our borders are protected, how crime is tackled, how our economy performs. We're mad, aren't we?
We are mad. But do you know what? If I hadn't have been in Makerfield and I hadn't spoken to people at the weekend, I would be livid and really upset now looking at this. But I knew this was coming because I spoke to these people and it wasn't even like, maybe they were adamant that they would vote Labour. They were adamant, and I just thought...
Do you think there's an element of kind of Makerfield ego centricity, if you like, where they've revelled in the fact that they can effectively elect not just an MP but a Prime Minister?
I don't know.
So, I mean, it's quite a cool thing, isn't it? If you're in Makerfield, who I have to say many people have not even heard of until 6 or 7 weeks ago, we're going to be responsible for putting that man in Downing Street. It's kind of cool, dangerous, stupid,
you sensed
reckless.
That, Orla, because actually what I seem to pick up is quite the opposite, which is that the locals in Makerfield are very, very concerned about the state of the country. And they are sort of programmed to believe in Labour. But, if this was a Starmer, a proposition of Starmer staying, we all agree there's no way Labour would be winning this. Burnham is winning this to get Starmer out, even for Labour voters.
Starmer's hated up north, but they see Burnham as like a... I don't know, who do we see in Essex as someone who, I don't know, Danny Dyer. No, but they see him as, he understands us. He's one of us. He's a Northern, and they see him as a genuine hero.
I find that astonishing. Let's cast our minds back to May, June 2024, when Keir Starmer and his acolytes were saying exactly the same stuff. Things can only get better. They sang literally from the rooftops.
That's what they said. That's what Tony Blair did.
Country first, drain the swamp. We're going to do this, and this. It's all going to be fantastic.
They believe it.
Everything going forward is going to be kind of paved with honey and, bejeweled this, that and the other. And of course it was political nonsense. It was lies. How do we get caught out by Burnham doing it again?
That is a really interesting point, though, because what does Burnham say? This is his moment. The entire country, in fact, the entire world are watching him. Does he make a local speech? Are we really going to live through this political farce where Burnham gets up and pretends that this is just about becoming a local MP? Or is this going to be the start of a leadership challenge?
It's going to be the start of a lead, but he'll play the game for tonight. He'll play the game
Which is just
tonight.
ludicrous because we all know what's going on.
I'll tell you what this is like. Imagine somebody, you there being an election and you contemplating voting for the left. You just couldn't do it, could you? You just could not contemplate.
Well, you say that. I did ask
left.
a certain Mr. Peter Barnes the other day on a different show if, as someone that lived in Makerfield and is a Conservative, if he would vote for reform to keep Burnham out. And he said, no, I'd vote for Burnham. That's the state of us. Okay. That's the state of us.
I mean, all I was going to say was sometimes it's just so absolutely alien to you to do anything other than you've been programmed to do that you just can't bring yourself to do it.
No, I get that. I do get the traditional vote. My dad, my grandfather voted and all that. But in the face of such substantial evidence, I mean,
it doesn't matter, babe. Doesn't matter.
It also, and I shouldn't say this, but it's the most poignant example I can use. And I don't want to kind of bring the whole Sarah Poaching domestic violence back into it, but it's almost like the domestic violence victim that keeps getting hit. And because the perpetrator says, I won't do it again, they say to their friends with the black eye and the cauliflower ear and whatever, it's okay, he said he won't do it again. And I think Labour voters are perpetuating, it's almost a domestic violence of Britain on the basis that they now think that Andy Burnham, the shapeshifter, is going to be any less violent politically than Keir Starmer.
Yep, I know, it's tragic.
Okay, so we are watching the candidates in the Makerfield by-election prepare to take the stage because a result is imminent. And there is this ludicrous thing, which exactly because they discuss this on the British Bashing Corporation show, which of course your candidate, Rebecca Shepherd, I don't think was even invited to, Orla. And because of the name, I think they line up in alphabetical order. Andy Burnham thought it was very funny that he is going to be standing next to Count Binface. And you know what? I know people might call me a bit po-faced. I'm actually with Connor Tomlinson on this. I think it's really embarrassing.
Who's this Roscoe P. Coltrane guy that seems
to be up already with his walking stick?
Yeah, he's one of the villains from the Republican Party in The Simpsons, by the looks of it.
Yes.
I mean, that is Dusty Bin. You won't remember. Well, you won't, Danny.
Can you do it?
3, 2, 1.
You can actually do it.
Oh,
no, you can't. That wasn't it. Connor's
he
got no idea what you're doing.
Is this some sort of like secret sign?
Yes, it is. It's a cult between Reform and Restore. Yeah. No, I'm joking. It basically was a game show on a Saturday night in the 80s.
Ted Rogers.
He had he had a bin like that.
It was the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen. Try and find it on YouTube. Right. You'll laugh, but for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Okay, we are told that Nigel Farage will definitely not be at the count. Is that a surprise to you, Russell Quirke?
No, I think he's being magnanimous and leaving it to the candidate, Robert Kenyon. And why wouldn't you do that?
Connor?
I think he's probably avoiding any sort of running with Rupert Lowe, to be honest with you.
No, I think he just knows that he hasn't won. And he just can't be bothered. He's gone back to London.
But I think this was a very sensible decision, wasn't it, for Rupert to be at the count, Orla?
Yeah, 100%.
It's very much worked for him.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, with all due respect, Rupert has been absolutely, behind Rebecca the whole way. He's not going to leave her at the last minute, regardless of whether, she hasn't, whether she's done well or she hasn't done well. He's not going to dump her in it.
And also, it would have been, I think, good optics for Farage to go there, because if you're anticipating that being the matchup in 2029, then you might as well do the stare down now.
Okay, the results are coming. We will listen in imminently. I will just tell you that the Andy Burnham organiser, Louise Haigh, she is no fan of Slippery Starmer because she was, of course, sacked as his transport secretary, has said that Andy won't do anything rash or hasty. We really don't want to prejudice any kind of discussion. I really hope the PM and Andy can have that discussion and come to an agreement between themselves. So that is the breaking news, that it looks like they are wanting a deal. Let's listen in, and we're going to get the result
congratulated by the other candidates and finds himself in between a fox and Count Binface, would you believe? We'll see,
ludicrous.
What that says
But
for
we
the
are a
future.
serious
But let's
country,
listen
I
then
promise.
I think it's
to the
Angela
returning
Rayner and
officer.
Before I declare the result, it is really, really important that I say a massive thank you. Thank you to all of you for your patience this evening, and a massive thank you to our elections team, to all of the counting staff, to the staff from across Wigan Council, to Greater Manchester Police, to all our partners, and to all of the staff at the Edge. You've been absolutely fantastic, and you've done an amazing job. So thank you so much.
Okay, here we go. We've waited all night.
Declaration of a result of the poll. Election of a Member of Parliament for Makerfield constituency on Thursday, the 18th of June. I, Alison Mackenzie Folan, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Austin Jake, Liberal Democrats, 163.
Wow.
Harvey Jonathan David, commonly known as Count Binface, the Count Binface Party, 95. Burnham Andrew Murray, commonly known as Andy Burnham, the Labour and Cooperative Party, 24,927.
You think he's done it with that, Thomas?
It's 45,000, isn't it? So
he thinks he's done it with that.
Clark Daniel David, commonly known as Dan
out.
Clark, the Libertarian Party, 18. Dyer John Alfred,
Get
Independent,
your calculator out, Russell, to work
37.
out the percentages for Restore, please.
Gemmell Edmund John, commonly known as Ed Gemmell, the Climate Party, 18.
Yes. Yes.
Gould Paul Richard, Independents, 8. Hope Allen, commonly known as Howling Lord Hope, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 45. Kenyon Robert, commonly known as Rob Kenyon, Reform UK, 15,696. Pownall Robert Neal, Independent, 18. Shepherd Rebecca Lee, Restore Britain, 3,111. Wakefield Sarah Elizabeth, the Green Party, 308. Ward Peter Mark, Rejoin EU, Bring in PR, 35. Winstanley Michael William, the Conservative Party candidate, 997.
There you go.
The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 9. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified,
Okay, so we're going to
0.
wait for Andy Burnham to speak here, but while we are doing that, just to clarify, big win for Andy Burnham, but a very impressive second place finish by Robert Kenyon of Reform UK. And I think Restore Britain will be very disappointed with that, won't they, Connor?
Yeah, definitely. And I think, unfortunately, I don't wish to be too harsh, but the criticisms of Rebecca being not very rhetorically sharp seems to have landed.
Okay, Andy Burnham's just been declared the winner. Let's cross to him now. He's likely to speak.
Well, amid applause from the crowds, Andy Burnham shakes the hands of those who stood against him. A resounding victory for him. And now the winner is about to make a speech.
You did not dump a nuclear reactor. For 27 years, you've been legally threatening me. This is not a nonsense. Go to the site and watch the 3-hour video Shell killed an ITV1 documentary about them dumping this.
Okay, so there's a protest.
Okay, interesting. It seems someone has stood forward, a political speech being made from the stage there.
And that was clearly a
It has triggered
candidate.
others to do the same by the look of it.
So this is now just a complete
Clown show.
embarrassment. It's a clown show. This is an embarrassment for Britain.
Everyone realises
People have
that the
used
nation
this
is
as an
watching this moment, and they've
opportunity,
decided
and we are
to
waiting
make their
to hear
views known. But it's
from-
really all about Andy Burnham, who's
from Andy
waiting
Burnham.
his turn to make a
to be
speech
fair,
before the
people
presiding
voting
officer
for
steps in.
all those other ridiculous. That's an embarrassment. Just shameful.
It is an embarrassment.
Well, it
and
looks like Andy
and it
Burnham
looks
has
like
gone.
Andy Burnham
I mean,
has actually
very
left. So that
interestingly-
is fascinating.
very
Okay, so
interesting.
Andy
He's
Burnham
decided
is
to go.
not going to speak.
Oh, he's coming back.
For the successful candidate. That is what we are trying to do, and that is what we will do. Thank you.
So it's turned into a circus.
Okay, Andy Burnham is coming back on stage. There will be one speech from the winning candidate.
Firstly, can I thank everybody who has worked so hard to make this election run so smoothly and so safely. Thank you very much, everybody. And can I say to my fellow candidates, yes, all of you, can I say to you all, thank you for at least a civil debate between us. If not everything going on around the election, we managed that, and that's really important. Everyone knows that politics isn't working. Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be. Tonight just could, be the turning point. From here on, I will give everything I have got to make it so, to ensure the name Makerfield is forever synonymous with bringing about the change this country needs. Bringing back something we've lost, hope. Hope for the future. I am proud that this place has shone in the world's spotlight these last 5 weeks. And the warmth, humour and hospitality of its people has been on show for all to see. It will never be a stepping stone to me, but instead will be my touchstone. A Makerfield test at the heart of British politics will ensure the places Westminster has neglected will now get fairness. I spoke in the campaign about the need to change politics. I promised to lead by example from the front as your Member of Parliament. I know people who traditionally vote for the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats, the Greens, and perhaps more recently, in May, for Reform UK, have given me their support in this election. I will always have respect to them for that, and out of respect for them, I will always take a place first rather than a party first approach, and I will focus on problem solving rather than point scoring, and I will work hard after this by-election to heal the divisions of this campaign, and let it be really understood that I will be your MP however you voted. When this borough went to the polls in May, it made a loud cry for change. In this campaign, we have begun to answer that. But I do say to my own party, this is a final chance to change. This is what people said directly to me on the hundreds of doorsteps that I stood on. We must hear it. We must act upon it, and we must get it right. There will be no second chance. But it is a chance now, from this result tonight, to build a new politics based on unity and hope, turning away from the path that takes us to a divided, dark politics of the kind we see in the United States. We must now take this path and put this country back on the right path and bring people back together and get things working properly again. It is with some sadness that this result brings an end to my wonderful 9 years as Mayor of Greater Manchester. This city region has given so much to me, and it is a wrench to leave the job I love.
Of course it is.
But I am not leaving the service of Greater Manchester. I've always been clear that it can't achieve everything it should be, and we can't close the north-south divide, and we can't make all the great English cities be what they should be without big change at the national level. I always knew one day I would seek to go back to Westminster to complete that unfinished business, so that Makerfield and Greater Manchester and the north of England can fulfil their potential. And I will forever be grateful to the people here, the people of the wonderful places that make up this constituency, the proud places that always have deserved so much more. I will forever be grateful to them that they have given me the chance to go back and make this country work for Makerfield, and the many places like it across the country who have been neglected, who feel that the country works for other people in other places, but not for them. And that changes tonight. This result changes that. This result will bring about a country that works fairly for everywhere and for everybody. People here have voted for change. They have voted for more power for the North and everywhere forgotten by Westminster. They have voted for hope. Now let's give that back to them. Thank you very much indeed, everybody.
Okay, so an extraordinary speech by Andy Burnham. That man is the next Prime Minister. There is no way that slippery Starmer will survive after what has been a comprehensive result. The percentages are absolutely fascinating here. So Labour has taken 55.5% of the vote, Reform UK 35% of the vote, Restore Britain still a huge result, completely unexpected, 6.9% of the vote, something that would have been unthinkable just a few weeks ago, and a result, let's just be honest about it, that could still deprive Reform UK of a majority if a general election were to be held tomorrow. It also shows the total collapse of the Conservative Party in the Red Wall. Remember, we were saying earlier in the show, they were at about 34% when Boris Johnson won in 2019. 2.2% for the Conservative Party candidate, Michael Winstanley, who is himself a popular local figure. So this is a seismic result. And actually, I know there is going to be some disappointment within Restore Britain, but 6.9%, if someone had told you that, Orla, a few weeks ago, you would have taken that, right?
Look, I mean, yes, I expected better. I did. But we know that when we spoke to people, and I said this right from the outset, so many people said that they would vote for reform this time to keep Labour out, right? That was the idea. And that was that resonated a lot throughout the weekend. Ultimately, we have beaten Conservative and Lib Dem and Green in this election. So I think that's something to be proud of. You know, we can look back and say should have, would have, could have. We can all do that. But, you know, ultimately, we've put ourselves on the map 4.5 months in. I think that's pretty good going with no media exposure. So, look, let's just see where this takes us. It was going to be hard graft. I would have liked 10%. But, you know, we're just beginning. So I'm positive. I'm not going to be negative about this.
A couple of thoughts, if possible. The Survation polling for Restore seems to be pretty much correct, after all. If anything, they massively understated Andy Burnham's level of support and slightly overstated reforms. But the other thing for Restore here is that you might quibble with this, Russell, but I mean, people in Reform have basically been saying it's been useful to even have Restore sort of drag us rightward. You know, they clear the mines for us, and then we can occupy some of the ground that some people in HQ have already wanted to occupy. And I do think, just being fair, again, you know, my friends run the party, so I hope I don't get in trouble. If the election result will dent their capacity to drag Reform rightward, if they only pose this size of a threat in by-elections, of course this was a very difficult one because Andy Burnham takes 55%. Even if you added Reform and Restore up, it wasn't going to make it. But the threat that is posed by Restore is what forces Reform to adopt the policies which Reform would actually win a general election with if they promised them, like harsh deportations or the death penalty. Now you'll see a sort of complacency, I think, setting in about the competition between Reform and Restore because of this result, and only a better result would turn that around.
Yeah, look, I don't think Reform should be complacent about Restore at all. I'm not suggesting we are, but we absolutely shouldn't. I do think 6.8% of the vote is disappointing. I think Rupert Lowe will be very disappointed driving back home this evening. He would have expected better, given everything that was thrown at Makerfield. But I'll tell you what's really interesting out the numbers is actually Reform have increased their share of the vote versus the general election in 2024. So we polled at 26% 2 years ago, now polling at 34% in today's election. But look at actually what's happened. So take the Restore Reform dynamic out of this just for a second. The Conservatives, the swing against the Conservatives is nearly 9%. So absolutely devastating. Now, I know that they've just won a seat in Aberdeen. I suspect there might be some kind of local dynamic there. Aberdeen, I don't think, is particularly typical of the Scottish electorate in that it's a bit of an outlier in terms of the local economy there. The Greens, down 3.7%. Hurrah. And the Lib Dems that Dan and Connor and Orla, surely the Lib Dems, with all the political shenanigans that are going on right now, the Lib Dems should really be a benefactor, shouldn't they?
Not there. Maybe not big enough.
Not there, but hence it's not actually. So let's not say that this is a barometer of Britain in terms of how this would then reflect on a general election result.
I believe that the bad news, I guess, for the right is what this result shows is that the left are much, much better.
But only here.
At coalescing and organising around each other. But look, thank you so much, Russell Quirke of Reform UK, Orla Minihane of Restore Britain. Excellent coverage all night. We're going to cross back now to James Matthewson, who is going to react from a left-wing perspective to that result. James, surely now there is no way that Starmer can hang on.
No, God, no. Keir Starmer's done. Keir Starmer's yesterday's news. In fact, this might be the last time you talk about Keir Starmer, Dan, which I'm sure you'll be thrilled about. You don't have to talk about
He's evil, remember.
Well,
and I mean that.
So, yeah, I've heard that apparently tonight. But you might have to start finding issues with the new glorious leader to come in, which I'm sure will be Andy Burnham within potentially days. But also don't forget that he's not that keen to make the first move, but somebody like Wes Streeton might make that decision.
Well, this is what I was going to say, because I want the machinations within the Labour Party, and what do you make of the fact that Louise Haigh is effectively saying we want a deal, we just want Starmer to step down? Is that what's going to happen over the next few days? Is the world and his wife within the Labour Party going to be saying to Starmer, you've just got to go? You've just got to go now, fool.
Yeah, absolutely. Because before it was like, the writing's on the wall, it's coming. But like now he has to see that it's done, because the only thing that is left for Keir Starmer now is humiliation. And nobody wants that. Like, I know you think he's evil. I don't. I think he's a nice guy. Nobody deserves to be humiliated like that. He doesn't have political nous. He doesn't have any political ability. But surely to God, he can see what would happen if he stood in a leadership election when he was challenged. He would be trounced, and he probably wouldn't even come second or third place behind other candidates. So Andy Burnham will be the next leader of the Labour Party. Andy Burnham will be the next Prime Minister of Britain. His next challenge is taking what he's done tonight, which I think is fantastic. I thought I would have been pleased with a 3,000 majority. Andy Burnham has just won Makerfield with a 9,000 vote majority, a 44% increase by my maths. And that's a 44% increase on the election in 2024 for Labour. He's just increased their majority for them in the seat when they thought they might lose it. So this is a man who can now export this strategy to the country. And I think he's the only person, as a result of that, who can
Okay, well, I want to bring in from Reform UK, James Bembridge, and also the independent political commentator, Peter C. Barnes. Peter, what's your take on this result? Is this disappointment tonight for Restore Britain, or actually is 6.9% of the vote bloody incredible?
To be fair, I predicted about 5% on the 19th of May. That's realistically all they needed to get, because it was all they had to do was land a blow, draw a little bit of blood, and I proved that they could exist and they could at least survive. That was all they really needed to do in this by-election. I think any idea that they would get, like this kind of 11 or 12% or something like that, it would have been nice for them. It's just making it a little bit more exciting. But realistically, that was a big ask. This is actually an astounding victory for Andy Burnham. To increase on this percentage and all the rest of it is astounding. However, the thing you have to remember, the machine is incredible. Andy Burnham has a huge election machine behind him. Not only a personal brand, but then the Labour Party as well are able to mobilise activists very easily, very quickly. And it's apparently there was like 3,000 activists there today alone. So their ability to knock on doors, kind of data gather, has been incredible. What I will say, though, is Reform can't blame Restore for this loss. That is the big bit that we really can take away on the right of all of this. And that is going to annoy Reform no end, because now they're going to have to do a little bit of soul searching, a little bit of accountability, a little bit of, well, wait a minute, it's not the boogeyman, it's not Rupert Lowe.
And that's because the percentage of Restore votes would still not have given a win to
without
Reform
a doubt.
UK. So James Bembridge, Reform's really got to look at its actual strategy again, doesn't it?
Well, they may have to, and there's nothing wrong with that. They've still got about 2 years. What is it? 2 years to the next general election.
Well, you hope, but actually, James, isn't that the very interesting question here? Do you think, James Matthewson, do you think Burnham will end up calling an early election, given Reform seems to be in a bit of trouble, the right's divided?
You've got to remember that Gordon Brown never lived down the Brown is a bottler stuff. The Tories stand dressed as bottles outside of Down Street. When he took over without going for the election, Burnham's never said he would go for it. So there's a bit of a difference there. But does he go for it? I mean, look at this, right? We've been told by people, including yourself, Dan, that there's this tidal wave on the right coming, and that, the people are going to speak, they're going to make their voices heard, and they haven't. They voted for Andy Burnham in Makerfield. Does he think that will translate, and I'm not passing comment on whether this will or not, to the rest of the country? Can he export this strategy out to the rest of the country? And what will the start of his premiership look like? How messy will this be? And I tell you who has a lot to play into that question is Keir Starmer. Because if he doesn't step down, if he doesn't accept the inevitable, then he could make this a very messy start for Andy Burnham. He could really taint what is to come.
And he's furious, James. And look, if you can trust the people around him, I don't know if you can trust the people around him, but if you can trust the people around him, they say, there's no way. There is no way he's standing down.
Yeah, he's not built for it. Look, say what you like about the guy. He is very dedicated and committed. That's great when you're a civil servant, right? It's great when you need to get bits of legislation.
No, he's evil. James, you're not understanding this. When are you going to work out? None of this comes from a good place. The man is evil and twisted.
Okay, well, we'll have to agree to disagree on that particular point, Dan.
Psychopath.
What we at the end of the day, what we realise with this next few weeks is pivotal will be whether or not the Labour Party can put egos to one side and what everybody wants and what Wes Streeton wants, what Keir Starmer wants, and realise that this is the writing on the wall. This is the guy you've got, and this is the chance. It's the one chance to do it.
Amazing. James, thank you so much. Brilliant left-wing analysis. Lauren, the insider, is with us in Makerfield. And Lauren, just before we speak to you, I want to play that extraordinary moment earlier in the night when Andy Burnham arrives at the count and you directly ask him to speak to survivors of the rape gangs, and he says nothing. I think it just says so much about our future Prime Minister. Watch this, Lauren.
Andy Burnham, I just want to ask you on behalf of survivors of the grooming gangs, do you think you've done enough? Let me tell you, on behalf of children that were raped and failed, you haven't done enough, and that is why people are backing Restore. Thank you, Andy Burnham. Over to you in the studio, Dan.
What was he like? Did he look at you? Did he consider talking?
No, he didn't consider at all. He had head down, he was marching, pretended that I didn't exist. And this is what is so frustrating, Dan, as well, because we know that legacy media never ask these politicians the questions that people at home want to know. They never ask the important questions. We see the likes of Laura Koonsberg just ask absolute tosh. And the same with... oh, what's the silly one? She's so irrelevant. Beth Rigby.
Beth. Yeah. Beth from Sky.
But people are fed up of it. And this is what, he can't answer it. And we've heard his speech, but what will really be different? This is just absolute PR spin from him.
Well, Lauren, you have done God's work in Makerfield today. Connor Tomlinson, final word to you. Does the Makerfield result change British politics on the left and the right? Does this Restore Britain result really give Reform UK pause for thought?
I think Reform's underperforming will give them pause for thought, including in Scotland. I think they'll be slightly less spooked about Restore at the next by-election going forwards, but Restore can continue to heap pressure on them policy-wise and threaten to eat into their vote share. And especially they'll feel a lot more pressure if Restore perform better next time. I do think, though, and that this is in no way cope for either Restore or Reform, this is an uncharacteristic by-election just because of the presence of Andy Burnham. Clearly, he was just the X factor.
To be fair, both campaigns had to deal with him. Yeah. He was going to be a factor, and both campaigns failed to actually do anything about him. What I will say is Restore have the same problem as Reform. You can't go around blaming voters for this. Yeah. This is not the people of Makerfield's fault. This is Restore and Reform who didn't campaign hard enough, did not give a positive vision of what they wanted. Andy Burnham, when you actually listen to him campaign, it's the future, the future, the future. Everything that Restore or even Reform focus on is yesterday and how terrible it is. People know that. They want a little bit of hope. You don't have to give them false hope, but just a bit of hope. And I think that is the bit that the right has to learn, is actually how to positive campaign now. And I think that's one thing the right can really take from this by-election, because the idea of a coalition or anything like that, it's off the table. No one likes each other, so let's be real about that. But no, if Reform actually take a moment and develop some self-awareness, which it's a big ask, I suppose, but you never know, miracles can happen. They actually might be able to understand why they lost. It is that question, if they answer it incorrectly, is whether they even make it to the next general election.
Well, look, it has been absolutely fascinating. I have loved it.
One more thing, though, Dan.
Oh, they always want the final word. Okay, go on, James. Go on.
But do we think that Starmer has like a humiliation fetish or something?
Yes.
It's the only explanation as to why he stays on.
Look, as you said, he is a literal psychopath. He is the definition of a psychopath. Look, I've loved this. I hope that everyone has enjoyed this, because it has been so great doing this broadcast outside of the mainstream media. Connor Tomlinson, you've been absolutely amazing with me all night. James Bembridge, we always love your contributions on behalf of Reform UK. And Peter C. Barnes, what I love about you is you are one of those fearless, independent commentators who doesn't mind who you annoy.
Oh, a plague on all your houses.
Exactly. Now, I'm going to have to get some sleep, because don't worry, we have a totally normal show for you tomorrow, because tomorrow's show, or it's actually today's show.
Yeah.
Today's show. Yeah. Shoot, what is it? Because it's 3:35 a.m. Yeah, 3:35 a.m.
Yeah.
You do, Connor. You've done so well. But we will have a normal show later on today, 5 p.m. UK time, midday Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. All I ask is that if this is your first time watching Outspoken, please do hit the subscribe button. It honestly helps us so much as an independent show. Brand new, subscribing, it's totally free, but it means the world to us. Also, please do subscribe to the brilliant Tomlinson Talks on YouTube and the brilliant Lauren the Insider on YouTube as well, because they are essential sources of independent news. We cannot rely on the mainstream media anymore. Outspoken is also available as a podcast. You can find us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts. I do hope to see you at 5 p.m. UK time. I promise you I'm going to be awake, because there's so much to discuss on the back of this huge seismic election result. And most importantly, I promise to always keep fighting for you.